Jen. Hey, Emily. How's everyone doing this morning? How are we on this beautiful Tuesday morning? Hope everyone had a wonderful night's sleep. Hey, Allison. Hey, Amber. 2 feet of snow, that sucks. Hi from Arizona. Guys, if you don't mind, as we get in, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live and help push us out to the FYP. I think that the old TikToks has officially resolved the issues when it comes to coins for the most part. So if you don't mind, go ahead and send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live. Also, knock out the daily gift goal, if you could, please. I'm going to keep resetting it to the little 1 cent gift goal, and it'll push us out to the FYP. So if you don't mind, please do that. All right. Share the live, but only share like maybe once or twice. That's good. But more than sharing the live, bigger than sharing the live is actually reposting it. Reposting the live helps a ton. So if you don't mind, please repost the live. That's weird. We are looking for some debates. So if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background, get in the box. I think yesterday was such an interesting day. It was a pivotal turning point, right? For anyone that did not see, let's see here. For anyone that didn't see, the current head of ICE, Gregory Balvini is officially on his way out the door. He's been demoted, and he is now being told, hey, you got to go, right? Which I think is absolutely super interesting for multiple points. One, because there's always going to be a fall guy. Always going to be a fall guy. There's no doubt about it. There will always be a fall guy. And number two, the interesting thing is the fact that it seems like people around Trump never understand that they're disposable. They're not him. I think that's something that they all lack to understand, is they are all disposable. They're not him. And since they're not him, he will, for lack of better words, like someone already said, throw you under the bus. So that's a whole thing. But the Republican Party as a whole is now apparently starting to push back on Trump, specifically with ICE. And I think they know it's because it's a winning topic, because Americans getting murdered in the street is never a popular thing. So I think that's something. So there's just a lot happening around Trump. There's a lot happening around this administration. But it still lends itself to what I've been talking about, and that's the political hard truths. And that is, MAGA, you guys are hypocrites, period. ICE is just step one. Trump doesn't give a shit about anything but the money. Capitalism has absolutely failed. And black people, we told you so. We literally told you so. We tried to help you. We tried to warn you, and we told you so, but you didn't want to listen. So if you are someone, excuse me, if you're someone that supports Donald Jimothy Trump or disagrees with anything on the background, get in the box, because we're looking for some debates. I don't want to talk to you.
You stepped in the box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, This a mind game. Facts like lies get left in chain. One wrong word get slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this a war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats who get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick.
No cap, no
shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down.
Hey Kenny, no one cares what you're saying in the comments. I'm gonna mute you. Get in the box, bub.
You talk slick, but you ain't
and you're a liberal. I'm gonna send you a request.
I'm the test, the trap, the trip, the call.
No one cares about you crying in the comments, Kenny.
Step in if you dare. Get hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? You wanna sparring with Santana. Step in, you care. Hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script.
One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no
shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? You wanna sparring with Santana.
Yeah.
This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flame.
It absolutely is.
Don't you wanna sparring with Santana?
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, 101 debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and we are only looking for some debates. MAGA, Trump supporters, you don't get to run your mouth in my comments. I know that you guys may run around TikTok and you may think that, oh, freedom of speech, freedom of speech, freedom of speech. Guess what? You don't get that here. You don't get that here, at least not in the comments. The comments are for friendlies, right? The comments are absolutely for those people that I like. I don't like you. I don't like you. I don't dislike you, but I don't like you. There's a difference. But with that being said, if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. That's the only place that you're going to be able to actually utilize your First Amendment right here, right? Boom, boom, boom. It's not just gangs or drugs or improper truck driving or criminals. It's the whole immigration. Oh, cool, Link. Hey, cool story, bub. I'm going to mute you. Get in the box. Come up here and tell me about it. Like, I don't understand what you think this is. You will not get to run your mouth in my chat. I don't play those games. And guess what? My chat doesn't either. And if they see you yip yapping in the chat and you are not in the box, they will call you out. They will call you out. So you can either get with it or get gone. You can sit quietly and watch these dog walkings, or you can have the testicular fortitude to get in the box and defend your point. I don't care which one. I really don't care which one. Fact of the matter is that there are some political hard truths that we have to deal with. And that's the fact that, MAGA, you guys are all hypocrites. You say that you care about certain things and you show each and every day that you don't care about these things. You only care if they affect you. I heard a Trump supporter say that they are willing to give up their rights, their constitutional rights, for Donald Trump. Fucking mind-blowing. It's wild. I said ISIS step one. I think that what we're seeing in Minneapolis, even though there was a small win yesterday, right? Donald Trump is starting to taco, and which I think that's a huge thing. I think that's a huge thing that he's starting to back down when it comes to what's happening in Minneapolis, and some of the Republican lawmakers are forcing him to actually take accountability. I think that ISIS is the first step, and there's so much more to come. I know for a fact, you say Democrats, liberals are hypocrites. Oh, Cody, Bub, I'm gonna mute you. I don't care about what you're saying in the comments. I'm gonna send you a request. Come up here and tell me. Come up here and tell me how Democrats / liberals are hypocrites as well. Come tell me about it. I don't think you can, or I don't think you will, or I don't think that you have the testicular fortitude to get in the box. No. Predictable. Hey, Ryan West, you can leave. I don't understand why you come here and you think that I'm going to give you access to my platform, but I would never let you up on my platform. You can leave. You can get out of my box. Hi, Aquarian. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Disagree with something on the background.
Okay, perfect. And just to make sure I have an understanding of your political leanings, bias, things like that. Do you normally vote left, right? What are we talking?
Oh no, I vote left.
Okay, perfect. Yep. All right, Aquarian. Just to run through this actual thought process. Do you know who I am?
I don't, so by all means.
Okay, perfect. Let me give you a quick introduction to not only who I am, but what this is. One moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Y'all ready for this? Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana. We are only looking for some debates. So guys, if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter or you do not disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Let's get the likes up to 50,000 likes. Also, I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. If we can knock those out a couple of times, it will help push us out to the FYP. Last but not least, take a look at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. This is the main account, and we're driving to 80,000 followers. We're at like 79.4 or 79.5 or something like that. We can do this. By the end of this actual stream, I know for a fact that we can be at 80,000 followers. So if you see the word follow up here, hit that follow button, send your daily heart me, turn on notifications so you know when I go live. Aquarian, you said that you are someone that typically votes left. You are not a Trump supporter, but you disagree with something on the background. What do you disagree with?
Oh, sorry, I had to mute myself. I'm like checking out, so there's a lot of background noise.
Yeah.
No. I actually now I feel like a jackass. I came into the live and I thought you were just having people come in and talk. I don't agree with any of the MAGA shit whatsoever. Like none of it. I sorry, I misunderstood that when I came in the live. I will say I don't think he necessarily. I will say in some of the points, I don't think he wants the money. I think he needs it.
Oh, okay.
Because that's how he's always defined himself. Okay. I don't think.
All right. Well, MAGA. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you down. I appreciate it, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. I appreciate each and every one of you, especially the friendlies, especially the people that align with myself. But I will say, guys, please read the room. Please read the room. Please and thank you. I guess this person isn't going to load. Dirk, you can get out of my comment. Out of my request. You're not getting up here either. As a matter of fact, I'm going to clear Dirk out and I'm going to clear Ryan West out, and neither one of you can come up. You guys are weird. Dirk, you can stop requesting up. You're not getting up here. Fucking asshat. Anyway, like I said, I do think that there is a sense of a shift, right? There's a sense of a shift. Say, oh, he's terrified of Dirk. Last time you were up here, you fucking slurred, you idiot. And so I'm muting you, and now you don't even get to talk in the comments. Why would I let you up here? Cody, I saw you in the request, but you ran. Why'd you drop out, Cody? You were just talking about like Democrats and liberals being hypocrites, but for some reason you put your request in and then you dropped out. Why are you putting your request in and dropping out? Where are we at, Cody? Come back. Don't be scared, Bubba. It's okay. It's okay. Anyway, the point that I was making is I do think there is a little bit of a pushback that's coming from the Republican side. And why I say that is something interesting has occurred. Not only are the Republicans now talking about, oh, we need some type of guardrails. I'll send you another request, Cody. We need some type of guardrails when it comes to the Trump administration. It looks like they have Kristi Noem set to testify in front of the Senate in March. So I don't know if you guys saw this, but in March, Kristi Noem, Homeland Security Secretary, agreed to testify to the Senate Judiciary Committee in early March as a spokesman for the committee chair. Chuck Grassley confirmed to the Hill on Monday. So with this is saying that they're expecting to testify. Each senator will be allotted 10 minutes for questioning. And basically they have the questions as far as the handling of the shooting with Renee Good and Alex Pretty, right? And that's what they're going to question Kristi Noem about. Now, the one thing that I would also say is, where's the questioning for Eric Porter Jr., right? Why are we leaving him out? It's super interesting that they don't want to bring him up, but it's interesting that there's some sense of Keith, not Eric. Yeah, you're right, Keith. Sorry, Keith Porter Jr., not Eric. Keith Porter Jr. But it's interesting that there's some sense of they will have questions. Now, another thing that's interesting as well is today is January the 7th, 2026. 3 days into my birthday, but they're talking about early March. And I wonder if by doing this in early March, they're giving coverage for so many other things to happen, right? Not only things as far as for ICE to engage in additional shit, but for there to be information covered, for them to get their story together, for them to give coverage. Hell, I wonder if it's even going to happen, right? Because there's a little bit of me that's like, oh, they're saying this, and hopefully they put enough time in between where it's going to kind of blow over, which is an issue for me as well. So I think they're trying to create a little bit of space where it blows over, which is sad because at the very least, the people that are put in power should be held accountable. Right? We should be able to get answers. We should be able to get answers about why. We should have been able to get answers about the actual whistleblower that published that they're telling ICE agents that you don't need warrants to enter people's premises. What are we doing? They're literally telling ICE agents that you don't have to abide by the Constitution. Obama shipped out millions. Why were there so much trouble? I understand. Oh, okay, sure. Hey, Jeffrey, I'm going to go ahead and mute you, Bub, because one, I don't really care what you're saying in the comments, but I'm going to send you a request. Come up here and I'll tell you the difference between Obama and Trump. We can talk about it. I got you. I'm sure that you've already heard this before, but more than anything, I'm positive that you don't really care. You're just a hypocrite. But get up here. I'll tell you. I'll give it to you. See if this person loads. I don't think he's going to load. I don't think he's going to load. I'm going to drop you. Fireman, if you're listening, I don't know why you didn't load in, but if you want to request back up, you can. If you want to request back up, you can. Chat, just an FYI, we have Anthony, who is even more broke than normal, right? Anthony started with a 50-cent donation where he talked trash because that's all he had. And then he sent a 25-cent donation because that's all he had. And yesterday he sent a 5-cent donation because that's all he had. And now he sent a 1-cent donation because he's a brokey. And he sent the 1-cent donation talking trash, hoping that I was going to read his message out. And Anthony, I'm not going to read your message. I don't care what you're saying with your broke donations. Get in the box. Instead of sending me the last shekels that you have, get in the box. Stop being a coward. Stop being so scared to actually defend your position. You said I'm begging for pennies. Get in the box, you coward. You're weird. You're weird. It's weird. You're weird. It's weird. You're weird. You're infatuated with me because you watch every single day. Every single day. And instead of actually getting up here and standing on business and debating your position, you would rather send donations and hide behind whatever comments you're going to make. And it's not even shared. I don't even read it out. You're weird. W's in chat from Mike for the $2 donation. They'll say, hey, from what I'm hearing, ICE is told that they could lie about telling people they have warrants. Everybody needs to understand if you ask them if they have a warrant, you need to ask if it's judicial or administrative before you let them in. This is getting crazy. Yes. One bit of piece of information as well that has been given out is apparently they're just signing the warrants themselves. Right. So that's something that everyone needs to be aware of. So with the actual warrants that are being shown, they're not even necessarily warrants that are being signed by judges. ICE agents are signing them themselves and going through that process. So I think that there's so much to it as far as like what's actually happening. How do we hold them accountable, and how do we ensure that American people are protected? And I would say, like, normally there would be some type of oversight. Right. Normally, there would be some type of oversight. There would be a situation where we could actually trust that judges are taking this serious. We would trust that, like, there's watchdogs and all this other stuff. But we understand that there have been loyalists put in place that are unwilling to actually push back on any of the illegal activities that are occurring. So since there are loyalists that have been put in place and they're not pushing back, we can't count on anyone ensuring that people aren't doing illegal shit. That's it. So you got to be smart. They plan on using fear and pressure to try to get things done. And that's what's been happening. Anyway, W's in the chat from Mike. W's in the chat as well for Norm Murray, who became a late night tuber, and also Trisha, who became a late night tuber. Guys, if you're not a member over on YouTube, go ahead and get that membership. You get access to a bunch of really cool emotes. You get access to like direct messages, and you get access to the Discord. So if you're a member over on YouTube and you're not in the Discord, get in the Discord. The link has been fixed and is there. W's in the chat for everyone. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Santos, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'll click the mics, man. Sorry about that.
Okay. Where's the Discord? You have to be a member on YouTube, or I think it's a super fan or something here on TikTok. It's the special, it's the thing that replaced the subscriptions over on TikTok in order to be able to gain access to the Discord. So that's how you do it. One other thing that I wanted to talk about again, and I kind of touched on it. And it's the dismissal of Gregory Bavino. And so, like, I think that there's a lot to that. We'll get into that in just a second. Again, guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Again, I'm going to keep resetting the little daily gift goal to these 1-cent gift goals. It'll help push us out to the FYP grade. Great. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, man, Alabama, Kamala Harris supporter. How's it going?
Stop it, great.
How you been, man? I missed you, man. I hadn't talked to you in a while.
I'm doing okay, great. Sitting here trying to fight fascism and hopefully keep our democracy from falling from a bunch of Nazis. But regardless, great. I know that you are a Trump supporter. You voted for Trump. You are BLACA, right?
Well, no, I'm not Blagga. That's Kenneth. I've never associated myself with that guy.
Nah, I mean, you're Black MAGA. You're BLACA. They lump you all in the same category. Listen, you, Kenneth, Joel Patrick, you all are the same to them. Byron Donaldson, Anyway, great. There's no way in hell that you're still supporting Donald Trump today, right? There's no way in hell you're still supporting what's happening, right?
No, so the optics look terrible. Honestly, they looked bad under Obama. Under Biden, they didn't look as bad, but we had lawsuits under Obama. I remember it very vaguely, very well, actually. But the reality is we have more cameras, we have more backyard journalists, we have more TikTok exposure, more lives on YouTube, and people are out there, people are sick of it. And then you're not lowering the temperature down with the government, the leaders in charge over there in Minneapolis, because we have ICE raids going on all over the country, and we're only focusing on the Minneapolis. We have them going on right now in Los Angeles. We have them going on in Arizona, El Paso, Texas, even in Alabama. But it's only being heated in there. And my question to you is, why do you think that is right after they mentioned fraud? Why?
Yeah.
The $35,000 from
face.
Okay, that's a fair.
It's literally because they're shooting people in the face. You can talk about all the other places. Yes, there are ICE raids that are occurring all across the country. And it's funny. So I was scrolling through the old Bird app yesterday, and something that I noticed is there were a couple of other ICE agents. There's videos of ICE agents, stopping people, saying, hey, let me get your ID and all this other stuff. And there are some ICE agents who are like, hey, listen, I see what you see is going on. I know you see what's going on. That's not who I am. I'm not a part of that. I just want to do this peacefully, blah, 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 blah. Right. And so I do think that there are, just like with police officers, right? I'm not saying that every single police officer is bad.
Well,
right.
Thank you.
But what I will say is that the entire system is corrupt. And so it lends itself to bad people. And so when you talk about what's occurring with ICE, the entire infrastructure of ICE has been corrupted by the Trump administration. And so it lends itself to bad people. There's a huge difference between what ICE is today versus what ICE used to be under any of the previous administrations.
Would you agree that that's a huge generalization to say that, hey, the entire ICE organization has been infiltrated and corrupted by the Trump administration, and that's the reason why they're so aggressive and violent? I would argue and say that, and I don't know if you watched Preddy's, I would call it almost an assassination, TikTok friendly words.
Oh yeah, they murdered him.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was atrocious to watch. It shows the lack of training. It shows the lack of awareness, situational awareness, and a lot of those.
Why I say it's corrupt, great.
Well, no, it's not necessarily that it's corrupt. You have to look at it like this. It's more along the lines of it is not. I was talking with one of my law enforcement buddies the other day. As a law enforcement officer, we are constantly trained. We are trained on officer safety. We are trained on how to disarm. We're trained on felony stops, felony traffic stops, how to safely engage the public or a suspect without them losing their lives or loss of surrounding individuals unnecessarily. Now, if you look at it, as soon as that person heard a gun, as soon as those other 5 agents heard that the gunshot go off, what did they do? It was almost instinctively. And when one fires, the rest always fire. We've seen this happen multiple times with black on cop violence. Cops going against black people and cops going against any other kind of people. We've seen where people have fired tasers and thought it was a gunshot, and all the officers have just unleashed a flurry of ammo. And the reality is that these guys are not properly trained. And from my trained law enforcement eye, I don't see it. But again, I'm not there. I'm not boots on the ground. Apparently someone screamed, gun, gun. They got the gun out of his hand. They walked away. It misfired. And again, the optics look completely terrible. Do I support that action? Absolutely not. I've spoken out against it, but what I will
all right, hold on, great. Yeah, now because you're soapboxing.
I apologize. Go ahead.
No, all good. I wanted to make sure you got it out. I just didn't want you to start a new stream of thought before we could kind of talk about what you said.
You know, I think super quick, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the thing that I think is interesting is you made my case for me, right?
Yeah, I mean, I stand with you on this one.
And the point that I'm sitting here making, the reason why I say the entire system is corrupt is because the difference when it comes to ICE under all the other administrations versus ICE under the Trump administration. A couple of different things that I want to call out. Number one, do you know how many people were arrested, how many American citizens have been detained by ICE in the last 10 years prior to the Trump administration, current administration?
I don't have that number for you. I don't.
120. Do you know, as of the first year under Donald Trump in his second administration, how many people have been detained, American citizens have been detained by ICE?
I can guarantee you it's probably over 100.
170. So in the last 10 years versus the last year under Trump, there's been an addition of 50 people, American citizens, detained. And it's because of the actual shift in their policy. They shifted from, the Trump administration has expanded expedited removal, right? That's one thing. And so they've shifted away from targeting cities that are close to the border and people that have been in the country for less than 2 years to people that have been in the country for like less than 6 years. And then all those areas that are in the middle of the country. That's why you see them shifting towards places like Chicago, Minneapolis, things like that. So there's been an overall shift as far as like how they use expedited removal. Also, you have Stephen Miller, who's a fucking Nazi, who's changed the policy and set it up to a quota system, saying that he wants 3,000 people a day. And so that's why they're going through practices such as targeting churches, schools, using kids as leverage. Hell, they're even working with the IRS to pull the actual the 1099 information from undocumented immigrants from when they get taxes, and then going to these work sites and detaining people. They're not actually going after criminals. They're going after the actual undocumented immigrants who have integrated into society, right? And so that's how they're trying to bolster their numbers. Now, you also talk about the fact that since the Trump administration has taken power with the passing of the BBB, they have increased the funding of ICE. If you stack the budget of ICE up against the rest of the actual militaries for other world nations, they're number 14 as far as budgets. And you could talk about also that the House just passed additional funding for ICE. Now, the Senate is saying that they're not going to pass that budget and they're threatening partial shutdown. But they not only did they fund them to the tune of the 14th highest military in the world, but they're giving them more money. Now, you couple that with the fact that there's multiple, I know you can appreciate this, grade, the physical fitness portion. They changed the physical fitness portion in order to become an ICE agent twice, because people kept failing the physical fitness portion, and then they finally just got rid of it. So you no longer have to pass the physical fitness portion in order to become a part of ICE. They also reduced the actual, I know, right? Fucking wow. Wait, that's not even it, Greg. Great. You know, they have signing bonuses up to $50,000 now, right?
Yeah.
So they're enticing people with the signing bonuses for up to $50,000. They also reduce the background checks. They reduced the background check. So the actual extreme nature of the background check with the multiple levels of federal background check, they've reduced that. And so now it's easier to actually get in and become a member of ICE. Okay. Remember that for a second, because I got something else on that. Hold on. I'm building the cake. I need you to see
know why. I need to know when the background check was reduced. I need to know, because I've not heard this. Under
Trump. It's been I can try to find the specific date, but they changed the background check after they changed after they got rid of the physical fitness portion. But I'll get the date for you, but give me a minute. But also, did you know, grade, because you talked about training. Did you know that now it takes longer to become a barber, to get a barber's license in the United States, than it takes to become an ICE agent?
Are you saying it takes less than 60 days?
Yes. Well, I can get you the specific time frame, but they've reduced the overall, I don't know if it's 60 days, but it's less than a barber's license, but they reduced the amount of time that it takes for ICE in their training And so they completely shortened the training for ICE. One second.
I know they don't have an FTO program that's similar to law enforcement. They have a program where, okay, you get hired, we put you through this training, and you go learn more when you get
it's
assigned.
8 weeks now.
Okay, so
you can become an ICE agent in 8 weeks.
So 60 days.
Yeah.
Okay. So
it's 6 days for 8 straight weeks.
Okay.
Yeah. So hold on. That's not all.
Well, my question is, aren't they hiring a lot of ex-military and ex-law enforcement at ICE?
No.
So that's a myth.
Listen. They are rehiring. Previous ICE agents. That's how you actually get up to that 50,000 bonus. If you are actually like a former ICE agent, then you can actually be hired and get up to the 50K bonus. But since they've reduced all of these actual aspects and actually changed how who is qualified to get in, who's there's been an influx of people joining ICE. You know who's been joining?
Who's been joining?
Boogaloo Boys, Proud Boys, Oath Keepers. Fucking hate group members have been flooding into ICE.
Well, isn't it true that over 51% of ICE members are Latin American or Hispanic?
Nope.
Well, I mean, I did the numbers the other day.
No. I don't know where you're getting that from, but the information that I was able to pull from ICE said that approximately almost 90% of ICE agents are white men. Or I guess, you know what's funny? Hold on, sorry. To be fair, you can be Latin or Latino or whatever and be white. So
and white passing.
So
too.
You may be right as well, but still, 90% is white men.
I mean, I think this is the biggest display of white on white violence I've ever seen in my life. And I'm not saying I'm upset about it, but what I am saying is that the optics of this situation just look terrible. I mean, I saw the ICE agent during the Alex assassination. The white lady was walking right in front of him, and the ICE agent just pushed her completely to the ground. I just don't think that a lot of this stuff is necessary. And then
because I told you all of that, but I got one last thing to tell you, and then I have a question because I want you to actually answer the question.
Go ahead.
One last thing. So I told you about all the changes that have occurred to ICE, the reduction in background check, the reduction as far as training, the signing bonuses, the influx of hate group members. But you know what they also did on May 12th, 2025?
What's that?
They sent out a memo telling ICE agents that they no longer needed warrants to enter premises.
What date was that? Oh, yeah. That was last week.
2025.
Well, last week they actually...
No, the whistleblower information came out last week. But if you look at the internal memo is from May 12th, 2025.
Right. So what happened was they challenged that, and the federal judge upheld the decision of the memo. So that's when, because remember, they stopped doing it. They were doing it even back then. They were doing it.
But they're still doing it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They're still doing it. Yeah. And me personally, and I talked about this, I don't think that it's smart to do it. But if you have a federal judge who's saying, oh, yeah, sure, the guardrails are off, if you have the probable cause, there's still things that they have to have before they can just go into somebody's house. They have to have the probable. Sure.
The point that I'm making, though, and I would love to look up the specific case that you're referring to where they gave additional outlines, because I haven't seen that. But the point
let me pull it up for you. What the requirements are for them to actually use that.
Sure. The point that I'm making, though, is you originally said that there hasn't been a weaponization or a tainting of ICE due to the Trump administration. Every single thing that I've laid out has been adjustments that have occurred due to Donald Trump and his administration having control over ICE.
Okay.
That being said, how can you sit here and say that the Trump administration and their directive and agenda with changing all of these requirements, with all of these incentives, with all of this protection, all of these things that they've done, how can you say that it has not corrupted what ICE was? And you can even see that not only in the fact that, U.S. citizens are getting shot in the face, but they're detaining U.S. citizens. They're violating constitutional rights of undocumented immigrants, all this other stuff. How can you say there's been no change and it's not corrupt when all of this is happening?
Well, I never said that there's been no change, but what I did suggest was that ultimately the entire organization of ICE, it's very, very politically charged just to say ICE. Most people don't even know what ICE stands for. I guarantee you, out of a 1.3K people in here, maybe only 200 know what ICE stands for. And I'm not trying to insult the intelligence.
Well, why does that matter?
Because it matters. I'll tell you why. It matters.
Most people don't even know why ICE was created. So,
that's true. But
I think we're getting into semantics as far as understanding the function of the federal agency and what they're actually doing to people. I think that's silly. But you can go ahead. I mean, I think that's a silly jab at people.
Well, I wasn't trying to jab at your chat, but what I am, because I see the comments. But what I'm trying to say is that there are agencies here that have specific roles and tasks and duties and responsibilities. Specifically, ICE in this specific mission. Have you looked up? I know you have the Title VIII mission and what they're actually doing with the Title VIII mission. It is not a regular mission where they're just going after someone who illegally crossed the border 3 times and it's a felony. They don't care about that guy right now. They're going after people who've done smacking with kids, but they've arrested 3,000 people in less than 6 weeks.
They have arrested people, and what I will give credit, because I'm not going to take away any type of arrest they've made with sex traffickers or actual violent criminals and things like that. But I want to check the statistics. I want to say that 90% of all arrests made by ICE or people with no prior criminal background or something like that. Give me 1 second. I threw the number out. It may be less than 90, but it's a pretty high number. 1 second.
And while you're looking it up, they've arrested 10,000 people in less than 6 weeks. Unfortunately, some of those people, they just so happened to come across and they were illegals, but the ones who they were there for the Title VIII mission.
Illegals.
Yeah, we can call them undocumented for the sake of your show.
Thank you.
And I'm always going to respect you. I'm going to respect anybody I debate. 100%. 10,000 people, 3,000 of those were specifically part of the Title VIII mission. If me and you are going on a caravan together and we're rounding up people, this sounds terrible. If we're rounding up criminals, and unfortunately we pass by some individuals who have committed crimes that are less heinous than the other one, but they're still a crime. They still have warrants. They still have a pickup order. We're going to pick them up as well on the way. I mean,
I understand that, but okay, so let me just correct myself on the number that I said and make sure that I'm giving out the right information. And this information has been published by the Cato Institute, but also backed up through multiple sources, including tracereports.org. And they're saying they're pulling this information directly from the ICE data reporting. And they're saying that some of the figures, they do give the caveat that it seems like with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, their actual records have not been completely up to par. So they're saying that the information seems to be a little bit lackluster, but they're saying that.
What information?
As far as the overall reporting with criminal records and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, they're basically saying ICE isn't really reporting at a efficient level.
So that did come out, and that came out about 3 weeks ago. I remember reading it.
Yeah. But based off of the information that they're able to verify, they're saying about 73% of all detainees have no criminal conviction, so no prior criminal record. And of the entire the people that have been detained by ICE in 2025, only about 5 to 8% of them have been convicted of violent crimes. So there are some that have a criminal record of non-violent crimes, but only about 5 to 8% have a history of violent crime. So when you talk about them picking up, people who are the worst of the worst, that's not even their focus.
Okay. So that is the reason why the Title VIII mission is so important. So if we just do simple math, what is 8% of 20 million? A lot of people like to throw out 20 million. I know it's crazy. I know.
I'm accepting 20 million.
I know you're not accepting it. But let's just say for crits and giggles.
We're not doing shiggles with 20 million. That number is fucking wild, Grade. Come on now. 20 million is bullshit.
Okay, let's give the more close number of 12 million. Okay, and I
normally say 10, but I'll give you 12. That's fine. 12 million. Let's say 12 million.
What, if we just say 8% of that, I mean, you're looking at
are
around,
you saying that 8% of all 12 million people are
if they're getting anywhere from 5 to 8% of the people that they're apprehending are criminals with heinous crimes, then it's fair to assume that 8% of the total number of individuals that came here undocumented.
That's a big ass assumption. I can't do
I mean,
that.
hey.
Oh, stop it. That's a big ass assumption.
You can say that, but we know for a fact that we have a large influx of individuals who've smuggled smugs into this country. We have a large demographic.
The majority of drugs that come into the country are brought in by who?
American citizens. I know.
Okay.
I get it. I get it.
Like,
but you know what? Who's helping them, Santana?
Say it again.
Who's helping them?
Yeah, foreign actors are absolutely helping them, but
right.
the actual people that are mules are American citizens.
Well, I mean, that's very fair to say that, but you can't assume, because what that turns into, but we can't assume that we don't have cells here who are in these different states, because we know just in Tennessee, how many individuals we arrested who they've been looking for a long time, undocumented, part of MS-13, accused of all sorts of heinous things with smugs, and in the area they've been looking for this guy for 13 years, and they finally got him. Yeah. Right here in the heart of our city.
I'm not gonna knock the premise that there are drug dealers in the country, and there's even people that have been hanging out. The one thing that I will say though is this emphasis that there's a bunch of undocumented immigrants that are leading the charge for like drug trafficking and all this other stuff. I think that's a false equivalent. When you take a look at where the actual drugs being brought in, most of them come through legal ports of entry. A lot of them come in through like docks and all this other stuff, and they have like legal ways of getting this in, but they're brought in by American citizens. I think that's so, yes, I do think that we need to target crime, but to put emphasis on crime when it comes to undocumented immigrants, I feel like it's the same thing that they do to black people when they talk about like black on black crime. Right.
Well, right now,
I think no, I'm saying, I think it's the same thing, right? Because yes, crime is crime. It's not about black on black crime. And if you talk about people who are bringing illegal substances into the country, then we can specifically talk about them. But to actually pretend as if there's some type of higher amount of these, undocumented immigrants is doing it, like it's all hyperbole. But give me 2 seconds. Let me thank a couple of people, great, and we'll get back to it. W's in the chat for Jeebs, who sent a $4.99 super chat to say, ask the caller why the Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, and Patriot Fronts are not counter protesting. It's because they're ICE. Is he cool with that? Great, that was a question.
Okay, you. Sure. I'm not a fan of any hate group being a member of law enforcement. That includes the Triple K or any other hate group.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But
we have in the chat for the one mighty pen for the $5 super chat to say, why are they arresting people going to court and to come in the right way if they're just going after criminals? It's because they're not. Ooh, I'm so glad that you said that.
I'm glad he asked that question.
Yeah, I am too, because great. Hold on to this nugget. Donald Trump is trying to stop all immigration into the country. It's not about undocumented immigrants. Hold on to that nugget. W's in the chat for MAGA Cries for the $2 donation saying, I have more law enforcement training as a corrections officer than these clowns have. Also, ICE is not law enforcement. They are not. They're literally not. They're not. Well, I'm sorry. They specifically, they're a specific sector, but they're not police officers. A lot of people conflate them with police officers and try to give them the same cachet and coverage that you would give police officers. It's not the same in that sense. W's in the chat for tip for the $5 donation saying, is just being here, being Hispanic or speaking Spanish enough probable cause for the guests? Because that's what Trump told ICE is enough. Yeah, and even it was upheld by the Supreme Court that if you're brown and you're speaking Spanish, that's probable cause. If you're black or brown and you're standing near Home Depot, that's probable cause. They've expanded what is probable cause and what they allow the actual emphasis as far as profiling with race to be placed on. So there's a whole thing with that. W's in the chat for tip. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. 1.3 thousand of us hanging out here, guys. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 200,000 likes. Also, we're driving to 80,000 followers on the main page, this page right here. So if you see the word follow up at the top, you're not following me, hit that follow button. We're about 500 new followers short from 8,000. We're at 79.5 thousand. So if you have not hit that follow button, if you see the follow right there, hit that follow button. If you see a gray heart, you haven't sent your heart me. Send your daily heart me, turn on your notifications so you know when I go live. Great. Coming back to you, you were about to say something. I want to talk about the fact that Trump wants to stop immigration, period.
So I wrote down a couple of things.
Mm-hmm.
Number one, this is part of the reason why the temperature is so freaking high.
What do you mean?
You're an influencer. I'm an influencer. And we have to be honest about what ICE actually.
I'm just a regular dude.
You're a media guy.
I'm just a regular dude hanging out with a bunch of my friends. It's 1.3 thousand of my friends, and we're just hanging out, shooting the shit. That's all.
You're an investigative journalist. You're an investigative journalist. Yeah, sure you don't. All right. So anyways, we have turned down temperature and be honest what ICE actually is. ICE is federal law enforcement, and we have to understand that no, they are not police officers. No, they can't enforce state laws the same way that police officers can. But when you are impeding an investigation, when you are stopping them from doing their job, you are committing a felony, and there's a law against that. And when you are committing a felony in their presence, they have the ability to do law enforcement corrective actions. That is apprehend, that is arrest, that is detain.
That's not true.
Go look it up. I can pull up the statute.
Yes,
I can pull up the
statute. Give me the statute.
Hold on just one moment. I will give you the statute.
Tell me and make sure, hold on, just to make sure I'm clear. Are you saying that ICE has the ability to detain United States citizens that are committing a crime outside?
Felony crime.
Okay, so now you're giving the caveat of felony.
No, I said felony the first time.
Okay, so they have the ability to stop or detain United States citizens while committing a quote unquote felony crime that's outside of the purview of undocumented immigrants and what they're doing as far as their efforts.
So that's not what I said. What I said.
No, I'm trying to get clarification.
I'm giving you the clarification right now. The clarification is, if me and you, if I'm an ICE agent and you come out in front of me and you're blowing a horn and I say, hey, sir, please, can you stop? Can you move? And I am trying to get inside of a home and you stand in front of me, I'm going to arrest you because you just committed a felony.
They can absolutely do that. That's not it. I don't know if that's a felony.
It's a felony. It really is. So it's a difference. Okay. If a local law enforcement agency gets you for obstruction of justice or obstruction, it's just a misdemeanor. Because it's just a local law enforcement agency, a municipality, a city cop. But if a felony federal officer does that and you impede a federal investigation, it is a felony. So most cases, they don't, even when they arrest you, most cases, they don't charge you with a felony. But it is, you are committing a felony. And in that law enforcement capacity, they're within every right to do what they do. So okay, I don't like when people say that they're not law enforcement, because they are.
Yeah. So what I will say is, hold on a second here. What I will say is that as far as whether it is or is not a felony, I can't speak on that. I will say that I do know for a fact that United States citizens can be stopped or detained by ICE if they are impeding an active ICE investigation, or, you know, if they're in the middle of doing something. So to your point, if they're actively getting ready to enter someone's premises and people are stopping them and trying to block them from getting into the premises, then yes, they can arrest or detain them in that sense. But the bigger point that I'm trying to get across is in all of their normal aspects of, you know, enforcing the law and ICE and things like that, they can't do that. So even when you talk about like Renee Good, and them trying to actually stop her and get her out of the car, like they couldn't do that, right? That wasn't a situation where they could do that. Or even when you talk about like what happened with Alex Pretty, the fact that he was trying to, like, there was a woman that was just recording them and they pushed the woman and he was trying to stop them from actually assaulting the woman. Like that's not within their scope of purview. Or even afterwards, great, there were other people that were recording, and the ICE agents tried to take their phones. They tried to confiscate their phones. Like all of this stuff is not stuff that ICE has the authority to do, and they're doing these things.
Well, I will say this. If an active investigation is on. One of the reasons why Renee Good's phone, a lot of people say, well, where's her footage? She was recording too. A lot of people said just what you just said. Hey, they can't just go and take a civilian's phone. They can't go and just grab up regular civilians who were protesting innocently. They weren't impeding an investigation. They were on the sidelines exercising their First Amendment right. You can blow horns. You can play drums. You can do whatever you want to do, as long as you're not in those guys' way. And I don't know if you've been watching any of this unfold. Just yesterday, they threw the tear gas out. They threw it out in multiple directions. And guess what? No ICE agent chased anybody until they threw the tear gas, and one of the civilians picked the tear gas up and threw it back at them. That guy and the lady next to him got arrested. Okay. So I mean, now just under that circumstance that I just explained, if it was regular law enforcement and I threw a smoke bomb and somebody threw a smoke bomb back at me, and okay, first off, I don't know if that's theirs or it's mine. I'm assuming it's mine. But I could argue and play the law and be like, hey, he threw his own over here and I went after him and yeah, he got beat down and we arrested him. I mean, I'm not trying to justify everything that ICE does is right, because I just don't think that the Renee Good situation was something that I would have ever placed myself in after 14 years of law enforcement. First off,
what's even more fucked up about that one though? Like, they have been told since, because apparently them jumping in front of the cars is something they've been doing since 2024. And they have been told to stop jumping in front of vehicles as far as a tactic to, stop people or whatever. And so this was something that had been spread throughout the entire agency. And even the guy that murdered Renee Good, he had been an ICE agent for 18 years. So it's not like he was
dragged. 3 months prior?
Yeah,
I mean,
but
that's
but
dumb.
Even more so, like, he's not one of the people that were a part of like the lack of training. He's not, one of the new people that had a lack of training, lack of experience. He knew what he was doing.
Well, I will tell you this, Santana, and I'm just being honest with you. 14 years of law enforcement, 17 years military. I would never have placed myself in the front of any vehicle. We are taught not to do that. Even in traffic stops, we don't even walk in between our unit and the vehicle in front of us. We walk behind our unit and all the way to the passenger side. We never cross in between, because someone could put their car in reverse and smash us in between our unit. And we never damn sure get in front of a vehicle. It's just not good practice. And I'll say this as a follow-up and I'll close with it. I did watch the video of Renee Good putting her vehicle in reverse. Now, if you notice frame by frame, from what I saw and gathered, and I looked at other analysts who processed this video, the ICE agent who smurdered her, I will call it smurder, he was not directly in front of the vehicle at first. When she put her vehicle in reverse, she unfortunately positioned her vehicle that placed him in front of us. So he never placed himself in front of the vehicle. He was standing off to the side. When she put her vehicle in reverse and bagged back, her vehicle aligned directly with him. And unfortunately, when she tried to drive off, when her partner said, "Drive, baby, drive," in a panic in a frenzy, she tried to escape, and she unfortunately struck the guy. And it's a fucking tragedy, man.
That's not true.
Okay, well, you can go and look at the frame yourself.
Yeah, so a couple of things. When it comes to like what occurred in the actual shooting and how that happened in frame by frame direction, he was crossing in front of her vehicle because he was recording, right? So he came from one side of the car and he was still in front of the car, right? I'm looking at the video right now. He came from the position of being in front of the car the entire time because his vehicle was off to the side. He walked around that way. He wasn't directly in front as far as it being as close, but he was still in front of the vehicle. And then when she backed up and started to turn, she turned her wheels. Even when he let off his shots, the first shot went through a catacorner of the actual front windshield. So it didn't go directly through the front windshield. It went right to the corner of the windshield where here's the front of the windshield, here's the side window. It hit that little area at an angle. So he let that first shot off. And the second two shots went through her side window, which was down. Now, great, something super important came out yesterday, and I don't know if you had an opportunity to see this, but did you see the autopsy report released by the county, Hepburn County, I think it's pronounced?
No, you might have to educate me on that. What's going on?
Yeah, so, excuse me, it was ruled a homicide, and they said that the cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds, but the actual officer or the ICE agent that let off the shots, would you like to know which shot was determined to actually kill her?
Which one?
The third shot that went through the side window. That's the one that actually killed her.
Okay.
So point being, right, as far as what he did, those excessive amounts of shots, the third one is the one that actually took her life. And then even more than that, you can talk about the positioning. You can talk about the fact that he's an 18-year veteran. He was trained not to step in front of vehicles. He stepped in front of vehicles. He had intent, right? When he walked in front of the car, what did he have in his right hand?
I would imagine if he had anything, he had his phone in one hand and he had his weapon in the other.
He had his no. He had his phone in his right hand, grade. What did he end up doing?
I mean, he ended up drawing his weapon.
Where was his weapon?
It was holstered.
Where?
Was it not holstered on his vest?
Nope, it was on his hip. Which hip do you think it was on?
I haven't looked at it that far. Which one was it? Was right side?
On his right hip. He had his phone recording with his right hand and his weapon on his right side because he's right-handed. He, while walking in front of the car, moved the phone from his right hand to his left hand. Why would he switch his recording from his right hand to his left hand? Grade?
I'll tell you why. And this is something I actually made a post about and talked about. Border Patrol agents are required to use body cam footage. Mm-hmm. They're required. And apparently, because of all of the influxes, they've not issued the body cams to all agents. And my thing is, let me say, this guy's been here for 18 years, so he should have had a body cam. And I don't know how they do it in the federal agencies. I don't know if they assign them like they do us, or if they just go into the shop and pick one up. And whatever. I don't care. What I do care about is this. He should have had a body cam on. I think all agents are required and should have body cam footage from start to finish of any interaction, immigrant or civilian or U.S. citizen.
That's a half-ass excuse, Gray, because one, so. Like again, we've already talked about the massive budget that ICE has received, right? I mean, the massive amount of money that they've received, and they've been able to upgrade all of their equipment to military grade equipment. They literally, I don't know if you saw this, but yesterday they had an unmarked military vehicle driving through the city of Minneapolis, pushing protesters out of the way, like an armored vehicle pushing protesters out of the way. They have the money, they have the ability, they have the access and resources to actually have body cams, and they can have body cams if they want body cams. But that isn't even the point that I was making, Grade.
Well, I mean, look, the examiner.
Focus for me 2 seconds. Listen to what I'm saying. No, Solid, I didn't.
What you're trying to say suggests is that he intentionally did it. He wanted to record it, and that he had intent. That's what you're trying to say.
Not the recording. I don't really care about the recording, but yes, he absolutely had intent because he moved his phone from his right hand to his left hand because he's right-handed. He intentionally moved his gun from his right hand to his left hand so he can access his weapon that was on his right side. He did that intentionally. So as far as even knowing that he was going to, even if you want to say that he didn't intentfully say, I'm going to murder her. He knew for a fact that he wanted to be able to grab his weapon. That's why he switched hands and ensured that his actual hand was free on the right side.
And he probably thought about it. He was like, man, if this, you know what? He called her a bee at the end of it, which was disgusting. He probably said, if this bee drives towards me, I'm going to do it. So he already probably had in his mind that she was going to do it. And, you know, it's potentially that's true. I'm not saying that that's what was going through his head because I'm not him. But yeah,
a couple other things. And this is what fries me when it comes to people talking about Renee Good and, her striking him and all this other stuff. I mean, like everyone's been through this whole diatribe as far as like what qualifies as far as like, the responsibility of the ICE agent and all this other stuff. Law enforcement have, when it comes to being able to use legal force, there is a responsibility. And I know you would know this, that the only way that you can use lethal force is if you have no other recourse as far as removing yourself from harm. And even when it comes to like federal training, and ICE is supposed to receive this, but the only way that they're allowed to actually fire at a moving vehicle is if they're pinned into a situation where they cannot get out of the way of the vehicle. So he would have had to been pinned with a fucking wall to his back, where nowhere to go, in order for him to be justified to let off shots. That's literally part of the federal requirements to be able to use lethal force. So even with that being said, he was outside of the scope. Yeah, it is. I can pull that up.
So
I can pull that up, and I can
tell you why.
I can tell you. Hold on 1 second.
I can tell you why it's not right. So in law enforcement, they have a term. It's all about the exigent circumstances, number one, and then the force lateral. So if you come at me with a amount of force, let's say you're going to punch me, my next option is to grab my mace, because I need to tackle your forceful threat with a more forceful threat. So you're going to punch me, I'm going to tase you or mace you, non-lethal. If you have a knife, I'm going to shoot you. If you have a car and you're using it as a weapon, I'm going to shoot you. So if you have a baton, yeah, I can shoot you. 9 times out of 10, I'll tase you or mace you to try to, depending on if you have a mental illness or something's going on with you, and you're just, I don't know. I'm not going to just. It's very complicated, but it's so simple. Let's say someone's autistic.
Sure. Hold on.
Let's say someone's autistic and they have a
No, we're not about to talk about people with autism. Absolutely not great. No. I'm going to thank a couple of people really quick, and then I'm going to read off this actual information from the Department of Justice. Give me 2 seconds. Debbie's in the chat for more baked for the $5 super chat to say, so how did Keith Porter Jr. get in their way? Oh, we haven't even gotten to that one yet, which is even more fucking insane. W's in the chat for Lincoln for the $14 donation, saying, it's been so long. Sorry, money got tight for a while. So glad to donate again. Lincoln, I hope you're doing well. Happy to hear that, or happy to see you. I'm sorry that things got crazy, but I'm glad that you're back, and I fucking love you and appreciate you, Lincoln. W's in the chat for Lincoln. W's in the chat for Candy for the $10 donation, saying for all that you do. Candy, thank you so much for the $10 donation. You're amazing. W's in the chat for Tara for the $10 donation, saying I was a probation officer with more training than ICE. Then I went back to being a paralegal. I never posted certificates because I hated it. Fact remaining, I was trained more extensively for a desk job than ICE workers in the field. It's despicable. It is despicable. W's in the chat for Tara. W's in the chat for Brittany for the $1 donation, saying, if they can go door to door without warrants, then how is it targeted? That's absolutely a great point. Absolutely a fucking great point. W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation, saying, this is one of the reasons why we have never been able to trust police. Even this caller saw the video and he's still trying to run the, I can't say the word. W's in the chat for Jared for the $2 donation, saying, does the guest not know officer induced jeopardy? I don't know, but he gonna learn today. And W's in the chat for that's my error for the $50 YouTube super chat Canadian. Guys, massive W's. Thank you so much for the 50 Canadian super chat to say, I don't know how you debate the cold-blooded daylight murders of American citizens and these brainwashed fools. Keep fighting, Santana. It gives me hope knowing you're out here doing this important work. Much love from Canada. Much love to you. Thank you so much for the love and support. You're fucking amazing. You're way too kind. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you are over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get the likes up to 200,000 likes. Also, if you see the word follow, hit that follow button. We are driving to 80,000 followers on the main account, and we are less than 500 followers away. We got 1.5 thousand people hanging out here on the TikTok. So if you have not followed me over here yet, then go ahead and give me a follow so we can make it to 80,000 followers. I know for a fact that we can do it before the end of this stream. Also, if you're over on YouTube, make sure you hit that thumbs up button. Hit the thumbs up button. It really helps push out the live. So make sure you're hitting that thumbs up button. All right, great. I want to cover something with you really quick because you were saying like you were giving the actual breakdown as far as like discernment. Really, that's what it sounds like, the discernment and the decision making and what actually induces the need for lethal force. But I do want to read this from you, and this is from the Justice Department. This is 1-16-000. This is the Department of Justice policy on use of force, right? And this specifically highlights what mandates the use of force when it comes to vehicles, right? And the first thing that is mandated, they talk about immediate threat. The driver or occupant must be using the vehicle or another weapon in a manner that possesses imminent, credible threat of death or serious physical harm, right? So that's the actual first part. The second part is no reasonable alternative. The agent must exhaust or find no other objectively reasonable means of defense, which specifically includes moving out of the path of the vehicle rather than shooting. Hey, great. Quick question before we go any further. Could he have moved out of the way?
Based off the optics, I think he could have.
Okay, perfect. I just need to verify that. The next one is not solely for fleeing. Deadly force cannot be used solely for stopping the vehicle from fleeing if no immediate significant threat was posed. She was just trying to leave the scene, right, Grade? I mean, you already said that she was trying to flee the scene.
I mean, based off the wheels and the optics from a bird's eye view, it looks like 100%. It looked like she was trying to get away. Okay, perfect. Probation on shooting at a moving vehicle. Police generally prohibition of shooting a moving vehicle. Police generally prohibit firing at a moving vehicle unless it's the last resort to prevent imminent death. So it has to be a last resort. And then last but not least, restrictions on shooting from vehicles. Agents are generally forbidden from shooting from a moving vehicle unless extreme circumstances exist. So I say all that to say it's clearly outlined within the Department of Justice and their actual information around what is listed as reasonable call for the use of force, right? And this is for anyone that wants to verify this, you can find this on the U.S. Department of Justice website. It's Title I, Organizations and Functions. It's 1-16.000, Department of Justice policy on use of force. It breaks down all of this information. So I say all that to say, Grade, he wasn't justified. There's no justification for what he did. Well, let's see what the courts rule out, because even though the examiner said it's a homicide, of course it's a homicide. The homicide clearly means that, a life was taken by another person. That's all it means. It doesn't, exempt him from criminal activity, and it doesn't convict him either. Based off of what you read and how you facilitated the argument, it looks like it's not justified. But again, we're not in that officer's shoes. We don't know what he was thinking about. We did see the vehicle strike him. We did see it.
Let's talk about that real quick. The vehicle struck him, right? Where would you say the vehicle struck him?
He was limping away. It struck him on his left side.
Limp away? Where did you see him limping?
You didn't hear the reports from the other agents, and you didn't see him in the video.
I saw him
hopping
walk
into
away.
the truck.
I saw him walk away, and then he literally walked away. He walked away, and then he took himself to the hospital, and there was no reports of any type of damage or anything like that. He was released a couple hours later, and then I want to say 30 some odd hours after that, they said, "Oh, he has internal bleeding." Which internal bleeding? If he had internal bleeding and from being struck, they would have identified that while he was at the hospital, and they would not have released him. So
I think some of your I'm not a fan of reading your chat, but I think some people haven't seen the video of him getting struck, and I know.
No. It's fine. I don't like.
I know you have,
not the chat, but
I know you've seen the video.
We're going to talk about that. Great. We're going to talk about that.
Let me ask you a question. Simple yes or no. Did the vehicle hit him?
I don't think so.
So you didn't see the vehicle hit him.
I don't think so, but I'm willing to give him the
watch
benefit
the video.
Hold on. I've watched the video many a times.
Which video did you watch? There's three of them.
Listen what I'm saying. I watched all of them.
This is why people crash out on this thing, man, because you're
Stop for 2 seconds and let me finish what I'm saying. Listen to me for a second. I don't think the vehicle hit him, but I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt and say maybe the vehicle rolled over his foot. But from everything that I've been able to see, it doesn't look like the vehicle hit him. And this is why I'm also going to tell you, I don't think he was hit. Now, this is going to be a little bit of anecdotal evidence. I will admit that up front. This is not something that's empirical, but this is something that's anecdotal. Great. Did you play? Yeah. Did you play sports growing up? Any sport?
I did. Yep.
What sports?
I played football, basketball, baseball for 6 years.
What position did you play football?
I was line.
What position?
I just said it. I was line.
Yeah. What position on the line?
Oh, center.
Offensive line. Okay. So you were center. Did you play defensive line as well?
I did, but I didn't do it often, but I did.
I was a left tackle.
Oh, okay. There you go.
I was a left tackle and I played defensive end as well. But I was a way better left tackle than I was a defensive end because
you look like a fast little motherfucker.
I don't know. I'm quick and burst. I got power. I'm 6'3.5", 285.
Dude, we're literally you have a half an inch taller than me. I'm just 6'3".
Yeah. So you listen now. I fucking got you on this one. Great. I know I got you locked in.
I'm
because
sure
you know. Come on now. The fucking balance that you have to have, in order to play offensive line, in order to actually drop back and defend and pass pro, right?
Right.
Like you have to have amazing balance and you have to make sure that you're low. You got to drop your butt. You got to keep your hands up. It's all about balance and position. And if you don't, you know for a fact, a person coming at you, if you cross your legs, if your stance isn't wide enough, they're going to push you right. You're going to get bull rushed. And that's a person. Now we talk about a car, right? We talk about a car. The agent was standing there. He wasn't in an actual set stance. From what I could see, he didn't have his shoulders square, his feet and hips spread. He was just standing normal. And there was ice everywhere. Great. Knowing what you know, as someone who is not only a police officer, but someone who has a history of playing sports that require balance and strength and power. He was standing there recording with his phone. If he would have gotten struck by a moving vehicle without being firmly planted, and disregard the fact that there's ice everywhere, not, the actual agency, but literal ice. It was snowing and ice everywhere. They were literally sliding all around. Are you telling me that he's just such a superhuman that he can actually get hit by a vehicle with no type of base, no type of position, no type of stance, and then not only did he not fall backwards, he didn't go backwards, he didn't fall, but he stepped into the shots when he started shooting. Great, he started moving forward, stepping into the shots. Are you telling me that he's just some type of superhuman, that he has peak physical balance and he should be playing in the NFL and he was able to do that?
I don't have anything to say about that, but I just don't. Honestly, I wasn't there. I don't know the conditions of the road. I don't. This is not a pivot either. This is just me being honest. That's a great
I don't think
way
that
to
you're
set
pivoting.
it up.
I just think that you're not willing to admit it because logically speaking, I'm not.
Well,
I'm not even saying that you have to admit it, but logically speaking, that doesn't make sense.
Logically, it does not make sense. Logically, it doesn't make sense. But again, there are things that happen every day that go against the grain. I'm not defending this man's actions. I've already told you. I've already told people. I've said it on my show. I don't like the optics. I think that honestly, both murders was assassinations. I think that they shouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, they did happen.
One last nugget I'll give you on that, and this is where I really like to land my case when it comes to people saying, "Oh, he was struck by the vehicle." Great, I was actually struck by a vehicle myself. Right, I was walking through the parking lot, leaving Food Lion, and there was a guy that was texting on his phone. He was driving a truck similar to the site. It was a F-150. This is in South Carolina. He was driving a truck, and with the police report, they said that he was going anywhere between 4 to 7 miles an hour, right? Top speed, 7 miles an hour, bottom end, 4 miles an hour.
Right.
And he ended up striking me, and I went flying, right? Flying. He hit me. I rolled, tumbled, blah, 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 blah. And I got up, and I could no longer straighten my leg, right? I didn't know what was happening, but I couldn't straighten my leg. When he hit me, it chipped a bone in my knee and caused a piece of bone to go between my 2 bones in my leg. So I could no longer, if I would have straightened my knee, there was a piece of bone there, it would have crushed that piece of bone.
Oh, wow.
Right? And so what I had to have surgery, they had to take that piece of bone and put 2 screws in my knees and put the cartilage back over it. And I had to have surgery. I had to actually learn to re-walk because they had to cut like the tendons above my knee that connects like the thigh and the bone and all this other stuff. So I had to learn to re-walk and all this other stuff. So I say all that to say, I was struck by a car going at top speeds about 7 miles an hour, and it broke a bone in my knee after me falling, tumbling, going everywhere. And again, I used to be, not anymore, but I used to be an athlete at that time. I was absolutely working out consistently, CrossFit, all this other good stuff. So I had the physical portion of all of this. So I think it's absolutely asinine for anyone to sit here and say he was struck by a car. And not only did he not fall, but he was able to lean into the shots, and then he was able to walk away, and then he went to the hospital and was discharged with no type of issue. I think that's absolutely fucking insane. It's nonsensical. At the very most, I'm willing to give, maybe she ran over his foot with the car, but I didn't see anywhere that he actually got struck, and nothing else based off of physics, logic, and prior experience for myself, which is anecdotal, says that he got struck by a vehicle.
Well, you know, I got a meeting I have to get into, but I will say this, dude, that's terrible that happened to you. I'm glad you're okay now. Yeah, such is life, right? John Wick. But the reality is, man, again, we weren't there. Yes, your anecdotal experience is very credible because, yeah, when people get hit by a car, my aunt almost got unaligned by it, getting hit by a car. She flew into the air literally. Yeah. And yeah, I mean, it happens. But we also have to look at the speed that she was going. We don't know 100%. She looked like she was going kind of slow. Then she kind of jerked.
They said that she was going 5 miles per hour.
Yeah, I heard that. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. Some of the people who follow me are in here. And I mean, look, I'm not paid to say things. And I know people are like, oh, well, he said that, so he must be paid to say things. I'm not paid to say things. But what I will tell you is this, is I don't know what that guy was thinking. I would not have been in front of the vehicle. I'm not justifying his actions. I've never have. There's more than one way to do things and conduct business. I think it was unprofessional, and I think that it was unnecessary and excessive. Now, will he be charged? Probably not. Probably not.
I think that's the bigger thing, Gray, that people have a problem with is the lack of accountability that's coming out of, the White House, coming out of DHS. They're giving coverage for people to do these things, and they're giving such broad coverage that allows actions to continue to happen. I know you said you have to go. I don't know, when your meeting starts or if you can come back or whatever. But one thing that I will say is like Keith Porter Jr., that's something that we haven't even talked about. An off-duty ICE agent murdered Keith Porter Jr. And not only did he do that, but they have protected this off-duty ICE agent. They haven't released any type of information. They haven't been charged, all this other stuff.
He was under investigation. They suspended him for a week, and then what's her name put him right back in.
Yeah, because they're giving coverage. They're literally telling these ICE agents like, hey, you have coverage, and they're threatening governors and saying that if you detain an ICE agent or you try to arrest an ICE agent, then you're going to be charged federally. Like, they're giving them protection, which it goes back to everything that I've been saying, Grade. The Trump administration has overwhelmingly not only revamped ICE and what their initiative is supposed to be and what they're about, but they've completely tainted the organization and weaponized them because this is Donald Trump's personal police force.
Well, you know what? I retract my statement of saying that it has not been corrupted. But what I will suggest, because when I see them, and it's not funny, I made a correlation. They're like stormtroopers from Star Wars, literally.
Which is bad.
And yeah, I mean, it is. And the optics look terrible. I don't know if you remember the stormtroopers shoving and pushing people to the ground as they're walking past and just shoving civilians.
And that's exactly what ICE is doing.
Well, I mean, and that's why I make the correlation. The optics is bad. But here's my thing. And I'm just being honest with you. This is white on white violence. It's disgusting to watch, but I don't think people should be out there protesting this. I think people should be in their homes with their kids.
That's
doing
the First
their
Amendment right. Great.
Yeah, it is. It is. But look what's happening. They're interrupting a Title VIII mission where they're actually apprehending.
People, like, this is something that I've told my entire chat, and I've been extremely honest about this. And I've been extremely honest with the white people that watch me and the white people that support me and the white people that sit here and say, like, hey, I want to actually advocate and be a part of this. I want to help. And I've been super, super honest with white people and saying that this is what happens. The reason why they're willing to murder Renee Good and murder Alex Purdy, it's the same reason why they were able to murder Keith Porter Jr. and there hasn't been any type of pushback or blowback about it. It's literally because as far as if you're a white person, you absolutely have white privilege. Rockefeller, I'm muting you because that's weird, but I also sent you a request. Get up here. Stop being weird in the chat and get up here.
Yeah, we need more people who are uncivilized up here debating you, not someone still.
1 second, hold on. I'm going to finish this. What happens is you lose access to your white privilege when you get in between white supremacy and what they're trying to do. So these white people that are saying that I want to protect non-white people, the people that's trying to uphold white supremacy is literally going to be willing to kill them because they lose access to white privilege. That's what you're seeing, Grade. That's what you're seeing. But the fucked up part about all of this is the only people that can actually really affect change is the people that uphold white supremacy and uphold the patriarchal system. White men specifically, but white people as a whole. Anyway, Grade, go ahead and go to your meeting. I'm going to talk to this person. Come back if you're free. I want to finish that point about Keith Porter Jr.
All right, you be blessed. Take care.
Yep. Rockefeller, you were doing like large block spamming in the chat. It's kind of weird, but you said Trump is the greatest president ever. How are you?
Yeah, that was so weird just to put a Trump sign in there. Yes.
Why do you guys do that?
Well, my problem is you got a supercomputer in your hand, but yet you
computer
still
in my hand and in front of me.
Fail to find the information. And it's weird because
what information?
You're more, dude, brother, you have a supercomputer in your hand.
What information did I fail to find?
Okay, and you don't support Trump? What's wrong with you? Did your mama not hold you enough, or Uncle Johnny put his finger in it? What happened, sir?
You said I failed to find the information. What information I failed to find?
Well, obviously, you've failed to find all the information that supports a good president like Donald Trump. And I can't understand. You either have to be a paid operator or something's wrong with you because you just played a victim right now. Like you're a black man in America being persecuted and held down by the white race. Brother, you're better than this. Your mama raised you to be better than this. You are not less than a white man, sir. You'll never be less than a white man. If anything, you're equal or more because you're a black man. So the sooner that you level up and realize that the white man's not holding you down, then maybe we can have a great conversation.
No, listen, I'm with you right there, Rockefeller. I do think that there's a lot to be said about the quote unquote white man holding us down and all this other stuff. Like that's nothing that I've ever said, but we can talk about it. Give me 2 seconds if you don't mind. I'm going to thank a couple of people and I would love to get into that conversation. Just a moment. W's in the chat for Christine. Christine sent a $5 donation saying support. Christine, thank you so much for the $5. You're fucking awesome. W's in the chat for Kayla for the $3. Said, remember when we talked about male fragility and how men react when their ego gets hurt? This is just a deadly example of the same situation. Her wife hurt his ego and he reacted. I completely agree with that. W's in the chat for Megan for the $1 donation saying, but he told us that it was in his head. Effing B. I love you, Santana. I love you way more. W's in the chat for Dragon for the $1 donation saying, even if he did hit himself, it doesn't constitute 3 shots. I agree. like completely 100% agree. That didn't constitute multiple shots. W's in chat for MAGA cries for the $2 donation saying, apparently I have more law enforcement training and understanding than law enforcement than these clowns. I also have one of those evil college educations. There's always more that goes into homicide than just taking a life. I would use the big Latin words, but I don't want to expose them. I probably wouldn't be able to say it either, though, Macro cries. I was horrible with Latin. Debbie's in the chat for Mike, who sent a $2 donation saying, please ask the caller, with everything that happened, was he supposed to leave the scene? Was he supposed to move the vehicle, or was he not supposed to wait for his supervisor? If he comes back, I'll make sure I throw that question at him. Debbie's in the chat for Kayla for the $3 donation saying, this guest has been up on Parker's Live and he's a troll. Really? I'll text Parker.
Yeah, dog walked Parker,
Debbie's
by the way.
Sure. Debbie's in the chat for Marie for the $1.11 donation saying, no, this is what a police officer guy from Parker, and wait, this is a police officer guy from Parker's and he's fucking insufferable. Oh, you're talking about Rockefeller. Got it. W's in the chat for Junior for the $1 donation. Rockefeller is a pro-walking abortion ad. His should have swallowed.
Yeah, I dog walk all these boys.
W's in the chat. Give me a second. Let me finish with my donors. Just a second. W's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying, good luck with Rockefeller. You need a tinfoil hat. Well, I got my tinfoil here. We'll see what happens. I haven't spoken to him, so I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. W's in the chat for Ryan for the $35 donation saying, please read this man to filth. You know how we do, twin. We locked in. W's in the chat for Ryan for the 35, and W's in the chat for Jewel for the $5 super chat to say Rockefeller was trying to put stupid things on Parker the other day too. He thinks every liberal is suffering trauma. Oh, that's that guy. Got it.
Yeah, all right, that
cool,
guy.
Cool. Shh. She's bub. W's in the chat for all the donors. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out, guys. Keep tapping the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 300,000 likes. 71,000 of us hanging out here. If we can knock out the daily gift goal, it's the Hi Bears. Can we knock those out, please? Last but not least, we are on our way to 80,000 followers on the main account. So make sure you go ahead and hit that follow button. If you look up at the top, you see the word follow. That means you're not following me. Hit that follow button, and we are driving to 80,000 followers. I don't know what the fuck just happened, Rockefeller, but you're not here anymore. Did you leave? Was the impulse control like so fucking tough? I don't know what just happened. What the fuck just happened? Maybe his phone died or something, because like he was coming off mute and yip yapping. So I don't think he just ran. Oh, there he is. I was about to say he doesn't seem like someone that would just run. So
no, I didn't run.
Yeah, I gave you the benefit of the doubt. You don't seem like just a random runner. So
no, I got nothing to run from, brother. I'm standing on right ground, strong, solid, foundational ground, brother. Mm-hmm. You guys are the ones that are a little off.
Question for you. You're sitting here and you're saying like, oh, you're a black man, you're not less than, and the man isn't holding you down and all this other stuff. Cool. Yeah. I've never said any of that, but I do have a couple of quick questions for you.
You just did though, before I came up here.
Sure. I got a couple of quick questions for you before we get into it, right? Just to verify, I need to make sure that you have an understanding of these things before we go too far. Because I don't want to, use a fire hose to feed you when I should be using an eyedropper. Question. What is race?
Well, obviously, it's a difference of upbringing. It's a difference of a color of skin. It's a difference of ethnicity. What's the point of the line of questioning?
Okay.
That you wanted to talk about the fact that your mama didn't hold you enough.
Yeah, I mean, you can try to keep bringing up my mom for some weird reason, but I don't give a shit about you bringing that up. Also, just an FYI, I'm not like other people that you might have spoken with. There's no way that you can actually gaslight me into the point of any type of reaction. So if you're hoping for one,
you did it yourself.
Trauma, you can talk about, did someone touch me and all this other shit? No, that's fine. But listen, anyway, you're wrong. That's not.
You just talked about systemic racism a minute ago.
No, I haven't even finished speaking about it. You have impulse control issues though, Bub. I need you to stop. I'm sitting here letting you speak. And so please don't interrupt me.
Actually, you haven't very much, but okay.
So the point is, you're wrong as far as what race is. So you don't know what race is. Cool. Do you know what racism is?
Well, sure. Who doesn't know what racism is? See, this is the problem with the Democratic Party. Is you guys talk about
Can you tell me what racism is?
Shit instead of having.
Can you tell me what racism is?
Well, obviously, it's holding some type of underlying reservations, I guess, about somebody in a negative forum.
No, that's not racism. So you don't know what race is. You don't know what racism is. Cool. Last question. Do you know who created race?
Brother, who created race?
Yes.
Let me guess. The white man.
No, not the white man, a specific white man. Do you know who created
race? The white
race?
man, though, the boogeyman. This is the problem, brother. You feel sorry for yourself.
Hey, Rockefeller.
And I don't know why you feel so sorry for yourself.
Shh. I haven't said anything about feeling sorry. I haven't.
You're pointing about the white.
I need you to listen. You're crashing, bub. It's on the background right here.
Feelings?
Listen, it's right here. Crash out, you lose. Rockefeller.
White men create everything.
Plain and simple. They don't, but answer the question seriously. I need you to have some impulse control. If you want to be up here and actually engage in a conversation, I'm willing to have you, but I need you to have some impulse control.
Well, I mean, can we stop with stupid ass questions?
No, we can't, because you came up, stop it. You came up here and you said it. And so now I want to run this logic train. Listen, Rockefeller.
Got to level up.
Rockefeller, I'm sitting here telling you,
you're ready to level up.
Impulse control, I'm going to kick you.
And I'll come back.
I don't care about you running. Go ahead and run. If you're going to be a coward and run, just run. If you're going to be a coward and run, just run. You know that okay, then stop. Have impulse control. I won't mute you if you stop speaking while I'm speaking. I have no interest in talking over you, but I also have no interest in someone talking over me. I won't mute you, but be direct and answer the questions. I'm just trying to get through a baseline level of knowledge before we do anything else. I said I had 3 questions. You answered 2, both of them wrong, and you won't answer the third. I just need you to directly answer the third question, and then we can move forward. The third question is, who created race? Specifically, the person. Who?
Told you, a white man.
Who? If you don't know, just say you don't know and we can move past it.
I don't know his name. What's his name?
Okay, perfect. So the point for me bringing all this up.
What's his name, though?
I'm going to cover all that in just a second. The point for me bringing this all up.
It's fucking funny, brother, dude.
Okay, I'm going to mute you while I speak because, again, please don't speak over me. I'm not speaking over you. The point of me bringing all this up is that you came up here and you heard something that I was saying towards the end of the conversation. And I was talking about how the only way there's going to be any type of change to the systems that are currently in place is if white people are at the forefront of this change of the systems. And you thought that I was somehow saying, I'm a victim, I'm oppressed. I wasn't. You don't know what race is. Race is a socially acceptable construct that was created for the othering of non-white people. Racism was created to uplift capitalism and also race. It was used as justification for chattel slavery. There was a Portuguese white man who was a chronicler for Prince Henry the Navigator, and chronicler for Prince Henry the Navigator.
Why do you go back to being a victim?
And what he actually did was he had the church publish 2 papal bulls that actually justified chattel slavery, saying that black people are less than, that they are part of the, hey, Rockefeller?
Black men from
Listen what I'm saying. You said you wanted to know, Rockefeller, you wanted to know the answer. And so I'm answering the question. If you come off mute again, I'm just going to kick you because you lose.
Not worth my time.
I know. Okay, then fucking leave, coward. Then fucking leave. Exactly. You're a weak coward. See, you know what the difference is? You got up here thinking that you were going to be able to do the same bullshit that you do with other people, and you realize that I'm built different. You realize that you stepped into the ring with someone that you have not come across before and you didn't know how to handle it. You came up here and you thought that you were going to talk about black people, not actually knowing shit about black people. You thought that you were going to call me a victim, not understanding that I have a higher understanding as far as what happens within our society and how that actually affects black people and non-white people. And you got fucking ran off because you're a coward. You're scared and you're a coward and you don't know things. You're used to going on certain lives and you're used to sitting there and spouting off bullshit, and they let you talk, not understanding that I am not like other people. I don't give a shit about you actually being here. I don't give a shit about your bullshit, and you are not needed for my life. So if you're going to be a coward, then you can be a coward and leave, but you will have some type of act right. You will have some type of fucking self-control and be an adult and have impulse control. I don't care about a whining, petulant child. I want to engage with a conversation with someone who has some type of understanding of how to be a normal, functioning human. And that's not you. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Guys, if you are friendly, tap the screen, share the live, do all the wonderful things. I'm going to reset the gift goal. If we can keep knocking that out a couple of times, again, that'll help get us pushed out to the FYP. I am at the point where we have some hard political truths that we have to actually address. And it's things that are, a lot of people may not understand the gravity of where we are, but I want to make sure they do get it. Number one, first and foremost, like this last guy just showed, Rockefeller, MAGA, you guys are hypocrites. You have nothing, you know nothing, you're just all hypocrites. Number two, ICE, just the first step. They plan on doing much worse than they're already doing. Number three, Trump, he only cares about money. He doesn't give a shit about anything else. It's all about the money. Number four, capitalism has absolutely failed us. And if you think that capitalism is beneficial to everyday people, you're fucking wrong and get in a box. And last but not least, black people told you so. And you have people like the last guest who have such fragile egos, specifically white men who are so fragile that they can't admit that black people told them what was going to happen. We told you, not only did we tell you by the way we voted, that Donald Trump was someone that was going to be harmful to non-white people, but we have a history of telling you. We told you that they were killing us. We told you they were over-policing us. We told you that they were victimizing us. That we told you that they were wrongfully, hell, we couldn't drive while being black. We couldn't sleep while being black. We couldn't be in trauma while being black without them killing us. And now they're killing white people in broad daylight. And now you see. So black people told you. We told you. We absolutely told you. Absolutely told you. You said we unalive each other. Sure. I'm going to mute you, our father. One, I'm sure you're a troll. Two, it says white woman would help with two things. Yeah. Come up here and tell me about it. Anyway. W's in chat for Hazel for the $1 donation saying, while I'm disgusted with the murder of Alex Purdy, it's interesting to think about if Trump administration is backpedaling on their statements about him being a domestic terrorist because he's a white man who served the country versus a victims who were a part of the queer community or person of color such as Renee or Keith. Exactly. They don't care. W's in the chat for Jennifer for the $20 donation saying, listen to you every day. Thank you for what you do. Jennifer, you're so fucking amazing. Thank you so much for the $20. I'm glad that you're here. W's in the chat for Megan for the $1 donation saying, I was saying this because the caller kept saying, I don't know what he's thinking in his head. Shooter told us what he was thinking. Effing B. Yeah, he absolutely did. He said the quiet part out loud. W's in the chat for Tori for the $5 donation saying, please dog walk this guy. He ran before we could get to it. He absolutely ran before we could get to it. W's in the chat for Serena for the $5 donation saying, my 4-year-old nephew has more impulse control than that guest. They normally lack impulse control. And last but not least, W's in chat for Dylan for the $6.99 Canadian super chat to say, should make some drinking games every time someone says that this is what you Dem/libs do instead of answering. This guy's projecting all of his trauma. Exactly. W's in chat for all the donors, guys. If anyone else like to support live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you are over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. All right, our father, thank you for coming up. You said that we are killing ourselves. What are you talking about, Bubba?
What I mean by that is, I don't know. I just, how do I say this? I don't really believe in like skin tones.
You can just say it.
I don't really believe in like skin tones, like, what is it, like black on black crime, white on black, white on white. Mm-hmm. I just think that in the big picture, We're just unaliving ourselves. That's what I believe. You know, as far as the whole Trump thing goes, I mean, some of it I believe in, some of it, majority of it, it's like, why? Why? You know, doing the tariffs and the whole ICE thing, you know, the ICE thing, that's just too much. You know, when you got innocent people getting hurt, you know, you say one thing, you're getting pepper sprayed, you know, it's just too much, you know.
Really cool question. Did you vote for Trump? Do you normally lean left, right? What are your political biases?
So I was always taught, be careful about religion, be careful about politics, because a lot of times that separates people. Originally from California. I do live in the South.
Okay.
But to answer your question,
wait, did you grow up in the South though?
No.
Really? Because that's something that's preached throughout the entire South. It's super interesting. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Grew up in California pretty much for 25 years. Lived in the South for, you know, eight or so years, 7 years. But that's what I was always taught is politics and religion, be very careful how you approach that. Because a lot of people that I've seen personally are just, you know, you don't believe what I believe in, or you don't, you know, do this, you're a hypocrite, you're this, you're that. And it just seems like it divides us a lot, you know, and I feel like the government for sure wants to divide us rather than unite us to where we can do more good. I
agree. But the question still stands. Your normal political leanings or bias, like where do you normally vote? Who do you vote for in 2024?
Honestly, nobody. I took a 1 month contract for FEMA, so I didn't really have time to, and I was in Florida, not Tennessee. I didn't really have time to vote, but if I could have, I didn't really believe in both candidates. I know obviously there's not going to be one person where you agree with every single thing they're about. You know, there's always going to be something that, you know, you don't agree with. But I didn't really believe in both of the candidates, to be honest.
That's fine, but you still aren't actually answering the question. I'm just trying. The only reason I'm not trying to sit here and say like, oh, gotcha, or anything like that. I'm just trying to have a better understanding as far as your normal political leaning so I can guide the conversation in the right way. And I just need a direct answer. Are you someone that normally votes left, someone that normally votes right? Where's your normal political leniencies and biases?
Probably, I voted Trump the first term.
Okay.
So a little bit Republican. Like I said, I mean, I have discrepancies kind of on both sides.
Okay, that's fine.
You know.
All right. So perfect. Getting into it. When you say the first part of what you said, that there's not really like, there's not really, skin tones or all this other stuff. It's just violence and we're just killing each other. I mean, like I do believe crime is crime, right? I think the categorization of crime, it's been something that's been weaponized against non-white people. And specifically, like, that's why people love to parrot the point like, oh, black on black crime and 1350 and table 43. It's all weaponization to vilify non-white people. I mean, you can even talk about when it comes to the way that they talk about undocumented immigrants and, you know, these brown people, they call them, murderers and all this other stuff. And even though when it comes to crime, undocumented immigrants are less likely to commit crime than US born citizens, right? So the justification as far as like race and crime has been used to vilify all others and not necessarily white people. And I say that because if you talk about like who is the proponent, the person that perpetuates most harm and violence and crime, well, in America, white men lead every statistical category of violent crime in the country, every single one. But people don't talk about that because white men sit at the top of the patriarchal system. And so they have that coverage. They have, of course, the complexion for protection. So I do think that there is an understanding as far as how like race has been weaponized to justify crime and protect other people when it comes to crime. But I think it would be ignorant of us to not like at least engage in the facts that it's being used negatively to harm some people and being hidden to protect others.
Yeah. I can kind of agree with that for sure. It makes me sick when I'll see like a black on black crime or whatever, and then you see somebody, oh, it's black fatigue, or it's this, or it's that. It's the usual suspects. It makes me sick, that people.
It's about proximity, honestly. I mean, the majority of the crime occurs in or around the home, and the crime is relative to who you are in proximity of. And so that's why you see the actual statistics. If you look at like a lot of the crime, white people are perpetuating the harm on white people. Asian people are perpetuating the harm on Asian people. Black people are perpetuating the harm on black people. It's more so because of proximity, not due to there's, just this violent uptick in certain races or whatever. But then when you talk about the majority of actual race that is inflicting harm on other races, it goes back to white people. So I had to make sure I cleared the way for that. Now, when it comes to where we are currently and like this Trump administration and what they're doing, I think I would be remiss if I didn't say like at this point, even if you voted for him, you said you voted for him in the first term and you didn't get to vote for him last time. I hear that. I get that. Are you actively speaking out against the things that he's doing today, or is there anything that he's actually doing that you can still get behind?
Sometimes I wonder if our voices really matter. I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if we don't get shut down per se, like posting something or whatever. If our voices truly matter sometimes I wonder about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely censorship. You can take a look as far as like even what's happening on this app with the sale of the app to, other US-based organizations and how that has affected and changed things. But the point that I'm getting across is like with everything that this administration is doing, the harm that they're perpetuating on American citizens, is there anything that you're still saying, you know what, like I can still get behind this, or I'm still good with this or whatever? Or are you at the point where you're just like, no, this is all so fucked up that I can't support this?
I would say I can't support it, especially with the whole ICE thing. It's just hard for me. I just feel like there's just certain things, being a president or just being anybody, you just can't say, and I feel like he's just making jokes about certain things you shouldn't be making jokes about. And just, I feel like he's trying to divide a lot of us,
Well, yeah, I mean,
it's hard for me. It would be hard for me to vote for him again.
Well, technically you're not even supposed to vote for him anymore. Like he can't run again. Like if he were able to run again, he would be violating the Constitution. Yeah. I think the bigger issue, though, is the fact that being able to stand up and support someone who is actively harming American citizens and like even more so speaking out on it, because this situation isn't a situation where it's like, oh, he passed this tax policy and I don't like it that he's giving tax cuts or da 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 da. They're literally murdering American citizens in the street. And at the same time that they're murdering American citizens in the street, they're actively engaging in harm as far as legislation that they're looking to pass that disenfranchise people with lower levels of income and non-white people. So I think there's a huge difference between like what the norms are and whether or not you can support someone versus like the actual fascists that we're dealing with today. Like we have an actual fascist in office, and they're also putting Nazis in power.
Mm.
Hey, what's the deal with your bio?
What do you mean? What was the bio again?
White women will help you with two things: papers and credit.
It's just to be funny.
You think that's funny?
A little bit.
Why?
I don't know. I just think it's a little funny.
What's funny about that? Who are you perpetuating that towards as far as white women? Who are they helping with papers and who are they helping with credit? I guess it wasn't that funny. I guess it wasn't that funny. Yeah. I guess it wasn't that funny. Oh well. Left. W's in the chat for Esther for the $10 donation, saying you're awesome. Keep going strong. Esther, thank you so much for the $10. You're fucking amazing. Fucking amazing. I appreciate you more than you can imagine. W's in chat for Brittany for the $5 donation, saying thank you for being willing to say you're a misogynist. It helps me completely change how I acknowledge racism and my privilege as a white person. Absolutely. I mean, I think there's if we're unwilling to actually deal with and address our biases and our privileges, and there's no way that we can positively move forward or affect any type of change. Like, you have to deal with those. You have to break those down. You have to go through those things in order to be able to make any type of positive change. W's in the chat for Barrel for the $1.99 super chat. Say, thank you for speaking for me, Santana. And then sent some beers. W's in the chat for Barrel. Thank you so much for that. You're fucking awesome. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and we will read that out. 1.8 thousand of us hanging out here, guys. Make sure you hit that follow button. We're almost at 80,000 follows. We are so fucking close. Make sure if you look up at the top, you see the word follow. It means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Follow the backup account as well, but make sure you follow. Fallen, are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background? Fallen, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Okay, I'm going to drop you. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. If you disagree with the fact that MAGA is hypocrites, if you disagree that ICE is step one, if you disagree that Trump only cares about the money, if you disagree that capitalism has failed, or if you disagree with the fact that black people, we told you so, we told you. If you disagree with any of that, then get in the box. Get in the box. Hi, Gianna, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Fuck, my bad. But real quick, Phil is talking shit about.
Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. Also, only request up if you are of age. I don't care what other, I was just about to address that. I don't care what other creators are saying or doing or whatever, so I don't give a shit. Jacob, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Are you going to do something weird?
No.
Are you going to slur?
Not at all. No, I'm not like that. I'm Puerto Rican, Black American from Cleveland, Ohio.
Okay, because like normally, like they
no.
Weird stuff
No, I don't agree with Trump wants the money.
Okay, perfect. We can talk about that. Give me 2 seconds if you don't mind.
Yeah.
W's in the chat for Top Knight, who sent a $2 Canadian. Just sent the love. I appreciate you so much. W's in the chat for Haley for the $5 donation, saying, hey, Santana, as a physically disabled wheelchair user, I've mentioned before that being part of a marginalized community, what this administration is doing is deeply affecting me financially. Would you be able to... Yeah, Haley, send a message. I don't know if you're part of the Discord. You can reach out to, I don't know if you're over on YouTube or if you're here on TikTok, but we have mods that you can get in contact. And we also, if you go to the link in my bio, we have an actual email that you can send there as well. But Haley, thank you for the $5. You can actually drop that information. We'll get in touch with you for sure. W's in chat for Brandon for the $1 donation, saying, sorry for requesting up. It was a mistake, but the last guest knew what was coming, so he ran. Absolutely. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for that. Last but not least, Hoodlum, I see you're in the request. You can fuck off. You can absolutely fuck off. I've told you this multiple times. You don't get access to my platform. I don't know what the fuck is happening. I don't know if you're like, you made a new account or whatever, but you tried to come back here before. And I told you no, once I realized that it wasn't the same account as the one before. You're not coming up here, bub. You're not getting up here. I don't know why the people who run through TikTok and perpetuate harm, hatred, bigotry, racism, and all this other shit, and on all these other platforms, I think they think that they're entitled because they have the ability to actually do that in other spaces to other people. But for some reason, you think you're going to do that. You're going to come here and do that on my space. You got the wrong one. I am not like, they not like us, and I'm not like them. And you will never be platformed here on my panel. Fuck off. Sorry, Jacob. All right, Jacob, you said that you disagree.
I'm a construction worker, so I'm cool with all that shit. I don't care. But no, all I'm saying is I'm not a Trump supporter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But you just said you disagree with that.
I disagree with Trump only wants some money because I think he just wants to stay the fuck out of jail. I think that's the whole reason he's doing that. Well, and he's trying to protect everybody that he knows is on the Epstein file. You know what I'm saying? He might be blackmailing all of them, trying to get money out of them.
Yeah,
you know
I think that he definitely, part of him actually running for office again was absolutely to stay out of jail. But the issue is that since he's been able to securely ensure that he's not going to jail, it's been about enriching himself to massive levels. Did you know that in his first year back in office, he added $5 billion to his net worth?
Oh, I already knew all that. I'm just saying, I don't think it's all about the money. I think the main goal for him is for him to just stay the fuck out of jail. I think that's the main goal for him. But that's all I wanted to say, man. I agree with everything else you got to say.
Okay. So, all right, I guess. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up then.
Yeah, bro.
Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background and you really want to get into it, because I really want to ensure that we are really breaking this down, because while disagreeing with something on the background, please, when you request up, if you disagree with something on the background, ensure that you want to actually defend the point, not, just say a thing. Warzone, are you a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background?
I hate niggers. Hail Hitler. Nigger.
Hey, first and foremost, you're a kid, right? Second of all, you coming up here saying nigger and Hitler does nothing. You should be better than this. As a matter of fact, I'm going to block you because, one, you shouldn't be on TikTok live as a minor, but be a better person. You have your whole life in front of you. And that's fucking weird. It's fucking weird that you would wait in a request and do that. Jesus Christ. People, check on your kids. Check on your kids, because this shit is weird. It's so weird that they feel so comfortable with doing that. It's so weird that they feel so comfortable with doing that. Check on your kids. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debate. Someone said, why are they not in school? I think it's because it's snowing and all this other stuff. I don't know. I know the weather's been really bad. So I know there was an issue with that. Hi, Jack. Are you? It's a really bad echo. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? I'm gonna mute you. Carpet Jack, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? If not, I'm going to drop you down. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and drop you down. Yeah. W's in the chat for Yadra. Yadra sent a $20 donation saying, it's me, Yadra. Loved it. Changed my profile name. Thank you so much for having our backs. And now that I know you're 6'3", I love you even more. LOL. Thank you for that. I really, really appreciate that so much. You're fucking awesome. Guys, W's in the chat. One thing that I think that I would be remiss if we didn't have an overall conversation about is where things are shifting. Yes, I am 6'3" solid. Absolutely. One thing that I want to make sure that I cover, and this was something interesting that was talked about, and I think it speaks to the Trump administration as a whole and what they have or have not been able to do. I don't know if you guys saw this, but there was an actual report that was put out on Reuters, and they were talking about the failure of the Trump administration with the Trump Golden Dome missile shield. And they talked about how with a 1 year, there's been little to no progress, no actual successes, nothing that they can champion. And apparently they've spent about $25 billion going towards this Golden Dome. That's the investment that have been made, but there has been, they said they're bogged down by technical disputes and concern over space-based components that have delayed the release of billions of dollars and stalled one of the most ambitious national security projects, right? This is something the executive order that was signed on January 27, 2025 marks the 1 year turnaround. And it speaks to the fact that, like, I don't know what you guys actually think and how positive the possibility of this Golden Dome will be. I think it's another attempt to waste money, and it's something that doesn't fit into our overall missile defense system. But I think that it directly reminds me of what we deal with when we talk about the Trump administration and how they actually go about things. It directly links to the wall. The wall. Think about it. Donald Trump championed being able to build this wall, his first administration. And not only was he so unsuccessful with being able to build this wall, he couldn't get the funding for it. Even when there was any type of quote unquote progress when it comes to the wall, he was only able to build less than 50 miles of new wall. So his entire premise as far as the wall was non-existent. And I think the Golden Dome is the new wall, right? And I do think someone said that, like, oh, is it in connection, or is it like funneling money through with contracts and all this other stuff? Could be. I mean, we understand the way that they utilize these to pass money back and forth with a lot of these different agencies and corporations. So that definitely could be something. But long story short is the fact that there's multiple failures that always occur. And it seems like the Golden Dome, at least at this very moment, is the new level of failure. I'm not going to sit here and say that, oh, it's going to be something that never yields any type of benefit. But at this very moment, it serves no purpose. So there's that. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share live. If we can knock out this daily gift goal, the donuts, it helps boost the live. Also, look up at the top. You see the word follow. That means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit the follow button. Hit the follow button. We are absolutely on our way to 80,000 followers, and we are so close. I'm hoping before we end this live that we can be at 80,000 followers on the main account. So if you have not followed, hit that follow button. It would be so appreciated. Debbie's in the chat for Deb, who sent a $9.99 super chat to say, Trump definitely wants the money because of what he can buy: a life without consequences, a life of impunity, hurt who you want, fuck who you want, whatever you want, never ever pay. That's it. That's absolutely it. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Ryan for the $10 donation saying 6'3" King. I don't know about that, but W's in the chat, $10 donation. W's in the chat for Valerie for the $10 donation saying thank you for being here daily. You give me hope for the future. Valerie, I will say first and foremost, thank you. Serious thing. Thank you all, because it's not easy showing up here and doing this day in and day out. And if it wasn't for you guys, then I would not be able to actually do this. It's hard. These people are frustrating, infuriating, and like they're just gross. Most of them are absolutely troglodytes, and they fucking suck. And you guys make it worth it. And it makes it worth it for me to sit here in front of the camera and try to mind my blood pressure and just go through the slop that is Trump supporters at times. So I appreciate each and every one of you. So one other quick thing that I was just slid, and I want to make sure that we actually hit this because it's super important. You guys know that I say this all the time, that it is our responsibility to take care of each other, because where we are today in society, this Trump administration will not do anything to actually help us. which fucking sucks. We're in a position where we have to actually lean on each other because this administration is actively harming everyday Americans and harming Americans in multiple ways, which puts everyone's lives in jeopardy, which puts their ability to just even function in jeopardy. And so one of the biggest things that I've been harping on since before this administration took power is the need for community. Community is such a massive thing. Community is something that is absolutely mandatory, especially during the reign of this administration. And speaking of community, we have one of our own community members that need help. They need help. And so while we have 1.8 thousand people out here, there is a community member, and this is placed in our Discord. So if anyone has any questions about it, you can go into the mutual aid section in our Discord. You can take a look, you can verify it. And whatever we're able to raise, we will post receipts in the Discord. But I wanted to take a moment while we had time to actually uplift this voice and see if we can get this person some help. Valerie is one of our members, Heart of Dixie 73. Who is in desperate need of mutual aid. They're hoping to get about $200, but they need $500, right? They need a total of $500. They're behind on utilities and rent. If there's any chance that we can actually help Valerie, then please, 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 let's do so. So this is what we're going to do. My pay links are in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. I appreciate YouTube, but we have to send it to the pay links. If anyone can chip in $1, there is 1.8 thousand of us hanging out, and we need to get up to $500. If we can get 500 people to send $1, just $1, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, we can help our community member Valerie out. Like I said, Valerie has been an avid part of our community, is a part of the Discord, who has placed their information in the mutual aid section. We believe in transparency here. So anytime you guys donate anything, we make sure to provide receipts. We make sure to show you exactly where the money is going. There will be no community gardens. There will be no buses. There will be no bullshit. We make sure that we actually take care of each other. So if anyone can spare anything, there's a total she's trying to raise of $500. You can send it to the Cash App. You can send it to the PayPal. You can send it to the Venmo. I will send all the money over, and it will go directly to Valerie. She's looking for a total of $500, and we just need 500 people to send $1, just $1. And you guys are starting to fucking show out. I fucking love you guys so much. Not gonna fucking hold you. Not gonna fucking hold you. I know, okay. Not gonna fucking hold you. I love you guys so much. I love you guys so much. I love you guys so much. Let me add these up really quick. Holy shit. Let's see here. Holy shit. Okay, wait. Okay, it's coming in so fast. Holy fuck, hold on. God damn it, chat, you guys are moving so fast. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Holy fuck. Okay, hold on. Okay. All right. So let me add these in as well. Let's see here. 20, 30, 35, 45, 49, 51, 71, 76, 78, 88, 89, 90, 91. Okay. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. Now let's get these really quick. All right, guys, just a quick update where we are. We are currently at $369.80. We are hold on. We're fucking above that now. Hold on. All right, we're at $426.80. We're trying to reach a grand total of $500 for Valerie, one of our community members who absolutely needs the support. We're only $73 away. We're only $73 away. We're at $426.80. $426.80. Valerie is someone who is behind on rent and utilities. They're a community member. They are listed in our Discord. They have been able to try to make way in a couple of different situations. And so we are looking to see if we can actually close this out and help a community member in need. We are now, let's see here. Let me get back here. 1 second. Let me get this number. You guys are so fucking awesome. I mean that. I absolutely mean it. I absolutely mean it. Every single one of you are so fucking amazing. And every single time there's a need for help, you guys step up, and show out. And I love you all for that. Let's see here. Okay. That was in chat for Sarah. Thank you for the galaxy. All right. Okay. Boom. We're there. Fucking stop, chat. Fucking stop. Stop. You guys are so fucking amazing. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm fucking talking about. We are there. We literally are there. Fucking W's in the chat. Let me run through and verify that I have all of these checked to see if any last minute ones straggle through. And then I'm going to say thank you. I'm going to tell you the total and we are going to see where we are. And perfect. All right. Okay. Stop. Chat. Stop. You guys are too fucking nice. You guys are too nice. Remember, we're all gangsters in here. Every single one of us are gangsters. We're gangsters. Her name is Valerie. She's a community member, and she absolutely needed help. Her TikTok name is Heart of Dixie 73. Like I said, if you are part of the Discord, you can check the Discord in the mutual aid section. They reached out. They needed help. They needed to raise a total of 500. And so we were trying to see if we can do 500 right now on the live. And not only were we able to blow that marker out of the water, we were able to raise a grand total of $513.80. $513.80. Marcus, if you just send it, wait, actually, there's another 10 that just came through. So we actually stopped, guys. We were able to raise a grand total of $523.80. $523.80. You guys are so fucking amazing. So fucking amazing. I appreciate each and every one of you. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Mutual aid is something that I take pride in, especially because I have a platform that reaches so many people at different times. And I think it's so necessary in order to be able to support and help others. And like, I'm so grateful that we were able to do that. I'm going to run through and say thank you to these people. Like I said, there's a total of $523.80. And so we're going to say thank you to everyone. And we're going to ensure that we're able to help Valerie with that $523.80 that was able to be collected through mutual aid. I will be posting the receipts in the Discord as well. So if you want to verify that the money is going where the money is supposed to go, we believe in transparency. TigFit, I'm trying to load you in. If you're not seeing this for some reason, you can request back up. It doesn't look like you're fully loading. If you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. While we're waiting for some debates, at chat, I need you guys to keep me honest. I need you to keep me honest because I'm going to be reading through a bunch of thank yous. Thank you. Welcome in, Facts Raid. Welcome in, fucking Facts Raid. Chat, keep me honest because I'm going to be reading through a shitload of thank yous. And while I'm doing this, if you see any Trump supporter running their mouths in the comments, tell them to get in the box. Mods, just send them up. Just send them a request even while I'm doing these thank yous. You know they have impulse control issues and they're not going to be able to successfully wait for me to say all the thank yous, but we're still going to get through all the thank yous. So let me run through all of these thank yous really quickly. And if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background, get in the box. Debbie's in chat for. I'm just sorry, guys. I'm just going to say thank you because there's so many. I'm not going to be able to read off all your messages. But I'm going to just say thank you. Debbie's in chat for Marie for the 5. Thank you for that. Joanna, thank you so much for the 10. Kylie, thank you so much for the 20. Tara, thank you so much for the 5. MAGA Cries, thank you for the 1. Carla, thank you so much for the 2. Faye, thank you for the 2. Jennifer, thank you so much for the 10. Savannah, thank you for the 20. Ashley, thank you for the 10. Fucking hell, Barbara, thank you for the $75 donation. And for Valerie, thank you. Barbara, thank you so much for the $75, the love and support for the mutual aid. You are fucking amazing. You're awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Barbara. W's in chat for Alexis for the 1 for the mutual aid. W's in chat for Liz for the 5. W's in chat for Yardra for the 5. W's in chat for Harry for the 2. W's in chat for Amanda for the 1. W's in chat for Ethan for the 15. W's in chat for Sophie for the 2.8. W's in chat for Kelton for the 5. W's in chat for Danielle for the 10. W's in chat for Jennifer for the 1. W's in the chat for Crispy Bacon for the 2. W's in the chat for Lauren for the 10. W's in the chat for Noel for the 2. W's in the chat for Sarah for the 5. W's in chat for Mela, I think that's pronounced, for the 3. W's in chat for Olivia for the 3. W's in chat for Samantha for the 5. W's in chat for Amanda for the 5. W's in chat for Joseph for the 10. W's in the chat for Mike for the 1. W's in chat for Jenna for the 10. W's in chat for Charles for the 1. W's in the chat for Laura for the 1. W's in chat for Lindsay for the 1. W's in the chat for Christine for the 2. W's in the chat for Jeff for the 10. W's in the chat for Catherine. Catherine, thank you so much for the $40 donation towards the, you said for Valerie, for the actual love and support for mutual aid for Valerie. You're fucking amazing. W's in the chat for Olivia for the 2. W's in the chat for Janice for the 5. W's in the chat for Michelle for the 10. W's in the chat for Matt Scramble. What up, Matt Scramble, for the 10. W's in the chat for Haley for the 5. W's in the chat for Megan for the 3. W's in the chat for Kayla for the 3. W's in the chat for Charles for the 5. W's in the chat for John for the 5. And W's in the chat for, let's see here. I got to go through all of these. Sorry. 1 second. They for some reason, my email has started doing like a weird thing with Cash App, and they like stack all of them in there. Anyway, W's in the chat from Marcina for the 10. W's in the chat for I'm just going to say the mom. I can't say the other word, for the 2. W's in the chat for Monique for the 5 for Valerie. And then for all the people that sent them through the Cash Apps, let's see here. W's in the chat for Shannon for the 20. W's in the chat for Teresa for the 10. W's in the chat for Linda for the 5. W's in the chat for Bridget for the 10. W's in the chat for Lexi for the 4. W's in the chat for Abigail for the 2. W's in the chat for Solid. What up, Solid? For the 20. W's in the chat for Raybo for the 5. W's in the chat for Marina for the 1. W's in the chat for Jasmine for the 10. W's in the chat for Miss Mariposa for the 1. W's in the chat for Duan for the 1. W's in the chat for Melania for the 1. W's in the chat for Brian for the 10. W's in the chat for Brittany for the 5. W's in the chat for Allison for the 5. W's in the chat for Mr. Cupcakes for the 25. W's in the chat for Jamie for the 5. W's in the chat for Kelsey for the 5. W's in the chat for Valerie for the 5. W's in the chat for Amy for the 5. And W's in the chat for April for the 5. That was an additional 18 that was added from donos that came in from me reading it out. Guys, so what we were looking to do was raise a total of $500 for a community member that was in need, who's in the mutual aid section of our Discord. Valerie needed to raise a grand total of $500, and we were able to raise a grand total of $541.80. And most of the donations, while I appreciate each and every one of the large donos, like seriously, I absolutely mean this. Each and every one of the large donos, you guys are fucking amazing. The one thing that I said before we started, I said we had 1.8 thousand people hanging out. If we can get 500 people just to send $1, just $1, then we can help this person out, this community member out. And we had so many people just step up and send that $1. You guys, I swear you don't know how much your support helps each and every person. And the fact is that times are hard, things are hard, but if we can chip in just a small amount, we have the ability to help each other in every single way. And the one thing that I always say when we do mutual aid is, today it's this person, today it's Valerie. Absolutely, today it's Valerie, but tomorrow it might be you. Tomorrow it might be you. And if we have the opportunity to help you, we will help you. Can't help everybody, we can't do everything, but if we have the opportunity to help, we will help. And then when we do help, it's our obligation to help when we can help. Because while it might not be us today, we might be the person needing a helping hand tomorrow. So if you can pull someone up today, take advantage of it. That's the point. That's the point. And so many people did the small lift as far as putting up $1. And with that small effort altogether, we were able to not only lift up this total amount that we were looking to achieve for Valerie, we did that in a matter of no time, and we exceeded the total goal. So you guys are fucking amazing. You're fucking amazing. I appreciate each and every one of you. I do. And like I said, a total of $541.80. I will be sending that over to Valerie. And not only will I be sending that over to Valerie, but I will be posting the receipts. Something that I pride myself here over on the Santana platform is that we believe in transparency. We do not believe in you guys figuring out where things have to go and how this works and blah, 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 blah. You don't have to worry about any funds being misappropriated or anything like that. We post receipts. So if you're a part of the Discord, you can always go into the mutual aid section. For any type of mutual aid, we do fundraisers. You can see the receipts being posted there. Or if you are not in the Discord and you want to reach out to our admin team, I know Kay is available. If you're over on YouTube, you can reach out to Phil or Ash. If you're over here on TikTok, you can reach out to like Joanna or Dwayne, and we can always provide those receipts and proof, because we believe in verifying whatever we say we're doing, we're going to do. All right. So $541.80 going towards that. You said you hope I got your donations. I read off all the donations that I got. I know there was a lot of them, but I read off every single one. We're officially, like, there hasn't been any more donos that were sent over. The mom, I'm just going to call you, was the last one that I got. With that being said, 1.8 thousand of us still hanging out here. One last favor, if you guys don't mind, if you don't mind, if you look up at the top and you see the follow button, that means you're not following me. If you look up at the top, you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. I need you guys to hit that follow button, because we're driving towards 80,000 followers. And at the start of the live, we were only about 500 followers away. And so we really want to hit 80,000 followers. So if you are not following me, hit that follow button. Kay, what you got?
Hey, I just want to thank everyone for coming together for the community. I know Valerie will be extremely surprised, because she didn't know that we were going to do this today. But if there's some repeated questions in the chat, I've responded to some people. If you sent a donation and you didn't hear your name, send me a message and we'll check and see if you didn't hear it or whatever.
It was probably user error. I might have accidentally skipped the name, but I added everything up. But absolutely.
Right. So just send me a message and we'll check it. I'll let you know after the live. Also, if you're not in the Discord, you have to be right now a super fan on TikTok or a member on YouTube, the membership on YouTube is significantly different cost because of how TikTok has Superfan set up. But you can be a member over there. There's links once you become a member to join the Discord through that. So you can't just send me a message for a link to get in. If you have any other questions, you can send a DM. But I just saw repeated questions and I kept trying to answer them, but it didn't look like people were seeing them. So that's it. I think you got one.
Really quick before we do that. Fucking John, who goes by, I think it's Ray Spike. I'm not sure on which platform, but guys, we had raised a total of $541.80 for Valerie, for our community member. We were done. And fucking John sent $100 donation, $100 donation on top of that, and said, for Valerie, because life needs more than just getting by. Please use this for something that will make you laugh. Valerie, John wants you to use that additional $100 to do something that will make you laugh. So John, fucking W's in the chat for John. You are absolutely amazing. We will add that to the grand total. So we have raised a grand total of $641.08 for Valerie, who was looking to get a total of $500. We raised $641.80. And that was on top of John sending that $100, who specifically wants Valerie to do something that will make you laugh. Massive fucking W's in the chat for John.
You're all amazing. I do very much appreciate that you come together every time we need you. I think somebody misheard me. I don't know if I misspoke. Please don't send me a message for the link to the Discord. You have to be a member either on TikTok or the other one, the tubes. So please, I just realized I have 37 messages. And so I'm like, and I can see what they're saying. And they just keep going up. I'm begging you, please don't DM me for a link to the Discord. It's through your membership. So
that's funny.
Yeah, but thank you, John, because usually like it's great to then become like current and be able to like still like get by, but that donation alone just to do something for you know, themselves, that it usually means more than anything, just to be able to breathe or to, you know, order pizza or just do something, you know. So if you don't want to do the like TT sub, and I'm using these because we don't want to direct like off of TT, but if you don't want to do the TT sub, you can go to YT and do it. And
that's not white people
there. It's not white people this time, but usually is. No, but you can go over there and do it. If you have any other questions, you can DM them to me, but please don't just DM me for links. I appreciate it.
Yep. One other quick thing, Caroline actually sent an additional $10 and said for Valerie. So we're adding that. So again, total change one more time, $651.80. And also I saw someone in the chat said, how can we get the receipts if we are not a member of the Discord? You can reach out to Kay or one of the other admins. Like if you're over on YouTube, you can reach out to Phil or Ash. If you are over on TikTok, you can reach out to Joanna or Dwayne, and we can get you those receipts. So if you are someone that is not a part of the Discord, we do have ways of assuring that you get receipts as far as knowing where your donation went as well. W's in the chat for Kimberly for the $20 donation added, said for Valerie, so she doesn't have to worry about dinner tonight. Sorry is not more. Kimberly, you're fucking awesome. $20, that's more than enough. You're fucking amazing, guys. When we're done with the fundraiser, you guys are just flexing now. You're just flexing. That means we're up to a total of $671.80. $671.80. You guys are fucking flexing.
Okay, so other requests, like I see other people who have, requests for mutual aid. Please, you can at me. If you have Discord, you can at me at @KShivan, all together. Send me a DM there. Even if you're not part of our Discord, but you're part of the community, we'll post it there for you in our mutual aid. Also, if you don't have Discord, you can email it. You can email it to the email that's in the bio, or to kcommunicates with an S at the end at gmail.com. And I will make sure that we get it posted in there, and I'll send you a little screenshot of, what's in there. So whatever you guys need, please let us know. If you can't join the Discord right now, we are going to be working on building it out so it can be, more inclusive. But the free side of it will be like truncated, and then there'll be the member side, because we do a lot of different things in there. So, but I need to run, so I appreciate all of you.
Two additional really quick things. Number one, just an FYI, I want to make sure, I would be remiss if I didn't call this out and call it out while Kay is here really quickly. While we want to make sure we help everyone, and we want to make sure that we do everything that we can as far as community, one thing that I would be negligent if I didn't mention is that not every situation is the same. There is a process as far as vetting to ensure that we are being good stewards of the funds that we're given. And so when it comes to raising mutual aid, we're not going to raise mutual aid so you can have $500 to go get Beyonce tickets or whatever. Like we try to ensure that if we are calling on community, it's for things that, we've been able to properly vet, and things that we try to prioritize when it comes to the different situations. And so each opportunity may not be the same. There's not always going to be the opportunity to actually talk about it on a live. But that's why we have the mutual aid section. But I want to make sure, because I would be remiss if certain people, this happens after we do mutual aid, certain people will reach out to me and like, hey, I actually need help too. Well, one, that's not the way that you go about it. There's proper ways in as far as getting considered for mutual aid support, but also two, I think I would be doing a disservice if anyone's expecting for like this to always be the thing. It's not, it doesn't work that way. We want to help as many people as we can, but we can't do like this specific course of action every single way. We do work through that. And last but not least, it's K Communicates. I don't know why K was saying like K Communications before. I don't know what happened with that, but yeah.
Stop it. You're going to accidentally get that woman sent another email. It's K-A-Y Communicates with an S at gmail.com. Don't say the other one.
I didn't.
So, okay. Appreciate you. Thank you, everybody. Also, if somebody's finding Beyonce tickets for $500, I think someone needs to talk more about where they're at.
I don't know how much Beyonce tickets cost.
They're
out of my price range.
Yep. Bye.
Thank you, Kay. W's in the chat from Megan, who sent $1 donation saying you didn't just build a platform. You created a community. Much love and thank you for what you do. Megan, you're fucking awesome. You're absolutely amazing. And W's in the chat for Bobby for the $50 super chat. Megan for the $5 super chat, and for Gabe for the $5 super chat, and for Tara for resubscribing as a late night tuber. You guys are so absolutely fucking amazing. I appreciate each and every one of you. Respect and love for me. I'm subpar. I'm okay. $50. Were you in the parking lot? Really? I don't know what you're talking about. If you go to Atlanta, they charge like crazy amounts of money for valet parking. And then when they do valet parking, it's not even valet parking, right? You go park yourself, and all they're doing is saying like, hey, you can park in this parking lot and nobody's going to break in and steal your shit because we'll like at least be in this parking lot. It's fucking weird, and they charge like absorbent amounts of money for that. So, also, if you know, you know, parking in front of Onyx is like $400. That's fucking stupid. That's fucking stupid. Let's see here. I don't think that person meant to request up. Huh. All right. American Advocate, you can get out of the request. You know, you don't get up here. All right, guys, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do because, you know, it's kind of that portion of the live where we have to actually do this. One last favor. We're at about 230 new followers, 1.7 thousand people hanging out here. If you have not hit that follow button, hit the follow button. We're trying to get to 80,000 followers on the main account. If you have not done it, hey, Athena, that was in chat for Covey. We love Covey. If you have not hit that follow button, hit that follow button, turn on notifications. If you enjoy the live, if you enjoy what we do here, hit that follow button. If you look at me like, oh, this guy has a stupid punchable face, then hit that follow button. If you're like, you know what, it's pretty decent background noise, hit that follow button. Any and everything that you do. If you like me, if you like to hate watch, there's certain people who enjoy hate watching. It's weird. I don't blame you. Like, it's weird. But if you, even if you like to hate watch, hit that follow button. We're at 79.7 thousand followers. So we're like about 300 followers away from 80,000 followers. But this is what we're going to do. We're going to hit a quick reset. But when we do the reset, we're going to go to the backup account. So make sure that you're following the backup account. This is the backup account. We're going to be on this account when we hit the quick reset. We're going to go to this account. And now, chat, I need you guys to lock in. Are we locked in? Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Yeah, if you want to, Solid, you know. I was hoping to get you up here with the other guy, but like he crashed out before I could even get past go. All right. When we get over to the backup, when we get over to the backup, tapping the screen, sharing the live, knocking out the daily gift goal. Remember, it gets fucking wicked on the backup. I don't know what it is about the backup account. Maybe it's because it doesn't have as many followers or they don't know what's happening or whatever. But when we go to the backup account, it brings out all the crazies. There's a bunch of crash-ins. They do all the wild shit. So when we get to the backup, right here, I need everyone locked in and doing all the things. Are we good, chat? Do we understand? Do you guys understand the assignment? Does everyone understand the assignment? Okay. All right. So we're going to switch to the backup account, and then we're going to start the live on the backup account. Make sure you're following the backup account, and I need everyone locked in and doing all the things. So YouTube, I'm going to switch you guys over first.
We about the ICE soldiers on an individual level or only on the systemic level?
Both.
Well, how can it be on the individual level if black individuals can't be white supremacists?
They've internalized it.
So are they white supremacists?
No. But they
so then they don't fit
indoctrination.
What?
They believe in the indoctrination. What were you gonna say, Jesus? I saw you on mute. Oh,
I didn't hear what he said.
Yeah, I didn't hear you either. Go ahead, Jesus. You could. You there, Jesus? Can you hear us?
Oh, no, I wasn't saying anything.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna say something.
No, I got a phone call. I don't know what happened.
Or Faisal, if you want to, you can as well. But yeah. So Zeke, do you understand what I was saying though?
Not really. It's confusing to make the statement black people can't be this, but then if they follow in the system, you could say this about the system and them on an individual level, but it doesn't apply.
Well, so this is like, okay, non-white people can't be white supremacists, right? But we're conditioned to pedestalize whiteness. Like that's how we're all socialized, right? And the goal of white supremacy is to make everyone okay with white people dominating in society. So these people have negative views of themselves and their own community. They've internalized it. It doesn't mean that they can be racist, right? Because we didn't create these systems. We didn't create the structure that, negatively impacts people. But the goal is to get everybody to adhere to their standards, if that makes sense. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but can they oppose those standards and still be in the system?
I mean, if you oppose it, then you wouldn't be working as an ICE agent.
So you can't work as an ICE agent and be against white supremacy?
It just wouldn't make any sense.
That would be like saying, can you work as a slave?
Got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit. Yeah, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script.
One wrong
move, get cooked real quick.
No
shield. Better know your stuff
for you.
Get revealed.
Yeah.
Step in,
guys, tap the screen, share the live, knock out your daily gift goal or the daily gift goal. Send your heartbeat. It's only one coin.
Whether you're left or right, or you don't even vote.
If
your logic is weak,
I'll sink you.
You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes.
That ain't
power. That's force.
I'm the
test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey.
You slip once, I'm snatching it all.
Lego.
Step in if you dare. You dare. Hit hard like a punch in the air.
Punch in the air.
Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah.
One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield.
Better know your stuff or you get revealed.
Step in, don't you wanna?
What
up, Brett?
Santana.
I love you, brother.
Step in if you dare. You care. Hit hard like a punch in the air.
Ain't no
rules, no plan, no script.
One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield.
Better know your stuff or you get revealed.
Step in, don't you wanna?
Sparring with Santana. Yeah. This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flame
It absolutely is.
Don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana.
I'm out. Guys, welcome back. Welcome back. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters. Dragon, you said lame. First and foremost, that's ableist. Don't use that term. LAME, that's very ableist. Don't use that. Secondly, if you got smoke, get in a box. Get in a box. We are only looking for some debates, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. And guys, this is where we are. This is where we are. There are hard truths. There's political hard truths that we absolutely have to deal with. And I think that it's time to make sure that we are speaking on those hard truths. And the hard truths are, MAGA, you guys are all hypocrites. Period. Easy. Simple. You don't believe the things that you say. You stand for nothing, so you fall for anything. That's MAGA. You guys have no backbone. You're not intellectually curious. None of it. So that's who you are. Right? But then also, ICE is just step one. I promise you there's so much more coming, and we have to be prepared. We have to be ready. We have to be sober-minded and clear-eyed as far as what they're trying to do. It's all good, Alexis. You're here. Next, Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about any of this. Donald Trump just wants the money. Like if we're gonna keep it 100% honest, if we're gonna keep it funky, Donald Trump doesn't care about these things that he weaponizes his supporters for. He only cares about the money. Capitalism has failed. Capitalism, and when I think about that point, right, it's not that capitalism has failed as a total, but capitalism has failed in the sense that it doesn't serve average people, everyday people. It doesn't work for everyday people. It only works for the ultra wealthy. So you have people like Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, like the top 1%, the wealthiest of the wealthiest. Capitalism, they're fucking winning that. But for everyone else, it doesn't work. Last but not least, black people told you so. Black people told you. We literally told you so. Literally told you so. We tried to explain to you why all of this was so bad and what was actually happening, but you didn't believe it.
Gonna make me mad on that bit, twin. Why you in that bit talking too much, twin?
You don't walk into someone's house and then you don't walk into someone's house and then white mud on their carpet. Have some decorum. This is a real classy joint. We have
twin, you finna make me mad.
We have velvet on the wall. This is a classy joint. If you can't show impulse control, you can leave. If you want to talk, you can, but you have to wait for me to finish speaking. Don't interrupt.
Twin. I hear you, twin.
Perfect. That's all I needed. Thank you. Black people told you so. Black people spoke on the fact that we were being over-policed, that they were killing us in the streets, that they were...
All right, my turn now, twin.
Yeah, I'm going to send you back to the comments until you learn some type of decorum. I don't know who raised you, but they did a poor job. You will not do that in my live, not in front of my chat. I have too much respect for them to allow you to be whatever that was. So you can show some impulse control and you can come back, but you're not going to do that. I'm sure you don't know who I am, but I don't play those types of games. Blacks told you so. No one said blacks. I said black people. Come up here and tell me about it, though. Mr. Jason Moody, I'm going to mute you because no one cares about what you're saying in the comment, but I'm sending you a request. Come up here and tell me about it. Come up here and tell me about it. Because black people absolutely did tell you. You sit here and you pretend as if you didn't get the warning. Black people overwhelmingly voted against Donald Trump. Overwhelmingly. But black people have been saying for years that they're killing us. They're over-policing us. They're mistreating, harming black people. But yet, you guys didn't believe us. We told you. P. Dizzle, you said liberals are more hypocrites, hands down. Sure. Hey, guess what, P. Dizzle? I'm going to mute you because I don't give a shit what you're saying in the comments, but I will send you a request. Come up here and tell me about it, bub. Come up here and tell me about it. One thing that every single Trump supporter should know about me is that you don't get to yip yap in my chat. You have to get in the box. I don't care what you're saying from the comments. I will give you the platform to speak, just like P. Dizzle. P. Dizzle, thank you for coming up. I will always give people the opportunity to speak if they're willing to get in the box, but I will never let you run your mouth from the chat. P. Dizzle, you said liberals are more hypocrites, and I'm willing to hear you out. I want to give you the floor. What is your position? Why do you think liberals are more hypocrites? And, break that down for me. What up, Chewy?
You got it, man. And I'm only going to speak on this one term and then we can go, you can come at me. Why is anything different versus the last president, which was not Biden, but Obama, and probably a little bit of Biden, but we can't really prove it because he wasn't really there cognitively. But Obama using the same border czar, Tom Bowman, using and deporting Homan. Sorry, my bad. I was reading your comments too. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Actually, and using the same guy to round up more than any other president has ever deported. Calling him the deporter in chief. Using the same guy, same tactics, same everything, doing the same thing now. And then doing it now. Now it's an issue. Now it's aggressive. It's the same thing. It's using the same players, just a different president. So my point is that during other presidencies, And there's a whole bunch of other, things I can bring up, but I don't want to waste anybody's time.
Yeah, no, all good.
But it's literally different president, but same border czar, same actions, same ICE people. And, just help me understand if that's not hypocritical.
Yeah. I got you. Don't even worry about it. So first and foremost, you were wrong with a lot of stuff that you said. But I got you.
I literally approve. But yeah, please, I'm going to enjoy this.
Sure,
thanks, man.
Sure, absolutely. So when it comes to Tom Homan, yes, Tom Homan absolutely worked with the Obama administration on deportation efforts. You're absolutely right. There was a little bit of a different direction as far as how the Obama administration used Tom Homan and what they allowed him to do. But more than anything, a couple of things I want to correct as far as like border czar. We don't have czars. Like,
I use that.
Don't have czars. I know, but like I think that's super important to call out because before the Republicans tried to pin that term on Kamala Harris, no one was saying that because we don't have czars. But Donald Trump is actively using that term when speaking about Tom Homan now. But officially in the United States, we don't have czars. Now, the difference between the Obama administration and the Biden administration is the way that deportations and the utilization of ICE is occurring. All right, so the reason why people were upset under Barack Obama, who's been labeled the deporter in chief, Barack Obama actually had a negative immigration rate. That means that he actually deported more people than he actually allowed into the country. But the way that he was able to do that were through legal means. And when I say legal means, he utilized expedited removal, where he targeted people that were around the border. And he also targeted people who had been in the country for less than 2 years. Donald Trump has expanded expedited removal, targeting people that have been in the country for less than 6 years. And he's actually shifted the direction from the actual border to the interior of the country. So that's a different thing. Now, also, you can see differences coming in as far as how they're targeting people. While Donald Trump said he's targeting criminals and all this other stuff, he has specifically shifted the tactics led by Stephen Miller, who has put in a quota system saying that we need to detain or capture 3,000 people a day. And so they have started to implement tactics such as going to schools and churches and even working with the IRS to obtain tax information for undocumented immigrants so they can actually go to those work sites of undocumented immigrants. And so that's a shift in policy as well. But one of the biggest things that you did not see under the Obama administration or the Biden administration that has people up in arms is that Donald Trump is actively violating the constitutional rights and human rights of not only undocumented immigrants, but American citizens. Barack Obama was taken to court by the ACLU and said that he was not giving due process through expedited removal. They ruled that actually he is, and he can continue with expedited removal. Donald Trump has deported people, and even the Supreme Court ruled in a 9-0 decision that Donald Trump violated the constitutional right of Kilmar Abergo Garcia and said that he had to facilitate to return him back to the country because he did not give him proper access to due process. And so the big thing that I'm getting across is while ICE did exist under Barack Obama and Joe Biden, the way that they utilize ICE and deportation not only was different than what Donald Trump is doing, they were able to be more efficient and more effective with a lower deportation rate. How long has he been gone? How long has he been gone? I was so busy like covering the things and like not looking. He just left? Yeah, that's what happens. He came up here, he said he had facts and information, and when he realized that like he fucking was cooked, he ran. He absolutely ran when he realized he was cooked. Because they love to say that same shit. Well, Barack Obama did it and nobody had a problem. Yeah, we did have a problem. You just don't know the difference. And guess what? We know the difference, Bub. You can't slide that shit past us. You can't slide that shit past us. That was in the chat for Jessica for the, I'm going to say this is like a $3 dono from the UK. Said, hey, Santana from the UK. Thank you for everything you do. I watch you day. If you could give my story a read. Oh, okay. Yeah. Jessica, I'll send this over. Thank you so much. Like I said, reach out to one of the admins and we can definitely go into that a little bit more. I appreciate you so much though. That was in chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation, saying a little bit behind on the stream. But you want to add that to Valerie? Absolutely. Thank you so much for the $1 donation, Jocelyn. Debbie's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation, saying Santana getting his Joe Clark on. Love it. Adults over here. Absolutely. Like, I don't know what people are thinking, but like, we're all adults and we're going to be adults. So Debbie's in the chat, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debate. Tracy Jen wants up. Who is Tracy Jen? Tracy Jen is not in the request. Kamala would never been president. Kamala would never been president. Oh, okay. Come up here and tell me about it, Vodka Brothers. I'm going to mute you. Kamala Harris is a better president than Donald Trump has ever been, and she's never actually been president. I fucking said it. Prove me wrong. Kamala Harris is a better president than Donald Trump would ever be, and she has never been president. Fucking prove me wrong. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debate. Harris is a lush and Donald Trump is a pedophile. So what are you saying? I'm going to mute you, user. I don't give a shit about what you're saying in the comments. You said Harris is a lush. I would much rather be a lush than a fucking pedophile. What? What? I don't know if this person's going to load. I don't think this person's going to load. Let's go ahead and drop this person in. Christopher Mickens 3, if you are still here, you can request back up. Night Break 0, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
And stroke my cock at a medium burn.
Hey, you're a kid. You're a kid. Seriously, like, don't do that on TikTok Live. Have a little bit more respect for yourself and your family. Like, that's weird. It's not funny and it's not cute. You're a kid. Go be a kid somewhere. Seriously. I'm gonna block you. Like, you're literally a kid. Don't do that. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only looking for some debates. W's in chat for Dragon for the $1 donation saying, excuse me, but black women laugh funny. Exactly. It's because she laughed funny. It's because Kamala Harris laughing. We are all living through this fucking nightmare because you guys say that you didn't like the fact that Kamala Harris laughed funny, that she didn't do the Joe Rogan podcast, and for some reason you thought that she kept changing her accent. That's why, literally, that's why we are where we are. She laughed like an Indian. Oh, okay, G-Man, come up here and tell me about it. I'm going to mute you, and I'm going to send you a request. Get up here. I want you to substantiate that. Substantiate your xenophobia. ICE and PB are pretty good. Yeah, you're right. You're far right, cousin. You're a coward and you won't come up here and defend your position. I'm muting you. Get in the box. I don't understand why you guys think for some reason that you get to run your mouths in my chat. Like, there's no position where you're going to be able to just yip yap in my chat. Get in the box. Fucking get in the box. Exactly. You guys are fucking cowards. The only thing you can say is you can put the little weird shit in the comments, but you will not get in the box because you know that you can't stand on any business. You guys are cowards and you stand for nothing. You stand for nothing. You literally, you don't know how to stand on business. You fold like a cheap paper plate, just like your daddy. You're scared. Someone said, where can you get this hat from? This is from Hector Talk. Hector Talk. He sells them. It's the Kamala would never. Kamala would never. W's in the chat for Megan for the $1 donation saying, MAGA blindly supports everything this regime does. make them think that the left blindly follows every Democrat. It's clear that but Biden but Obama retorts. We didn't support everything they did. It's not how it works, and it's infuriating. It's like that because one, they don't have any sense of like politics, and two, like they're not really like they're a part of a cult. They have no sense of actual political leniencies and understanding. And so what they do is they just parrot what they know. It's like it's a team. It's a sports team for them. Hi, Gregory. Oh, still loading. Hi, Gregory. Are you a Trump supporter or do you? You gotta let me speak first. I know you want to do the weird stuff. Let me at least speak first before you do the weird stuff. Gregory, are you a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background, or did you hold on, bub? Slow down 2 seconds. Let me finish my sentence. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background, or did you just come up here to slur? Because if you did, nigger, I beat you to it. Which one?
I'm a Trump supporter, you stupid idiot.
Yeah. You sound like a troll, and I have no interest in trolls. I have no interest in trolls. That's how you disarm them. They can't call me that. If I call them, if I say it first, then they don't get to say it. I don't understand why they think like that's gonna fucking melt me. Oh, you said the N-word. Oh, I'm melting. Oh, it hurt the fifis in my tum-tum. How can I go on? How can I go on? I won't be able to. No, you defeated me and now I don't want to debate anymore. Oh, I'm so sad. Oh, cry. D-Mac, are you a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background?
No, I'm a Trump supporter.
Okay. You're not going to like crash out like the rest of them are. You sound sensible.
No, I'm grown. I don't crash out.
You would be surprised with the people that I speak with. They're all fucking, especially like the older ones. They do it a lot. Anyway, D-Mac, all right, perfect. So you said you're a Trump supporter. So I think that we're dealing with a lot of different political truths, more so than anything that MAGA is hypocrites. ICE is the first step. Trump is only about the money. Capitalism has absolutely failed us. And Black people, we tried to tell you guys that, this shit was bad. What point do you think that you have the best ability to defend and stand up for as a Trump supporter?
First and foremost, let me say that I picked the lesser of two evils when it came from Trump and Biden.
I love that conversation. Tell me a little bit more about those lesser of two evils, and keep in mind Biden wasn't the candidate, Kamala Harris was. But go ahead.
Well, at first, the first candidate against Trump was Biden.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah, but Biden didn't make it to the ticket. In November of 2024, there were two options. There was Donald Jimothy Trump, and there was Kamala Devi Harris, and you picked Donald Jimothy Trump over Kamala Devi Harris.
Oh, okay. No, I was kind of referring to the first one, but either way, yeah.
How many times have you voted for Trump?
Twice.
Who'd you vote for in 16?
I voted for Trump.
Who'd you vote for in 20?
Trump.
Who'd you vote for in 24?
Trump.
Okay, so you triple Trump.
Yeah, but he couldn't. I mean, yeah, but he couldn't vote, or he couldn't run for president 3 times.
He did. He's run for president 3 times.
Yeah, but not a full presidency. That's the difference. It's, if you want to look at
what do
facts.
You mean a full presidency?
Well, because you're only allowed to run for a total of 10 years as a president. So you get
How many presidential tickets has Donald Trump been on?
I believe, well, as far as a 4-year presidency, he's only been on 2. But
no. He's been on 3. He didn't win, but he's been on the ticket.
Oh, because you're talking about the one he lost.
Yeah, that's why I said how many times have you voted for him? Not how many terms has he served.
I think it was 3.
So you triple Trump. Yeah, you triple Trump. You voted for him 3 times. That's what I was saying.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, it must have been 3. I don't know, man. 16's a long time ago. I'm a veteran, so I can't even remember last night. But anyway.
So but the point that I'm getting to is like when it came to Kamala and Trump, you voted for
Wait
Trump.
a minute. People talking about 10 years laughing. Go do your research. You can be a president for a total of 10 years. It's not 8 years. It's a total of 10 years. But anyway, go ahead.
I think they are laughing at the premise that you have as far as like how long you can actually run. you can run for president longer than 10 years because you said you can only run for 10 years. But I get what you're trying to say. I get what you're trying to say. Don't worry about the chat.
Office for a total of 10 years. But anyway,
yeah, look,
it's not 8 years. Go.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I get what you're trying to say. Point is, you said that you voted for the lesser of two evils when it came to Kamala Harris versus
and Trump. Yes.
Trump. So, okay. Tell me more about that. What was so evil about Kamala Harris that you picked Trump?
So when I say evil, I don't necessarily mean evil as far as it's a figure of speech, but the way I looked at it is my life was much better under Trump than it would have been under, well, it was terrible under Biden. So Biden and Kamala were very much alike. Kamala were very much alike. And I believe that she would have definitely continued to do his political agenda. So my life was a lot better under Trump. So that's why I continued to vote for Trump, because I wanted to continue to have a better life.
Okay. And just to verify, when you say your life was better under Trump, how old are you approximately?
I'm 39.
39. Okay, perfect. I'll be 39 in 3 days. So you and I are just about the same.
Hey, happy early birthday.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So help me understand this. You said your life was better under Donald Trump first term than it was under Biden. Can you name one piece of legislation that Donald Trump passed under his first term that positively impacted the economy, which would attribute to a positive life?
Just one piece of legislation? I mean, the tax reform that they did in the first term that they did.
The TCJA massively gave you a positive benefit. So do you make over $400,000 a year?
No.
Okay. So, okay. What about
mainly like the people that don't make that kind of money? So the child credit was increased, the earned income credit was increased. I'm actually, if you look at it, my VA money, I'm basically in poverty. But so as far as the smaller people went, he helped them. Now, as far as the rich people went, of course, they got better tax brackets.
Do you think the tax plan was better under Trump or better under Biden?
For which part? For who? I got it. That's kind of a loaded question.
Just in general, because you were talking about the taxes and how the tax plan helped under Trump, but do you think that that Biden's tax plan was better overall for people, or Trump's tax plan was better overall for people? Like, what did you think about your taxes under Biden versus your taxes under Trump?
We got more back with Trump for sure.
So you would say that your taxes were worse under Biden?
I wouldn't say they were worse, but I would say that they were better under Trump.
Okay. Do you know how long a tax code lasts?
I don't. I think it's like 7 years, maybe. I don't know though.
8 years.
8 years. Okay.
8 years. The tax code that you file your taxes under Trump is the same tax code that you would have filed your taxes under Biden. So there wouldn't have been any type of changes in the tax code. So there was nothing that was done that would have changed that. The difference is the way that the Trump administration implemented their tax code that overwhelmingly benefited the upper class, and then it gave the initial tax breaks in the beginning portion of the filings, but it shifted the tax burden to the middle and lower class in the later portions of the usage of the tax bracket. That's why when you started to trend towards the second part, the Biden administration, and more specifically the second half of Biden's term, the taxes started to skyrocket even more as far as what we're paying out because of the way that the tax code was established.
Okay.
So that was all Trump.
So it was in essence. I mean, you answered the question. I mean, the taxes really didn't change much, but you also asked me how did I feel like my life was better. So I explained to you I felt like it was better under Trump.
Right. No. I was saying, what piece of legislation did he pass to make it better? Because the answer is actually nothing. All right. Okay. And more so, the reason why it's nothing is because in normal situations, when an administration comes in, unless it's a continuation of an administration, if there's some type of real change, it normally takes about 2 years in order to see any type of change that's implemented that affects the economy and everyday lives of Americans, right? And so with Donald Trump coming in, For the first 2 years, he didn't pass any type of legislation that impacted the economy. The one thing that he did pass was the TCJA, which again had that burden shift and those things that I just talked about. And so that's when we started to see the negative impacts of the TCJA. Now, a lot of people end up saying like, oh, well, why is it that people say like Trump has done all this bad stuff and he hasn't been in office for 2 years? Wouldn't this be Biden's economy? And that's why I say like typically it doesn't. Now, the difference between what Trump did in his first administration as far as writing off Obama's economy versus what he's done so far, he's pumped tariffs into this administration, and that's negatively impacted the economy. It's caused the unemployment rate to spike. It's caused
that's
inflation
just for now, though. For now, the tariffs take time. Once we get to a point where the tariffs are basically coming as income, because what happens
tariffs
is
come in as income
because we're charging other countries for their trade.
No, we don't. Who pays tariffs?
The countries pay the tariffs.
No, they don't.
Where you get that from?
Economics.
So who pays tariffs? You're going to say us? That's not true.
Yeah, indirectly us. Directly, the corporation that's doing the import of the actual goods. So the way that a tariff works is the tariff is placed
It's also export as well. So how are we paying?
You can't put tariffs on export.
You can't. Okay, so you're saying that we pay the tariffs 100% that Donald Trump has put into action. That's what you're telling me?
Well, I can explain it to you. I got you. Don't worry about it. So the way the tariffs work is the tariff is placed on a country, and sometimes it's placed on a sector, sometimes it's placed on like an industry, sometimes it's placed on an entire country. But the way that it works is once the tariffs are placed, i.e. China, right? Donald Trump placed 125% tariffs on China across the entire industry, right? Everything coming from China, 125% tariff. And so China ships those goods specifically to Walmart. Walmart is China's biggest importer, right? And so Walmart imports goods from China and then sells it in Walmart stores. And so what happens is China takes their products that they ship to Walmart, they ship them over to Walmart. And then when they get here to the US, then Walmart has to pay not only for the import costs that they actually had, but they have to pay the additional tax, which is the tariff. And so what they do is they take that additional tax and they have a decision to make. The decision is, okay, we've been selling this shirt for $10, right? It costs us $2 to buy the shirt and we sell it for $10, so we make $8 worth of profit. Well, now this same shirt and no longer costs $2, it costs $5. Are we going to continue to sell the shirt for $10 and make $3 less profit? Or are we now going to sell the shirt for $13 so we can make that same amount of profit and it's going to raise the prices? So what actually happens is companies more often than not pass on that additional cost. So they don't foot the bill of the tariffs, they just pass it to the consumers. Now, what was interesting about Donald Trump, he was so open and adamant about the fact that he was going to do tariffs that a lot of companies made the decision to stock up on inventory for 3 months. For the first quarter, they thought that they could weather the storm through the first quarter. So a lot of them purchased additional inventory. They cut Christmas bonuses. They started laying people off. They did all this other stuff to be able to stockpile additional inventory through the first quarter where they get past the tariffs. And the tariffs didn't get resolved within the first quarter. And so companies like Walmart, Donald Trump got mad at Walmart and mad at the Walmart CEO because they came out and just openly admitted like, hey, we're getting to the point where we can't weather the storm and the additional cost for tariffs anymore. And we're going to have to raise prices because they started burning through their additional inventory. And so now Walmart, along with all of these other companies, have raised their prices to try to offset the additional cost that's occurring with tariffs because consumers pay the cost of tariffs in the end. And even more so, Donald Trump doesn't have a plan for tariffs. So when you say when we start generating income off of tariffs, yeah, we absolutely will generate income off of tariffs. It's just you and I are going to pay it. It's just more taxes. And then the federal government gets to do whatever they want with the additional taxes that they're charging the American citizens.
Okay.
So we don't make money off tariffs.
Okay. So how are MAGA hypocrites?
You don't want to respond to that at all? Are you now against tariffs? Are you up here saying that like tariffs are a bad idea?
No, I still believe that we're going to eventually have more GDP because of tariffs.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Question for you. How do you feel about raising taxes in general? Let's say if we want to increase taxes so we can pay for universal health care, would you be willing to raise taxes to give access to universal health care or for like free college education?
Absolutely not.
Why?
Because we would be paying for it out of our pockets, out of our tax dollars.
Cool. That's why MAGA is hypocrites. Right there. Did you see that? It just happened in real time. That's why I say MAGA is hypocrites. You literally just, I went through the process of explaining to you how tariffs are taxes and how they increase the cost on American citizens. And you, after fully explaining that to you, you were just like, okay, I still think it increased GDP. But then when I talked about allocating taxes,
it's a fact.
Taxes,
it will increase GDP. It's just how
it won't.
It absolutely will. Yeah, it will.
You have no justification for that. But let me finish my point.
There have been economists or
economists. Go grab one so you can justify that one for me. Give me the actual. That's fine. I don't need promises. I just need proof. But let me finish my sentence.
Go ahead.
The reason why I say that you guys are hypocrites is because in one hand, when I'm sitting here telling you how taxes have been increased, and the government can do whatever the fuck they want with those taxes, you have no issue with that. But then on the other hand, when I say, hey, would you be willing to increase taxes to pay for healthcare or education? You say, absolutely not. That's how you're a hypocrite.
Only
it in real time.
Only if you served your country. That's the only way I would promote it.
You literally, yeah, but you're proving why I say that you guys are hypocrites, because you're good with taxes in one situation when you don't have any control or allocation over it, but you're not good with taxes in another situation when it would be specifically able to help people who need that actual help. And if we did things like universal health care, hey, question for you.
They already have programs for that.
I hear you.
And y'all take advantage of them.
I hear you, D-Mac. What is the number one driver for people being unhoused in the United States of America?
The number one driver for people being unhoused?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I would guess unemployment.
Nope.
Okay, well, tell me. You seem to know a lot.
Healthcare debt. Healthcare debt.
Somebody said go get an uneducation.
That's fine. No, focus on me up here on the panel, not the people in the comments. Healthcare debt. Healthcare debt is
your people in your comments are
geniuses. That's fine. They're in the comments, but you're up here on the panel. Lock in with me, bub. Healthcare debt is the biggest driver that forced people into being unhoused. So if we were actually able to address the healthcare debt through increasing taxes with like universal healthcare, it will also address the amount of healthcare debt and people that are unhoused. That would not only improve society by multiple metrics, but that would increase the GDP, that would increase the spending potential, that would increase so many different factors. So while you're sitting here saying, oh, tariffs will increase the GDP somehow, like I would love to see proof of that. But what I'm telling you is if you want to directly benefit the GDP, then you can actually address one of the biggest holes within our society that would actually directly put money back into Americans' pockets and keep them out of debt. Like you're literally contradicting yourself in real time, and you're showing why you're a hypocrite.
Okay. Yeah, I don't agree with you, but that's okay.
Fine. That's fine. Can you get me any type of proof? You said that tariffs increase GDP.
No, because it's going to take time. I would say
that's fine.
I would say
fine. I got a couple of people to say thank you to.
Years and maybe
no. What I don't do here though, D-Mac, is I don't let people like say things that they can't prove. And so we hit an actual point where either one, you have to prove that thing or you have to throw it in the trash. I don't care which one, right? If you can prove it, I'm willing to accept it. If you can't prove it, if you're not willing to give the source or stand on it, then you can never say it again all my life. So one of the two, I don't care which. I'm going to thank a couple of people and I'll give you a moment to actually go ahead and look that up. W's in the chat for Ryan for the $5 donation saying, wait, bro, when's your birthday? Mine is January 29th. Happy early birthday, King. Yeah, mine is the 30th. My birthday is the 30th. It's this Friday. So W's in the chat. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate you. W's in the chat for JoJo for the $40 donation saying early birthday gift. We share a birthday. I know that's fucking right, JoJo. I've been celebrating 4 years longer. Absolutely. W's in the chat for JoJo. Thank you so much for the $40 for my birthday twin. The wife has something planned for us this Friday, so I'm excited to see what we do. So W's in the chat. And also W's in the chat for Impossible for the becoming a late night tuber over on YouTube's. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 200,000 likes. Also, hit that follow button. If you look up at the top, you see the word follow. You're not following me. Hit that follow button. This is the backup account, but also follow the main. We're so close to 80,000 followers on the main. Make sure you follow the main as well. Let me know when you follow both of them. Please and thank you. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. D-Mac, send your request to come off mute. Do you have that source that says tariffs increase GDP, or do you want to just throw it in the trash and we keep moving? W's in the chat for Dylan for the $2.79 Canadian. Say, my dad's B-Day is on the 30th. He would have loved y'all. Yeah. W's in the chat for your dad. I appreciate that. And I would have loved if he would have had opportunity, to experience whatever this is. DMAC, just an FYI, we can't hear you while you're out of the app. So if you are actually saying anything or trying to prove a point, you have to come back into the app. Also, if you stay out of the app for too long, then it will kick you. So you have to come back at some point. If you're just trying to run, that's not how you run. My voice will continue to come out of your phone and haunt you until you face your fears. I know I am the Reaper and I am here to collect your soul, but that's not how you run. W's in the chat for Jana, who sent a $5 donation saying, literally the quickest Google search says tariffs generally do not raise GDP, LOL. Happy early birthday. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. You're fucking awesome. W's in chat for Bonnie for the $10 donation saying, MAGA always runs into problems when you ask for evidence for their claim. They're easy to manipulate because they don't do their homework. I agree. W's in chat for Bonnie.
Hey man, I had a call. Sorry about that. Sorry about that.
No worries. Were you able to get that proof that verifies that tariffs increase the GDP?
No, there is no proof yet.
Okay, so we're going to take that claim and throw it in trash?
No, because how are you going to say I can't make a claim that it's going to increase our overall?
Because tariffs aren't new.
You're going to say that MAGA is hypocrite.
No, DMAC. DMAC, tariffs aren't new. This isn't a new thing that Donald Trump is doing. Like literally,
yeah, but Donald Trump knows what he's doing. That's the difference.
No, Donald Trump doesn't.
Okay. All right. So how many multi-billion-dollar companies?
What if I can prove to you that Donald Trump doesn't know what he's doing?
How many multi-billion-dollar companies have you ran, Santana?
None. What if I can prove to you that Donald Trump doesn't know what he's doing when it comes to tariffs?
You can't, because it hasn't.
You want to bet?
There hasn't been enough time.
Would you like to bet?
To establish it.
Would you like to bet? I bet you $100. $100.
You want to bet me $100 that you can prove that his tariffs have not worked yet? That's what you want to bet.
No, I want to bet you $100 that what Donald Trump is doing does not work, and also that Donald Trump has no idea.
And that's what y'all always say on the left. How many bankruptcies? That's just.
I'm not even talking about bankruptcy. I give a shit about bankruptcies. I need you to lock in and focus. Exactly. You keep talking to the chat, but I'm talking to you. I'm not talking to the chat. I'm talking to DMAC. You're up here on the panel. There's 2,000 people watching us. Why are you watching the chat?
Okay, go ahead. So prove me wrong then.
Sure. And just FYI, I would like to bet you $100 that I can prove that one, Donald Trump's tariff policy will not work. And number two, that Donald Trump doesn't truly know what to do with tariffs. I can prove both of those things $100. Ready?
You can't do that right now because it hasn't had time.
Yes, I can. I'm telling you.
I bet you took the COVID vaccine, didn't you?
Yeah, I did take the COVID vaccine. I don't give a shit about you trying to pontificate. If you don't believe that I can prove it, then take the bet.
You can't, because it's not time.
Okay, if you don't think that I can prove it, then say you take the bet.
Y'all always want to talk about science.
DMAC.
Let's talk about.
Stop. You're running right now, and I don't want you to run. If you think that I can't prove it, then all you have to do is say, you can't prove it, and you will win $100. That's it. That's it. If you think that I can't prove it, then just say, I don't think you can prove it. $100 bet. Okay, so bet. So bet.
I'm not going to bet you, not $100.
Because okay, what are you willing to bet?
I'm willing to bet you absolutely nothing because the time
because you know you're wrong.
No, because the tariffs had not have time to work.
You know that
yet.
you're wrong. That's why you're scared to bet.
You can't just say, okay, we're going to come in and change this entire.
I can prove it. If you don't think I can prove it, then take the bet.
So you just overtalk people and don't let them say how they feel.
If you don't think that I can prove it, then take the bet.
No, let's wait another year.
No, we don't need to wait another year. I'm telling you, I can prove
things take time, Santana. You can't.
I understand that things take time.
And
stop. I need you to listen to me just for a second. If you don't think I can prove it, then just take the bet. I'm not saying that I think this is how things are going to happen in the future. I'm telling you, I know for a fact I can prove that one, the policy and procedure that Donald Trump is using as far as tariffs will not work. And number two, that Donald Trump has no fucking idea how tariffs actually work. I can prove those two things. And I don't need another year. I can prove that today, January 27th, 2026, 10:03 a.m. Pacific time. I can prove that right now. Now, would you like to take the bet, D-Mac? Yes or no? Sending you a request to come off mute. You have to accept the request to come off mute.
Okay, I'm off mute.
Okay. Would you like to take the bet?
Why do you want to bet?
Because I know I'm right.
Let's bet about something else. Let's bet about the Super Bowl.
No. Why would I want to bet the Super Bowl? I don't know shit. I don't know who's going to win the Super Bowl. No, I don't. That's why I wouldn't take a bet on the Super Bowl, is because I have no idea who's actually going to win. I can prove what I'm saying about tariffs with Donald Trump. That's why I'm willing to take that's why I'm willing to bet. Not only will I bet you $100, I'm willing to bet you in. Okay, you're gonna run. You're gonna run. Go ahead and run. Go ahead and run. Because you're a coward and you fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. You ran because you know that I'm right. I'm like a shark in the water. This is the fallacy that Trump supporters try to hold on to. This is what they try to hold on to, and they try to say, "Oh, we just got to give them more time. We got to give them more time." We don't, because we know what the fuck is happening. We know what's happening. The Beyond, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I disagree with.
I'm going to mute you. You got a lot of loud music in the background. Can you turn that down before you start speaking, please? Give it a second. I'll let you speak, but please turn the music down in the background. W's in the chat for Tis, who sent a $15 donation saying maybe TMI. Hold on a second. Tish, I'm not going to read that first part. Trump government chooses the wrong time to piss this woman off even more. Been crying angry and empathetic tears for days, all because white men didn't like a woman that laughed. We all know that fucking like men hate women joy more than anything. Like they hate black women joy. So like that tracks. W's in the chat for Joanna. Hey, Joanna, who sent a $5 donation saying, I just want to know who the fuck y'all is, D-Mac. He didn't have anything. He didn't. W's in chat for Heather for the $5 donation saying, keep your blood pressure down. Much love as usual. Heather, I promise you, I am cool. I'm cooler than the other side of the pillow. I promise you, I am good. W's in chat for Lexi for becoming a late night tuber. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, get the likes up to 200,000, hit that follow button. The Beyonder, you said you disagree with something on the background.
I disagree with the fourth one.
Capitalism as well. Okay.
Yeah, because okay, hold on. Before I even get into that, can you explain why you think it's failed?
Sure, absolutely. And just to verify your premise, are you someone that normally votes left, right? Just to make sure I have an understanding of where this is coming from.
I voted both. So I wasn't old enough to vote for Trump at 16, I voted for him 2020, I believe, right? Was that the and then I couldn't vote because I was moving between states during this last election.
Okay, so you voted for Donald Trump second term. You didn't vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris in this past election.
Nah.
Okay.
Hello?
All right. And what do you think about, I don't know who let you up, but hang tight for a second. All
right.
What do you think about what Trump is currently doing? Are you in support of some of the things that he's doing? Or are you standing up saying like all of this is fucking outrageous and to stop?
Man, the ICE thing is a little iffy for me. I don't know which way to lean because I feel like, you know, sometimes when you're the president, you can't, you know, please everybody. You know what I'm saying? So like things have to happen, and those things can be either really positive or really negative. You know, even dangerous things can happen as a decision maker. You know, so I don't know if ICE is the move, because I've seen a lot of videos, man, and it doesn't look pretty out there, you know, Minneapolis and whatnot. So I don't necessarily agree fully with that. But
I'll say that if you, I mean, at this point, if you're still a little bit unsure about the leanings or bias or where you stand and like what's happening at this point, and you voted for Trump in the past, I would more so categorize you with someone on the right. So I just needed to have a better understanding before we move forward. Just to give you an actual peek into what I'm saying when I say that capitalism has failed. And more specifically, capitalism has failed for normal people. If you are a part of the ultra wealthy, or if you're part of the 1%, if you're Elon Musk, capitalism has not failed. You actually won capitalism. Like game over, you win, right? But when it comes to everyday people, then it's so far from being anything that's beneficial, and it continues to be used to not only sow division, but it also continues to actually perpetuate harm to the have-nots. And capitalism has failed everyday people.
I can understand that. So what is your alternative to that?
Socialism.
If you don't like capitalism. Socialism. So you want to be like North Korea and Venezuela?
North Korea and Venezuela, they're not socialist countries. What's socialism?
What is socialism?
Yep.
Well, I don't know the textbook definition of it. I just know the cons of socialism.
Have you ever heard of the Red Scare?
Dude, why am I... All right, hold on. I'm sorry.
I'm going to drop you back down. You can request back up. I saw you in the request before. I'm assuming that like one of my mods brought you up because they didn't realize you were in the request. I was just going to leave you up here while I went through this conversation. But if you can't stay on mute and have impulse control, I'll just wait and bring you up next. So you can hop back in the request and I'll pull you up next. But like I was in the middle of speaking, and I would appreciate if I'm not interrupted, not on my live, not in my juke joint. So have you ever heard of the Red Scare?
Say that again, the Red Scare?
Yes.
Nah.
Okay. So the Red Scare is the propaganda that was perpetuated when it came to communism. It was pushed when it came to like Russia and all this other stuff. And it's just propaganda that was used in the United States to say like, hey, communism is bad. And more so than anything, it stems from the fact that a communist society directly opposes capitalism. And capitalism is something that the ultra wealthy around the world, not just the United States, continue to use for subjugation in multiple ways. So when you talk about like socialism, people don't really know what socialism is. They just know like the scary part that people say like, oh, this is bad, when really like we engage in social safety, certain social safety nets within our country. And then even more so, there are productive countries all around the world that are socialistic societies. So like it's a whole thing.
Like who? Like what countries are successful in that?
Sweden, Denmark, Norway, a lot of Nordic countries.
Okay,
a lot of countries that rank a lot higher on the happiness index than the United States.
Okay, don't you think that socialism as a whole has the potential for what's the word called? Authoritarianism?
No.
That wouldn't be a con for you?
No, socialism has nothing to do with authoritarianism. You guys think that like authoritarians align with communists and stuff like that, but that's all a part of propaganda.
No, I don't think so. I'm in favor of individual freedom.
Yeah. When you talk about being able to get to the point of being an authoritarian, that's a far right position, right? That's on the right end of the spectrum. And you talk about people who actually engage in like the right-leaning, quote unquote, conservative type views that drill through being an authoritarian. And even when you talk about people like Hitler, right? A well-known fascist that hid behind, the Socialist Party title or whatever, and he was an authoritarian. That's not what they were about. Like dictators, authoritarians, they shift towards the right, not towards the left, because socialism and communism is about the people, while authoritarianism, dictatorships, is about the individual. Solid, I'm gonna give you the floor. You got it. I don't even know Solid. Socialist, democracy. Yeah, no. I mean, I know it's a lot. I was just trying to like speed run it. Sorry, Kay. Solid. I know you're still chewing.
I didn't know. Did you mute me?
No,
I was sorry about the mouth noises.
You don't know how TikTok work.
How did that? What button do you hit to get the? There. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, there is dictatorship in communism. Want to hear about it?
Mm-hmm. The Beyonder, he's talking to you.
Oh, go ahead. You can answer him.
There's dictatorship of the proletariat. You ever heard of that?
Say that again, please. What's that word you said?
Dictatorship of the proletariat.
Oh, I've not heard that before. Go ahead.
Never heard of that?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, basically the workers run everything.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that cool? It's the concept of a temporary transitional state where the working class seizes political power to dismantle capitalism and establish communism, using the state as expropriate to expropriate the bourgeoisie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so when we talk about seizing the means of production, that's about as bad as it's going to get. It's a bunch of workers saying this is how it's going to go. And that's the only way it's going to go. Just that you would be a dictator, and I would be a dictator, and she's a dictator. We're all dictators. Hey.
Yeah, but we all have agendas though, so that changes. Like we all have our own free will, you know.
Yeah,
so wouldn't that be a bad thing overall?
Yeah, you do. You got your own agenda. Of course, you have an agenda. Do you like being taken advantage of?
Hell no.
Do you like being robbed?
Well, I haven't had the feeling, but I don't want to feel it. No.
Oh, you're getting robbed and don't even know you're getting robbed. You ever work for a company?
Working for one right now.
Yeah, they're robbing you. I mean, they're in them pockets. They're patting you down, baby.
So does socialism, does that equalize everyone's pay? Like you can't make more than what everyone else makes? Is that how that works?
So depends on what you're talking about. Under communism, like a communistic society, there would be no money. Under socialism, if you haven't transitioned fully to communism, then you're paid in proportion to your labor. You're paid in proportion to what you produce.
Okay, so all right. I'm receptive to what y'all are saying, but I want to know what it looks like in terms of for us as Americans, like how do we go from capitalist society, right, or whatever, to then shifting to socialism?
Not
how
here.
do you do that? Not here.
I'm not good. Yeah, not on this live.
Solid.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about that on this live.
So what's the point of even having the opinion that we should be socialist?
Well, the reason why he said that is because on my live, I'd still focus around politics. And while I think that capitalism needs to be dismantled, to run through the intricate levels of understanding like how that would work, what it would look like, what's the next steps, like all of these things. Not only would it take more time than we have to dedicate to this actual conversation, but it's something that not only do I think that you're not ready to have the conversation with, a lot of people aren't equipped for that type of conversation. So it's like building blocks, right? You want to get a firm foundation and understanding before you get to that point, and solid can definitely lead you to that point. It's just right here, right now wouldn't be that.
Time. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Also, my FBI agent's name is Jim, and he watches everything I do. So what we can talk about, right? First, in order to understand why socialism good and capitalism bad, you need to understand why capitalism bad. Capitalism as a market system is inherently exploitative. That's why America operates with a mixed market economy. That's why we get the government involved to do regulation to try and prevent things like collusion and cartels and monopolies and oligopolies, right? Because if left unchecked, he who has the gold will make the rules. The problem is that it is always inevitable that someone will acquire enough gold to make the rules.
Like Netflix?
Monopolies and oligopolies, my man. Disney, Netflix, Starbucks, what else? Walmart. Pretty much anybody who's a member of ALEC. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but the way things work doesn't make any sense for real. Not when your goal is to like govern citizens, right? Here's the deal. At the core of everything in capitalism is the idea of profit. You're familiar with profit? Are you familiar with the equation for profit?
The equation for profit? No, go ahead and tell me. What's that?
Income minus cost equals profit.
Okay.
So income minus cost equals profit. The goal for every capitalist is to increase profit. Given that equation, what are some ways you can think of to increase profit? Like on that equation?
Shaking ass.
You know what I'm saying?
I do it. And listen, I'm not above twerking.
You know,
twerking for a little bit of change. I will twerk for some change. Sorry,
shaking that
Solid.
thing
Go ahead,
is what I do.
So, okay, you know what? I'm not going to concede, but I'll say this, right? Let's just say I grant you the fact that capitalism has failed, right? Let me go ahead and say that. Because my whole thing is left, right, Republican, Democrat. Like, what is the way for all of us to like come to one, like, not talking about like we're talking about like the average Joe, like us, like we're average people. How do we come together? And you know what? There really isn't a side. We should all be on one side, you know? Because at the end of the day, it's like we're the ones that are suffering by
you want to know
right. The ones that are rich
how do
have
we
to worry
overthrow
about
the
that.
current societal system?
Yeah, exactly. How do we?
Solid. He wants revolution.
Yeah.
Solid. So I think he's taking a call. Hold on a second. W's in the chat for Karen for the $10 donation saying MAGA believes two things. Blind faith is for politics, not for the Bible. And two, the First Amendment is calling people slurs, not a collective peaceful action. Yeah, that's it. Also, W's in the chat for Austin for the $15 donation saying, I'm for individual freedom. Who's more free? Someone in the United States that can't quit their job because they need their private health care for their family, or someone in Norway who has health care with or without a job and can take more risk? Absolutely. That's freedom. That sounds like the drums of liberation to me. W's in the chat for Austin, and W's in the chat for Renegade for the $20 super chat. I'm not going to read all of that out just because there's some really sensitive words in that, Renegade, but I do want to say that congratulations on selling your house. Hopefully you get somewhere safe and you are able to continue to do what you do. Your voice is important and it's needed. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat, and you're fucking awesome. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Solid. He wants to know about revolution. He wants to know how do we spark revolution.
That's exactly what I was trying not to talk
about. Exactly. That's what I was just about to say. You got to go to Solid Live for that one.
Talk about. I don't like talking about it on social media because
you got to join the Patreon.
Yeah, I think you should probably go to the Patreon for that.
Yeah. I will say that the rich are the ones that don't have to worry about left and right. It's only us.
Yeah. Well, I will say that the problem is in stage capitalism, right? Eventually the workers will not be able to afford, and some argue that right now this is what's happening, is that the workers cannot afford the very things they produce themselves. Right? When you are only making enough to get back to work, right? Somebody in the comments said, you're on a phone on a live right now. You're not suffering. Well, the thing is, phones are a necessity to stay in the workforce. You know what I mean? So people are making it by, but they don't have enough to like do the things that will enrich their soul or allow them to have a full human experience. They're making enough to make it to work the next day, to sedate themselves after they get off of work, but they're not able to, right? And these are the best hours of our day that we're dedicating to these. And these are, these hours we could be spending with our families. We could be spending honing our skills, doing our hobbies. But the idea is that when the workers can no longer afford the things that they're producing themselves, capitalism will not stop trying to make profit. So it will outsource, right? And then the people who couldn't even afford stuff in the first place will then be out of a job. They will try to, find other avenues to exploit labor. What happens is the proletariat, the workers, they get fed up. This is what I believe to be a natural process. Some people believe it takes an incredible amount of organization. I think that it's natural to capitalism. I think that the workers won't really know they're revolting when they revolt. I think they'll just be hungry and angry. I don't think, right? Like the J6ers. Do you think that they at the time knew, like they were saying overtly to themselves, let's go do some insurrection? No. Or do you think they just truly believed, were just super angry and truly believed that their candidate got cheated and they were going to lose their country?
Yeah, they just kept
wanted to take their anger. Yeah. In that same way, I think the proletariat will not even think of revolution as a revolution. I think that they will just be hungry and pissed off.
How do you spell that?
The proletariat?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Proletariat. Now, if you put a pink in front of that and a .com on the end of that, okay, you can go to my website, okay? You can get access to the pod. You can get access to the Patreon. You can buy some merch. What I would like you to do is buy one of my community garden notebooks.
I know that's right.
So you can take notes when I teach class. That would be wonderful.
Definitely receptive to listen to it. It sounds interesting. I'm looking forward to hearing more from you. I did have other things to address, and it's not because
I think it would be good. Like, I appreciate you and even moving on to something else, but I think that I would like to leave it kind of fruitful with you instead of going down a different road, especially because I think there's a lot of meat on the bone and there's some stuff that could be taken up with solid. So I appreciate you coming up and I appreciate you getting into that, but I don't want to move on to something else with you. I'd rather leave it where we are right now.
Hey, fair enough, man. Have a good one.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Santana.
Absolutely. Listen.
So listen, I'm already trying to beat the weird siblings allegations. Okay.
Why? For what?
I think a lot of people.
What are you fighting that one for?
Two black men in hats.
We all look the same.
Yeah, and they're just like they're brothers, right? And then I find out you're 6'3". I'm 6'3".
We're singing and we're calling.
Give me a high five.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. But that's yeah. So I'm like, and you tall as me. Like, nah, we gotta.
Fuck it, let it ride. You know how black people.
You know
are.
what?
That's my cousin.
Yeah, fine. Yeah, Santana's my cousin on my dad's
what up,
side.
Cousin?
What's going on? Yeah. Let me get a plate.
You know how like black people always claim like another black person is famous as their cousin? Who's your famous?
I'm not gonna
cousin?
lie to you. All through 7th grade, I was claiming that Crazy Bone was my cousin.
Mm.
Yeah.
Snoop was mine because his like his mother and grandmother is from South Carolina, and like they're in the area or whatever. And so Snoop was my famous cousin, but now fuck that guy. There's that.
Yeah, I feel you. He over there DJing.
Yeah, fuck is that?
To the white man. You see, because when you DJ for the white man, okay, and you connect the hypotenuse to the bottom of the triangle. I'm sorry. Yeah.
That was in the chat. Thank you for the cake. Solid, you hanging out? What are we doing?
Yeah, I can chill for a little bit. I got to figure out how to go get this hibachi. My front yard is completely frozen over. And so the reason why it took me so long to get here is because I slid all the way down to the street. And the whiz had to toss me a shovel so I could hike back up my driveway. So
that's right.
Yeah.
I don't know where that crash out went. I tried to get him back in here, but he's gone. Matthew, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Matthew, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Okay, I'm gonna drop you down. Take that as a no. Mr. Wiggles, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Hell no, I don't know how I must have accidentally hit this, man. You know I ain't no damn Trump supporter. And fuck that fake.
I got you. I appreciate you. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live and help push us out to the FYP. Oh, all right. Jason, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Keep doing what you're doing, Santana.
Hey, buddy.
So is that a no?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter.
Okay, sorry. I guess the other guy was the one that was screaming at. Guys, please, I appreciate you. I love you all so much, but please, don't request up if you're not a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're looking for some debates, and that kind of slows down the live. I appreciate you. I really do. But please respect the boundaries. All right, Jason, you said that you are a Trump supporter. Got it. Jason, I think that there's some hard political truths that we have to deal with, and I think that a lot of people have not been able to face reality, and I'm hoping that you and I can do this together. I will hold your hand with a napkin in between if need be, but MAGA, you guys are all hypocrites. ICE is only the start. Trump doesn't give a shit about anything but money. Capitalism has absolutely failed us. And last but not least, Black people, we told you so. We tried to warn you. We tried to tell you, but you guys didn't listen. Jason, which point do you think, as a Trump supporter, that you can stand on business and defend the most?
Well, when I heard you talking about the socialism issue, I mean, capitalism works. I mean, there isn't a country out there that runs on socialism. They're all failed societies. So, I mean,
what about Norway?
What about Norway? Where do they get the most of their money? How do they get their money?
What about Sweden?
How are they funded? How was Sweden funded?
What about Denmark?
What's Denmark's population? How are they funded? How are they funded?
Yeah, I mean, we can
how
talk
much
about
money
how
do
they're
they
funding.
have to shell out? How much of the United States? How much U.S. money goes into those countries you're talking about?
Sure, we can talk about the actual.
Did until Trump came in. Because now that's going to end. Now they're going to have to spend their own money on their own country.
That's not
and
true.
their own defense, their own health care, all that money that we've been
Hold on, you got to slow down. You keep talking,
Go
and you got to let me finish. Yes, I got
Go
it.
ahead.
The point that I'm getting across is there are there are societies that are socialist, and even more so, like Donald Trump isn't putting an end to anything as far as countries standing on their own 2 feet. Donald Trump has antagonized the rest of the world to create alliances that no longer include the United States. And that's been something that's negatively impacted Americans. But Donald Trump hasn't done anything as far as forcing people to quote unquote stand on their 2 feet. Even more than that, he's just folded in every single instance that he's faced other world leaders, and he's only harmed Americans with his policies.
Well, you're not paying attention then. You haven't been seeing what's been going on over the last few months. And the fact that
You don't think I've been paying attention?
All these countries are getting in line with the program. And they're all going to have to start funding their own program.
What countries have gotten in line?
The U.S. isn't going to be funneling money into
What countries have gotten in line? You're saying vague
Denmark,
things. Be specific.
Switzerland. They're
How
all going to
so?
have to start. They
How so?
don't have an economy that we have.
How? Okay.
They're rich
Hold on.
because of the United
Hold
States.
on, Jason. I need you to hear me on
understand that,
this.
right?
Jason,
you
real
understand
quick.
that those countries are rich because of the United States?
Jason, I don't want you just to say stuff and then kind of like say vague stuff. If you could, please, if you have a specific example, not only give me the example, but give me the actual proof that supports your example. So if you're saying that Donald Trump has did this, which caused country X to do this by doing this, then give me that actual proof and we can talk about it. But saying like vague things like he's getting everyone in line, like that's not something that we can really deal with.
So you're telling me that all these countries that you think are productive or that are functioning using using socialism or they're socialist countries, that they're working, that they're functioning socialist countries, are because they're standing on their own merits. They're not getting money from the United States. They haven't been able to do what they've been able to do because they don't have to fend for themselves. They rely on money coming in from the United States and other areas as well. Switzerland's a big example.
So are you referring to these countries not having
is
the military industrial complex and so they don't funnel tons of money into their military, unlike the United States? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is they don't have a military. They don't have anything compared to what we have. We take care of the rest of the world. We've always done that.
Sure. Would you say that we take care of our NATO allies?
Sure we do. They're a part of NATO.
Sure. So you would say the United States with our military has been the backbone of NATO and NATO depends on us and our military, right?
Correct.
Okay. What's Article 5?
I couldn't recite you Article 5.
And what's like the sole responsibility, like the big responsibility of NATO?
Responsibility of NATO? I don't know. Big responsibility of NATO. I couldn't tell you.
The reason why NATO exists and one of the biggest responsibility is it's an alliance that allows us to respond in force against a threat. And so it creates allyships where if one country is attacked, then all countries are attacked.
Oh, correct. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So Article 5 is the invokement of, basically reaching out to the other members in NATO and saying like, hey, we need your help. What country has invoked Article 5 since NATO has been a thing?
Now, before we say it, now you're talking about us needing NATO. Is what you're asking me? Or that's what you're saying?
No, the question is what country has invoked Article 5 for NATO?
I couldn't tell you.
You want to take a guess?
No, I mean, I'm not familiar with Article 5.
The United States of America. The United States of America is the only country within NATO who has invoked Article 5, which is the reliancy on other countries to defend us. So while we talk
you're
about
saying NATO defending the U.S., what you're saying?
Yes.
Who funds NATO?
All the countries, but again, you're
who's the largest funding element of NATO?
It's based off of GDP. The United States has the largest GDP, and so the United States. So the United States donates the majority of money because of the size of the GDP, but it's all based off of a percentage based off of the GDP. But the point that I'm getting to is the only country that is a part of NATO that has needed the help and support of NATO and other countries is the United States of America.
The United States has never needed the help of any other country.
Then why did they invoke Article 5?
I don't know.
So maybe you should,
Article 5
maybe
for which event? Which event are you
September the 11th.
What's that?
September the 11th. After the United States was attacked for September the 11th, the United States invoked Article 5 of NATO, requesting help from other countries to defend our country.
Was that assistance?
Military help to defend our country. Yes, we needed their help. That's why we invoked it. Why else would we invoke Article 5 for shits and giggles or shiggles?
Because we're paying for it. If we're paying for it, we're going to use it. NATO is just another tool of the United States.
You just said that we don't need the help, though. We literally said we need the help.
Never needed it.
If we didn't need it, then why would we invoke it?
You understand that if it's there, we're going to use it.
If we didn't need the help, why would we invoke it?
Because we're paying for it. If we're paying for it, we're going to use it. It makes more sense.
Okay. So we needed it when we used it, though, right? Because if we're paying for it, we're going to use it when we need it, right? Because we wouldn't need it. I mean, we wouldn't use it if we didn't need it, even if we're paying for it.
If we're paying for it, it's ours. I don't care
Question
who's
for
running
you.
it.
Question for you,
ours,
Jason.
You know?
Question for you, Jason.
Go ahead.
Do you have like life insurance or car insurance? You got car insurance.
Correct.
Cool. Jason, have you ever used your car insurance without needing to actually file a car insurance claim for any type of incident, wreck, or anything like that?
Have I paid out of pocket for something and not used my car insurance?
No. Have you ever used your car insurance when there was no need to use your car? Let's say you have a flood in your basement in your home, but you have car insurance. Did you use the car insurance to address the flooding in the basement in your home?
No.
Okay. Let's say that you are parked and someone hits your car and you come out and you see a dent, but they didn't stop, they didn't let you know, and you got a dent in your car. Would you use your car insurance to fix the dent?
It depends on how much it would cost me out of pocket.
In general, typical situations, would you use your insurance to actually fix the damage?
If it's not going to go against me on points where I'm going to have to pay more, then yeah, I'd use the insurance.
Okay, perfect. So the point that I'm getting across, and you're sitting here talking about like we pay for it, it's ours, and we don't need it, but we would use it. You absolutely, it's the same thing with like car insurance. If you don't need to use the car insurance, you won't use the car insurance. But no matter if it's big or small, howdy partner, you use car insurance because you need it. Like that, you sitting here saying that, oh, we don't need that. It's American exceptionalism, and American exceptionalism is kicking everyone's ass. Like, it's so weird. It's so weird that you guys take a stance that like, oh, everyone else needs us and we don't need them. It's just a weird premise.
But it's the facts. I mean, you can't deny that. It's the facts. We are self-reliant. That's why this whole Make America Great Again and this whole America First. Listen now, this is why
how are we self-reliant? You're making statements that aren't true.
I'm explaining it to you.
No. You're getting off on this whole different tangent.
Can we explain it or
no,
not?
I want you to specifically tell me, how are we self-reliant? Do we own all the minerals and resources that we need to create our technology? Yes or no?
Do we own them?
Do we own all the minerals and resources that we need within our borders to create the technology that we use? Yes or no?
Actually, we do, but we don't. We don't use them, but we do, because we have plenty of mineral resources here in the US. Why you always lying? We have fools like Biden and the Biden administration that take
You're literally just sitting here lying.
We can't mine.
You're literally
like
sitting
the
here
Grand
lying.
Canyon's full of.
You're literally sitting here lying. We don't have access. Cool. Hey, why do we buy the majority of our magnets from China?
I don't know.
Why don't we just mine the materials needed for magnets within the United States?
That's a good question. We should just mine the materials here in the U.S.
Because we don't have the rare earth minerals to mine for magnets. That's why China sits on the largest repository of rare earth minerals for magnets. We don't have that here in the United States, so we can't use it. We're not self-sufficient because those magnets, those minerals, the materials that's used for magnets go into our military equipment, into our drones, into a lot of this stuff. And so we absolutely need those magnets that come from China in order to use that in our technology. We can't mine it because we don't have it, so we're not self-reliant. You don't know things and you're just saying shit because it's American exceptionalism and it's kicking your ass.
I don't think you understand what you're talking about. We are on the path to making sure that we are self-reliant 100%. That's the hardest thing in the world to do, because there are things all over the world that we don't have access to, that, you know, other countries provide for us and we provide for them. But we can still do things on our own. We can still, especially when it comes to energy.
You can't be self-reliant if you're relying on other countries to do for you. That doesn't work.
But we don't need, is what I'm trying to say.
I just literally gave you the biggest
You gave me
examples.
one example, magnets. Okay.
What do we use magnets
I don't know anything
for?
about magnets.
I know you don't. You don't know anything about anything. You don't know anything about anything.
So you think
what did I just say?
What did
I just say we use those magnets for?
We use magnets for all sorts of things.
What did I just say we use those magnets for?
Oh, for the military?
For literally for our weaponry, for our military, for our drones. What's one of the biggest exports of the United States? Something that we actually export, that we don't export a lot, but something that we export. It's our biggest export. What is it?
I don't know. What is it?
Fighter jets. Fighter jets. We sell fighter jets. Do you know that in our fighter jets, we use a shit ton of magnets? So in order to be able to create and produce one of the things that we actually export, we need magnets. How can we actually be self-sustaining with one of our largest exports if we are not in partnership with China to get that massive levels of magnets? You know why I know this shit? You want to know why I actually know this? You want to know why I actually know this?
How you know this?
Donald Trump. Donald Trump is actually the reason why I know this. Donald Trump went on this weird, random shit talking about magnets. And I was like, the fuck is he talking about magnets? This guy's an idiot. And I started doing the research myself because I was going to make a video clowning him. And I was like, oh, he just like the stupid stuff comes out of his mouth, but someone had to say something and it actually stuck with him. And whoever the smart person that said this shit about the magnets, like he filtered out the stupid shit, but like there's something to it. The only reason I went and did a deep dive into magnets and why that was important because Donald Trump was stupid about talking about magnets and then talking about tariffs and talking about trade deficits. And I had to look this up and verify the things that we actually export versus import. I had to look at our trade deficits, and I also had to look at these rare earth minerals, like the contract that Donald Trump is trying to get to sign with Ukraine. And Ukraine is holding that up because they want certain protections, but we need those materials as well. It's all connected. We don't have these materials to be self-sufficient. You want to be isolationist, and we don't have the ability to be isolationist. Also, guess what? We've done that before. Did you know that? Did you know that we've actually been isolationists before? And not only did we be isolationists, but we were isolationists with tariffs. Did you know that?
Yeah, we took tariffs in before we took taxes in.
When was the last time that we tried to be isolationists?
I don't think this country tried to be isolationist. I think we were just trying to get away. During the founding?
We vehemently and adamantly stood on being isolationists. And we said everyone else's problems around the world is not our problems.
Probably right before the Second World War.
Yes, I see you see it in the chat. Absolutely.
No, I didn't look at the chat.
Absolutely. Before World War II. Before World War II, we tried to be isolationists, and we also implemented tariffs. And have you ever heard of the Smoot-Hawley Act?
No.
Okay. So Donald Trump with his tariff policy, the blanket tariffs, right? This has been done twice in the history of the United States, both times over 100 years apart, right? And when this happened, it was done by the conservative party, both times done by the conservative party. And the first time it was done, the conservative party lost power. They lost over 60% of their seats. It was so bad. They lost 60% of their seats. The second time they did this, they lost power for 40 years. Donald Trump is doing the exact same thing that has happened twice in the history of our country, both times 100 years apart, done by the conservatives, and it has failed so bad that they have lost so much power. And that's why you see right now that ever since Donald Trump has won the election, the Republican Party has overwhelmingly been blown out in every general election, special election, fucking city council meeting. You guys are getting run up and down. That's why Donald Trump is terrified of the midterms. And that's why Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Steve Bannon are all saying, if we lose at the midterms, we're all going to jail. And they will lose power. They understand that the actual tariff policy that they are implementing, along with the idea of being isolationist, is not only a failing policy, but it has failed twice in our country history. And when it failed twice in our country history, it fucked them over. But you know what? He's too stupid to do anything else. And he knows that his base is too stupid to look anything up. I've been sitting here saying, what do you know about this? What do you know about this? What do you know about? I don't know. But America, we got this in America. It's American exceptionalism, and it's kicking your ass.
Did you vote for Trump?
Why the fuck would I vote for Trump?
Did you vote for Biden?
Yes.
Did you vote for Obama?
Yes.
Did you have an issue with the ICE agents and what they were doing?
Why are you pivoting?
The ICE agents?
Why are you pivoting?
I'm not. I'm just asking.
You're literally pivoting to something.
I just want to know what you want.
Wait. I am more than happy to talk about why I voted for Biden or Trump and how the difference is between ICE then and now. But I literally just went on an entire diatribe talking about tariffs, talking about isolationism, talking about how We need other countries, the rare earth minerals, all this other stuff. And you immediately just pivoted to something else. I need you to focus and either address what I just said with the counter argument, or I need you to concede and say that, hey, maybe being isolationist is not a good idea because the shit that you just laid out, it sounds pretty bad. One of the two. Before we go to ICE, I need you to do that.
Well, I mean, I don't believe you're right.
Okay, then prove me wrong. That's fine. I don't care if you think I'm right. Prove me wrong.
Proving you wrong is going to take time because everything.
That's fine.
I got time. Place. You understand that?
Listen, I just looked at my watch. I got time today.
No, not today. I'm talking about time. It's going to take time.
It's not.
Everything
it's literally not.
Is going to take
you
time.
Guys love screaming. It's going to take time.
Look, he's been
I just gave you two
trying to sort things out. You understand?
I just gave you two historical inflection points in our history. This is not new. This is not special. This is not original. This has been done before and it has failed. And not only has this been done before and failed, since Donald Trump had quote unquote Liberation Day and his policies, the country has seen massive negative impacts to our economy, whether we talk about the increased rise of unemployment, whether we talk about the stagnation that we're seeing with inflation.
That could have happened.
I don't give a shit about you saying these wild statements or whatever, trying to get me off point. The point that I'm making is the point that, hey, Jason, the point that I'm making is no, it doesn't take time. We have proof. Now you either prove me wrong with actual facts and information, or I need you to concede and stop saying that shit.
The only way that you'll understand this is to just sit back and enjoy the next 3 years of prosperity.
No, it's not. I'm literally sitting here saying that
there's nothing falling apart at your feet. Nothing.
Jason.
Everything is moving smoothly in the direction it's supposed to move into.
Hey. Fucking ignorance is bliss, and I refuse to allow you to be ignorant right now. You are not going to retreat to your safe space while I'm sitting here talking to you. I refuse to let you continue to parrot the same bullshit that you've been saying this entire time if I'm sitting here disproving the words that you're saying. I refuse to let you keep reading off whatever script that you think you're going to read. You will address what I'm saying, and I'm not going to let you just continue to repeat that shit because you're wrong. Now, Jason,
unemployment is at excellent.
No, we have two different inflection points within the history of our country where we have seen this fail. And we also have over a year's worth of data of our economy taking massive negative hits in multiple ways. Jason, prove me wrong that these things that the Trump administration is engaging in is negatively impacting, whether we look at a historical view or if we take a look at the current impacts that have occurred. Prove me wrong.
I'm proving you wrong. It's everything is working out. The economy is getting better.
How?
Everything.
I don't want you to just say random stuff. Prove
prices and energy prices.
Sure. Show me where
the
prices.
Fact that our military is getting strong.
Stop. You're running from the point and you're trying to just say vague shit. I don't care about vague shit. I care about specifics. You said that our economy is getting better. You said prices are going down. Perfect. Get me something that proves that prices are going down, because I can show you multiple indicators like consumer confidence and CPI and information from the Fed that proves that prices have increased. Give me something that proves that prices are going down. I need something. No more vague shit. I need you to stand on business. I'm unmuting you. Give it to me.
And like I told you before, everything is going to have to, it's all time. You're going to have to give it time.
No, Jason,
to find this so-called research that you're looking for.
Sure. Take a moment. I'm going to thank a couple of people. You got time. I'm going to thank a couple of people. And then I got my brother Solid up here and I'll talk to him. He's way more intelligent than you. And I would much rather talk to him than you. You got time. Go find that information. Because again, I can pull up all the information that I'm sitting here speaking on. So go get that information. W's in the chat for Shannon for the $5 donation, saying, to Solid's point, most of us are existing financially, not thriving or growing. Fucking exactly. W's in the chat for Shannon. W's in the chat for Darius for the $5 donation, saying, I am / was real life related to Tiny Lester. Oh, Debo, holy shit. W's in the chat for you. You cousins with Debo? W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation, saying, I don't understand where the disconnect is with these people. Do they realize that this country is only 250 years old? for 250-year-old countries has not been around making money, and other countries have been around making money a lot longer than us. Yes, especially China. China made the point like they've been around for 5,000 years. And
all right, I got some for you.
That's fine. You hold tight for just a few more moments. W's in the chat for Jody for the $5 Aussie. They're saying, thank you for getting me into Swan. I found myself going between watching you and her both daily. Swan is fucking dope. I accidentally fell asleep watching her last night and woke up at 1 a.m. To your live playing automatically instead. Thank you for educating me on a daily basis. Absolutely. Listen, we fucking cover ground. Like I'm telling you, we cover ground. And W's in the chat for Swan. W's in the chat for MAGA Cries for the $2 donation saying Jason is just a mindless maggot on his knees for Trump. God damn. W's in the chat for Jonna, who sent a $5 donation saying we're self-reliant but invade a whole sovereign country for oil. Right. Exactly. W's in the chat for Brandon for the $2 donation saying guess is a complete moron. Shit. W's in the chat for Junior for the $1 donation saying Jason doesn't need anyone. He has his hand. Luckily, because no woman would touch him. God damn. W's in the chat for Jordy for the $1 donation. $1.50 Ozzy said, I saw a video on what happened with the United States if they stop importing goods from other countries. Yes, I've seen that as well. There were a lot of everyday things that would be gone. The U.S. cannot The U.S. can't self-sustain. I don't know what the fuck is happening there. The U.S. cannot self-sustain. A lot of issues. Other countries have the ability to be self-sufficient. Australia, but leave us alone. Exactly. W's in the chat for Amanda for the $5 donation saying, give me time. It's like walking in on your housekeeper, burning down your house and assuming it's a part of the process. It is. I guess they're saying you got to trust the process. W's in chat for Jessica. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, guys. W's in the chat for Jessica. Jessica, you're so fucking amazing. Send a $100 donation saying as an early birthday gift to you. Hope it's an amazing one, Santana. Keep being awesome. Never stop being you. Holy fuck, guys. Massive W's in the chat for Jessica. That means so much to me. Thank you. You are fucking amazing. W's in chat for Leah for the $10 saying thank you from Minneapolis. You are amazing. I hope you're staying safe. W's in the chat as well for Amanda for the $15 donation saying really enjoying your live debates. You not only spit facts, but you teach people how to debate with compassion and respect. I try it. Like sometimes I crash out, but I really, really try. W's in chat for all the donors. There's some over on YouTube, but I want to get back to the debates. And so I will read out those super chats soon. But W's in the chat. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. If you want to actually support over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. And guys, we got Solid right here. Make sure we're showing Solid some love. Solid is hanging out with us, 2.3 thousand of us. Hit that follow button, but make sure you follow Solid as well. Show Solid some love. Let's get him over 1,000 coins. And also his pay links are in the link tree in his bio. And mods, can we get his pay links running in the poll? Please, please, please. Please, please, please. All right, Jason, you said that you had proof showing that Donald Trump's tariffs are beneficial.
Proof, I love it. I didn't say anything about Donald Trump's tariffs.
You said, I'm sorry, you're right. You said you have proof that prices are going down. We specifically homed in on prices
other things we're talking about as well. But okay.
Well, no, we were specifically talking about prices going down. What's the proof showing the prices are going down?
Capital Group, capitalgroup.com, economic outlook, economic trends, economic insights. That's capitalgroup.com. The economy shows signs of
capitalgroup.com. Okay, hold on a second. What's the title again? Give me the title again.
Capitalgroup.com.
What's the title?
Economic outlook, economic trends, economic insights.
Okay, hold on one second. Economic outlook,
economic trends, economic insights. God dang it. I got to go on a call. I'll try and get you back.
Was he just saved by the bell? You're muted, Solid.
Literally, the funniest thing is he's a firefighter.
Yeah.
Which is funded by the people.
He was literally saved by the bell though, Solid, because like
I mean, Jesus Christ.
What the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? That's wild.
Capitalism works.
Not only that, I mean, like to sit here and say we need that excuse of like, oh, we need time. Like that's the weakest excuse, and I don't accept that.
The thing is, okay, so when you talk about GDP, which is a ridiculous, like economists, anybody who's been above macro 101, right, has heard an economist say that GDP is not really a good measure of the health of an economy. Also, if the growth of that economy means that you have to intrude on another place, you know what I mean? And then go, this place is us now. Hey, you know this place where you've been your whole life? It's not that place. It's now this place is us. Mm-hmm. Right? It's like, yeah, that might make the economy grow. But it's not really a good thing for the people that were in that place. You know what I mean?
Exactly. JB9, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
No, and I'm sorry. Please boot me if this isn't allowed, but I've heard how much you care about the.
Thank you so much, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. I appreciate you guys so much. If you are a friendly, tap the screen, share the live. I'm gonna what's the gift goal? I'm gonna add a gift goal. You can show some love with supporting the gift goal and all the wonderful things. Hit that follow button. But we are only looking for some debates. If you want to get a message across, you can drop it in the chat. If I see it, then I'll read it. Or you can try to get it to one of the mods, or even more so, if you want to ensure that I read off whatever message you are trying to portray. If you send it through a donation, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, I will read that off for Shiggity. But only request up if you're a Trump supporter, because we are looking for some debates and we don't want to slow down the overall live.
Yeah, if you hit the live goal, you get us on the FYP and you protect the live. And what it tells me about you is that you're the best cartwheeler at your school. And I'm proud of you for that. And you should be proud of yourself.
Absolutely.
Edgar, are you a man? Sorry, can you drop me?
No worries. I'll drop you down. Also, guys, there can only be one. There can only be one best cartwheeler. And you got to do the things in order to be qualified as the best cartwheeler at your school. Hi, Kayla. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
No, Santana, I'm so sorry.
All right, no worries. Guys, this is the perfect time to run through this quick reminder. If you take a look down at the bottom, if you see the pink and blue person, you're good. You're good. If you see pink and blue, you're good. But if you see the gray person, that means you are in the request and you are here for some debates. If you look down at the bottom, you see the pink and blue person, you're good. But if you see the gray person, you're here, you're in the request, you are ready for some debate. So only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. 2.3 thousand of us hanging out here. Make sure you hit that like button. If you're over on the YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's get the likes up to 300,000 likes. Also, give me a follow. Give me a follow if you have not done so. This is the backup account. Follow the main account. We're almost at 80,000 followers on the main account. Follow Solid. Solid is here. Show Solid some love. And even more so, make sure that we are hitting his pay links. We got his pay links running in the poll in the bio. But he also has a link tree in his bio. Check out the Patreon. It's fucking dope.
I'll tell you what, I am actually 200 people away from hitting 20K followers.
What?
Okay. I started, when TikTok first booted up, I started off with a 25K account off of like 3 videos. The app just was like, oh, let's get them out to people. So I started off with 25K, lost that account. Now I'm back. And we've worked really hard to get back to where we were. Hey, listen, if you could get me up to 20K, you would be amazing.
Chat, that's
absolutely
easy.
Amazing.
2.2 thousand of us there. I know 200 people who aren't following Solid can follow Solid. tap his profile, hit that plus button, and it will allow you to follow him. Let's get him to 20,000 followers. Bad, are you a Trump supporter or someone that disagrees with something on the background?
Oh, I'm a Trump supporter.
Okay. All right. So Bad. I think that there's a couple of political truths that we have to absolutely embrace, including the fact that MAGA, they're all hypocrites. ICE is only step one. Trump doesn't care about shit but money. Capitalism has absolutely failed us. And black people, we tried to tell you. We tried to warn you. We told you, but you guys didn't listen. But Bad, which point on the background as a Trump supporter do you think that you can defend the most? Which point do you stand on the most?
Which one? Oh, let's see. Pretty much all of them.
Okay, pick one.
Oh, well, I don't understand. And why are we hypocrites? Is the first one.
Okay. Well, it's because a lot of times you guys take a stance that only applies to people in opposition of you, but not people that fall on your same side. Really quick, Bad. There's kind of like some background noise. It sounds like the TV is there. Any way you can turn it down a little bit or step away?
As soon as I find it, I will.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm going to mute you. Just let me know when you bring the sound down, and I'm going to thank a couple of people really quick. W's in the chat for Sarah for the $5 donation, saying, just because I can't unhear it, I want the rest of the chat to suffer too. Jason sounds like Ray Romano, who played Manny and Manny the Mammoth in Ice Age. Sorry, not sorry. I've never watched Ice Age, but I know Ray Romano. W's in the chat for Tiana. Hey, Tiana, for the $1 donation, saying, how are there this many people accidentally in the box? They tap the screen. It depends on where they tap. I get it. I don't even blame them. W's in the chat for Deb, who sent a $9.99 super chat to say, venture capitalist Nick Henner, I fucked that up. An early investor in Amazon has warned his fellow billionaires that either do something about the income inequality or the pitchforks and torches are coming. Eat the rich. W's in the chat for Renegade for the $5 super chat to say, reminder today that the Holocaust Remembrance Day, there are a lot of people, a lot of happening today, so it makes it worth a remember. Absolutely. Fucking W's in the chat. W's in the chat for the One Mighty Pen for the $2 super chat to say, can you please give me the proletariat website again?
I'll go ahead and put it in the chat for you.
This is over on YouTube. You got to say it.
Oh, snap. Okay. Pinkproletariat.com. That's pinkproletariat.com. pinkproletariat.com.
Pinkproletariat.com.
Prolet. Proletariat. Yeah. Yeah, one of them. Yeah. That's it.
W's in the chat for Rad for the $5 super chat. What up, Rad? Last super chat probably for a long time. Cat minor surgery yesterday. Holy shit. 800 turned in 5,400. What the fuck? That is crazy. Debate these MAGA butts. You know how we do. As long as you're still here, friend, listening, then we're good. I appreciate you so much. I hope everything turns out well. You're fucking awesome. W's in the chat for XGens for the $20 super chat to say, let it play out. It's such a naive and dangerous caller. Exactly. W's in the chat for my brother, Uptown Sports. What up, Hector? Who sent a $19.99 super chat to say, happy early birthday to my brother Santana. Keep doing your thing. Even though 2025 brought us the return of Orange Bozo, it's also connected up, which has been a game changer. Thank you, brother. Much love. Hector, you know we're locked in. I appreciate you so much. W's in the chat for Uptown Sports, my brother Hector. And last but not least, god damn it, W's in the chat for I think it's pronounced Mitchell, who sent 5 YouTube membership subscriptions. You are fucking awesome. Thank you so much for the 5 YouTube membership subscriptions. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Make sure we're taking care of Solid. Let's get him over 3,000 coins. He's at 2.56. And also make sure you give him a follow. We're trying to get him 20,000 followers. Big, are you good now?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, you were saying that how are MAGA hypocrites? And I was saying that it's because you guys often care about things or speak negatively about things when it comes to things that you don't like or don't align with you, but speak positively about those things when they align with your premise. Question for you, Big. Do you believe in the Constitution?
Oh, heck yeah.
Do you believe in, you sound kind of far away. Do you believe in like your Second Amendment right?
Yep.
Do you believe that people shouldn't infringe on your Second Amendment right?
Correct.
You said you do?
Yes.
You think people should infringe on your Second Amendment right?
No, correct. They should not.
Okay, so they should not. Got it. Hey, what do you think about Alex Prettier having weapons out at the protest when it came to him being murdered, and the fact that Donald Trump, DHS, and even the former head of ICE all saying that he was a domestic terrorist because he showed up with his weapons?
No, he has every right to have his weapon with him.
Okay. What do you think about undocumented immigrants being deported and not giving access to due process?
They're not authorized to access to due process.
But the Constitution says that they are.
Nope, that was already signed by Clinton. It says that they're not authorized that. See, that's the problem.
That's not true.
Hold on, see, that's the problem. When prior presidents had already signed that. It is true.
That's not
they're
true.
Not U.S. citizens, so they did not authorize that.
The Constitution gives due process
U.S. citizens.
The Constitution gives due process to all citizens in the jurisdiction of the United States of America. Give me a second. Let me finish this.
Okay.
The Constitution actually gives gives due process to all United States citizens within the jurisdiction of the United States, and even in any of their territories, and even more so. Question: do you know how many Supreme Court justices we have?
Yes, you have 9.
Okay. How many of the 9 are conservative?
Are conservative?
Yeah, currently.
Well, there should none of them be conservative.
The biases. There are certain biases that lean conservative.
Well,
and some that lean,
shouldn't none of them. Remember, they're Supreme Court justices.
I agree they shouldn't, but where do they currently lean as far as the split?
It should be like 5-4 or something like that.
6-3, close. 6-3. There's 6 conservative Supreme Court justices currently serving. Of those 6 conservative Supreme Court justices, do you know how many were appointed by Donald Jimothy Trump?
Oh gosh, what? 4?
3. So on a 9-member Supreme Court, 6 of them are conservative, and 3 of them were specifically appointed by Donald Trump himself. Hey, they all decided in a 9-0 ruling. 9-0. Like we got all of. We even fucking got Clarence Thomas, that tap dancing soft shoe coon, to get on board. You can't laugh at that. You're white.
Yes, I can.
You can't. That's not a joke for you. That's a joke for Solid. You don't get to laugh at that one, white man. Anyway,
I can laugh at that.
Yeah, you don't. Anyway, they ruled in a 9-0 decision that Donald Trump violated the constitutional rights of Kilmar Albergo Garcia, did not give him due process, and even him, an immigrant, an undocumented immigrant, someone who was in the country, they get access to due process. And so they demanded that he bring him back into the country because he violated his constitutional rights in a 9-0 decision. So again, remind me again that how they don't get access to due process when literally the Supreme Court just ruled against Donald Trump and said that he had to give due process to an actual person that you would say wouldn't have due process.
Because he was already in court process.
Mm-hmm.
He already had a court process going on when they deported him. They actually brought him back. So he has to go back through court.
Why did they bring him back? What did they say the reason was?
Let me finish, because they're bringing his reason they brought him back is he has to go back through court.
Because of what?
Because he had to have due process from his previous court trial.
Exactly, but he still has to have due process. That's
from his previous court trial.
It doesn't matter that it's from his previous.
To do with his deportation, because
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. He's not an American citizen.
When you get done with him, he's still going to be deported.
That's fine. He's not an American citizen.
Correct.
He was not given due process, and the Supreme Court said
it had nothing to do with his immigration status.
It does not matter.
That's not his previous court and his previous trial.
Bad. Can you please listen to me?
I'm listening to you, but you're not listening to me.
You're missing the point. You want to get bogged down and say, oh, it has nothing to do with his immigration. I'm not arguing what it has to do with. I'm saying he's someone who is not an American citizen. And the Supreme Court said that this American citizen has a right to, this non-American citizen has a right to due process, and Donald Trump deporting him without giving him a right to due process is a violation of the Constitution. That's the point.
But that point had nothing to do with his immigration status. It had to do with his court trial date, because he had an actual trial date. And because he hadn't finished his court, they actually brought him back. That's why.
Let me try to simplify this really quick. Bad.
You're trying to say one person,
sure,
and he's a very special case.
Sure. 1 second. Bad. Was Kilmar Albergo Garcia a United States citizen?
Nope.
Was Kilmar Albergo Garcia deported?
Yep.
Did the Supreme Court rule in a 9-0 decision that Kilmar Albergo Garcia needed to be returned?
Yep.
Did the Supreme Court rule that Kilmar Albergo Garcia needed to be returned so he could complete his due process as far as his trials to be deported?
Correct.
Okay. So if Kilmar Albergo Garcia was able to get that ruling from the highest court in the land, and he is not an American citizen, and they utilize the Constitution to say like, hey, he has to have due process even though he's not an American citizen, is that precedence to say that non-American citizens have to receive due process under the guise of the Constitution?
No, that's not what that means, guy. That's the same thing as an illegal immigrant comes out here and shoots somebody. He's going to get due process. He's going to go to jail. As soon as he does his jail time, he gets deported.
That's not. Okay, so him having due process is going before a court.
Correct.
Him not having due process.
But not for immigration status.
It doesn't matter if it's for immigration status. It just matters that he gets due process, even though he's an immigrant.
See, that's the problem. Is you're trying to say that he's got brought back for immigration status, and he was not brought back for immigration status for due process.
No, I'm saying that he's an immigrant. He's not an American citizen, and he still gets due process because of the Constitution.
No, that's not what that was for. See, that's where you're mistaken. You keep saying that he's brought back for immigration status because he's getting due process because he's entitled due process.
Yes.
He's entitled due process for criminal activity.
Yes.
Not because he was an immigrant for immigration status.
I'm not saying anything about him having due process for his immigration status. I'm saying that he is not an American citizen, but he still gets due process. It doesn't matter if it's for murder, if it's for fucking, no, listen. It doesn't matter if it's for murder, for jaywalking, for fraud, for anything. It does not matter. He is someone who is not a United States citizen, and even while being someone that is not a United States citizen, he still gets due process. That's my point.
Just him.
No,
just him.
Solid. Would you like to try?
Yeah, everyone on U.S. soil. The Constitution says no person, not no citizen. It says no person shall be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law.
I want your brother to eat a little bit of that rice because he saw a little bit of the diarrhea.
Oh, right, yeah. Correct. Okay. But you have to realize they did sign law that a lot of these guys, that's the reason they don't get due process.
They all get due process.
Well, you can keep saying that, but you know as well as I do. You know as well as I do they sign that because that's the same thing that all the lawyers and stuff are saying.
Yeah, they should all get due process.
Also, I want to know what law. Wait, bad. What law?
And that's exactly right.
Bad.
I will agree with him when he says that.
Bad. What law did they sign that say that they don't get due process?
It's an immigration law, and it was signed. And I'm telling you, I think it was signed by Clinton.
Sure, that's fine. What is
but
it?
I will agree with him
No,
with
that's
exactly
fine.
what you
What's the
just
law?
said. According to the Constitution,
Bad.
what he said is
Stop. I need you to tell me what law was signed that says that undocumented immigrants don't get due process under the Constitution. I need that. Like I need that. Like I need it. I need it. Sorry, Solid.
No, it's no worries. I mean, I feel like there's a much deeper rooted issue here. I feel like this is a movement towards a white Christo nationalist ethno state.
Mm-hmm.
That's
what it's all about, Solid.
Yeah, it's and then, you know, historically when we do atrocities, we justify it post hoc through a few mechanisms. One, we label the people that we've harmed criminal, right? Or bad hombres or bad guys, right? And then two, we label ourselves heroic, right? Justified, legal, civilized. And I think part of the indoctrination that goes on these days is just more of the same tactic, right? To me, there is no excuse, legal or otherwise, that would justify masked men throwing me into a windowless van. There's just no, you can make no justification, right? If the law says that's okay, I disagree with the law.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know, because I'm a human.
Yep, I completely agree. Hey, Bad, just an FYI, you have to swipe back in the app every once in a while. If you're gone for too long, it will kick you. So you have to swipe back in. W's in chat for Elizabeth for the $5 donation. Hey, follow you and others. Try to become a super fan for you today, but doesn't show on TikTok. Do you know why? I don't know how super fan specifically works on TikTok, but if you're on YouTube, the membership subscriptions are not only easier, but it's cheaper. So I don't know. But W's in chat, thank you so much. And W's in chat for Janet for the $10 donation saying, Greenland, the men are all busy measuring penis sizes. I'm here thinking that NATO collectively holds something like $2 trillion in US debts. Yes. And wondering how much damage could be done without a single shot being fired. That's something that's interesting. I don't know if you have to come back into the app every once in a while. If you don't swipe back in, it will completely disconnect you. One thing that I don't know if a lot of people saw this, but apparently Germany is recalling like an excessive amount of gold that's supposed to be held by the United States. I think you're going to see a lot of our allies starting to pull the actual financial interest that they have within the United States, which is going to negatively impact the country as a whole. So I think that's something to keep an eye on as well. But I'll see if I can find that number. But Germany, I think it's like 10 billion or something like that. Like they're recalling the actual gold that's supposed to be held within the United States. But surprise, surprise, it ain't there no more. I'm willing to bet. Debbie's in chat from MAGA Cries for the $2 donation saying, it's okay, Jethro. We know you lack general education. God damn. Debbie's in the chat, guys. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Make sure we're taking care of Solid. Solid's right here, guys. Get him over 3K, please. Also, his pay links are running in the poll in the bio. Solid, do you have any thank yous that you need to get off?
Let me take a look because I got to use the same device.
Mm-hmm. Also, guys, hit that follow button. Look up at the top. You see the word follow. You're not following me. Hit that follow button. This is the backup account. And make sure you follow the main account. We're so close to 80,000 followers. Hit that follow button on the main account. We're doing all the things.
Hey, nothing in the green app yet. Just the mutual aid. Yeah, that's all.
Guys, show Solid some love. His Cash App is running in the polls. Please, please, please. Somebody check the Cash. You know what? I'm just going to say that his Cash App is broken. That's what it is. It's not that you guys haven't shown him any love. It's that his Cash App is not working. Can someone please check Solid's Cash App and make sure that it's working? It's running in the poll in the bio. It's, in the poll up here in the corner right there. It's also in his pay links. I'm pretty sure that his all it is that his Cash App isn't working. I'm positive that my chat is not going to embarrass me and leave me high and dry when we got company. So someone check that for me.
I tell you what, it's not even for me. It's going to go to a present for Yaya. Yaya is in her freshman year, and she went out for her first musical, and she got a supporting part. And so we're extremely proud of her. I think I want to take her out to dinner as soon as my front yard thaws.
I know that's right.
I was out there.
That's right.
I was out there. Whee!
Slipping and sliding. Bad, did you find that information? Bad, are you there? Well, guys, while Bad continues to try, we're gonna
I gotta thank you for Lydia. Thank you, Lydia.
Let's go, Lydia. W's in the chat for Lydia. Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. We're looking for some help for Bad because he's struggling. He's struggling. He's looking for straws to grasp at. He's looking for straws to grasp at. So if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background, get in the box. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? I guess that's a no.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you, Dawn.
Let's go.
Hi.
Rachel, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yes, sir.
Which one? Or both?
Both.
Combination. Got it. All right, Rachel. I think that there are political hard truths that we absolutely need to face, which is that MAGA, you guys are all hypocrites. The fact that ISIS, step one, Trump doesn't care about shit but money. Capitalism has absolutely failed. And Black people, not you, but the rest of us, we told you so. So which point as a Trump supporter do you think that you can stand on business and defend the most?
MAGA, maybe with ICE, I do agree with them being there in Minnesota. I actually think we need more ICE, maybe SWAT team or more federal agents.
Did you know that not only is ICE there, an overwhelming force, the actual police force in the area totals 500, and ICE have about 3,000 people there. But there's also been an additional allocation of all of federal law enforcement, over 20%. So ICE is also getting allocations from like the FBI, U.S. Marshal, CIA, things like that.
Yes, I understand that. However, there's been a lot of paid protesters down there. So that's mostly what we are.
Where are you getting that from?
From the people down there. They actually been saying that they've been seeing a lot of yellow buses coming in and filled with people. I'm sorry?
Is that a trust me, bro?
No, there's videos on TikTok and on X.
I'll put
and on
videos
Threads.
on TikTok.
I'm sorry?
I'll put videos on TikTok. Am I the authority as far as what's happening?
I mean, even just like 2 weeks ago, they sent a whole bunch of grannies down there coming out the bus. So I'm like, why would you guys bring old people down there?
Can you prove it? Do you have empirical data?
Yeah, there's videos on TikTok. And
can you give me any type of empirical data?
Like a link or a source?
Any type of verifiable proof?
I could show you the video. The videos I've seen.
Has the video been verified? Is there verifiable proof with the video?
I believe the guys who posted the videos are right wing. They're like you. They're commentators like you. So
no.
So why should we listen to you then?
Who said you should listen to me?
I mean, you're here trying to defend. You're trying to defend your people. So
what people am I trying to defend?
The illegals, the criminals,
documented immigrants.
Sir, who won the election?
Which one?
This upcoming election. Who won?
You said the upcoming election.
This election. Who won this election? Trump or Scamala?
Who is Scamala? I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, so now you're acting dumb.
No, and that's ableist term.
So Trump won, right?
If you're referring to Kamala
America
Harris,
voted for this.
Hey.
And you guys are just
Rachel,
fighting what we voted for.
Rachel. Let me do this. You're getting kind of emotional right now, and it's not a good look.
No, because you're acting dumb and you're acting like you don't know.
Shh. It's okay. I promise you I'm willing to engage, but I just need you. You see this right here? It says crash out, you lose. That applies to you too, Rachel. So don't crash out on me, okay? Stay with me. I got you. Don't worry about it. And send your request to come off mute. I wanted to be specific. Were you talking about, you said this upcoming election, and then you started saying like a bunch of other stuff, and then you said like Kamala, which that's not true. But more than anything, when you talk about the election that passed, Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump, yeah, Donald Trump won. I'm a little confused what that has to do with anything as far as your claims.
Because Trump, before he got into office, he already told everyone what he was going to do. And we voted for that. Okay.
What'd you vote
and
for?
The problem that we have now is you libtards are the only ones that are pissed off.
Hey.
STR.
Yeah. I'm going to kick you.
You're
Rachel.
not letting
Rachel,
them.
Stop. I'm going to kick you because you fucking slurred. You come up here on live. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. You came up here specifically on live, crashing out, acting like a fucking petulant child just for you to slur. You're showing who you are. You know what? You're a fucking idiot and you're a coward. You're a fucking idiot and a coward. That's the only reason you just slurred. I've already removed it. Guys, there is no need for anyone to report. I can take care of it, and reporting that does nothing beneficial. I don't need you guys to report from the chat. I promise you we got it. Please and thank you. Please do not report from the chat. I got it. We're good.
When MAGAs are that far gone, the base assumption that they have is that people on the left, or well, liberals, are inherently soft, weak, that they can be triggered by words, just calling names and stuff like that. And so sans a real argument or a real political or economic understanding of things, they opt to just be triggering. And I think it's important that we realize that. I think it's important to understand that this is about human lives. This is about the well-being of people, of workers, not some sporting event. We're not Raiders fans. Me personally, I can't get down with the lib shit, but you know what I'm saying? I do understand the nuance that is not what this is about, right? There you go.
And I will say this, where is this at? Hold on. Oh, good. She's already blocked. Like, the weakest thing that you can do is, because you can't actually defend your argument, is slur, because you're literally trying to do it to run. And that's such a coward move. You're like, what the fuck are you doing? Mama 3G, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I disagree that ICE was step one. The rhetoric that allowed people to become like the last guest was step one. ICE is just the next step.
Okay. So when I say step one, I mean the step one of the actual action, the implementation of the different things that they're doing to physically detain, suppress, and overrun American citizens and undocumented immigrants. So it more so speaks to a premise as far as pushing back on ICE as a whole. So do you agree or disagree with ICE as a whole?
Oh, I disagree.
Okay, so I appreciate you coming up. I'm gonna drop you down. When I say step one, I don't mean like, oh, this is the first thing ever. I'm literally just speaking on escalations that will occur after what's currently happening with ICE. So I appreciate you. Dave, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter, 32 and from Missouri. He's Trump's the greatest president ever, man, of all time.
By what statistical
measure? Out of all the presidents, he's the greatest president. Well, he's lowering gas prices. He's shutting the southern border down. He's lowering grocery prices.
Okay.
I mean, we're winning, bro.
I hear you. What's the score?
I got some thank yous when
Two
you some time.
2-0.
2-0.
He won in 2016. He won 2024.
Wouldn't that make him 2-1 because he lost in 2020? The score thing was a joke because you guys should treat this as a team.
Y'all are just mad y'all lost, man. That's all.
Who is y'all? You know, wait.
They're supporters.
Hold on.
Damn Democrat.
Wait, but even more so.
Well, I'm talking to you, boy.
Oh, listen.
You.
STR.
Yeah, I know.
Can I play?
Shh. No, not yet. Hold on. Dave, no one cares about your wannabe racism, your microaggressions, your passive aggressiveness. You're a coward. Say it with your chest, bub. Just fucking
Let me turn my camera on, boy.
Why would I have you turn your camera on? No one wants to see your ugly face. You're not about to fucking shock my chat. No one wants to see your face.
You right now.
I know. I hear you. Listen. So I was gonna actually approach this with an intelligent point of view, but since you want to, I know. Shh.
Gas price.
You don't have any
Southern
type
borders.
of The southern border's not closed. Donald Trump didn't do shit about gas prices and grocery prices are up. You can't substantiate anything. You talk from your feelings and you're talking out of your ass. We're winning nothing. Hey, question for you. Fragile white man. Question for you.
Boy.
Sure. Fragile white man. Why? You know what? Fuck it. Got a better question for you.
Boy.
So we know that white men lead all statistical category of violence in the country, right? It's proven. And white men, while being unable to actually emotionally regulate themselves, and what you're showing that right now, they are leading when it comes to murdering their family, right? And so what they actually do is they come in and they unalive their entire family.
People are the most
right. They unalive the wife, the kids, and all this other stuff. But then they also, Dave, you got to listen to the question. Dave, you got to listen to the question. They unalive their kids, they unalive their wife, but then they also unalive their dog. Dave, why do you white men unalive your dog?
My wife's black.
I hear you. I don't care about that. Why do white men, when they get so emotionally unstable and they unalive their entire family, why do they unalive the dog?
Love our dogs. What do you mean?
No, you guys don't. Yeah, I thought you did, but for some reason you guys unalive the dog as well.
Just don't
Why
like
is that?
racist people.
I know.
Racist boy.
Yeah, I know. Oh, you're a racist boy. David, you sit there quiet, boy. You don't say anything to me, boy. You don't talk to a black man like that, boy. You watch your mouth. You watch your mouth,
grown
boy.
man a boy and say
you watch your mouth, boy. You think that shit does anything, Dave? It does nothing. Answer the question. Answer the question. Why is it that white men, Dave? Why is it that white men unalive the dogs?
Got plenty of dogs. Man.
Sure, but why do you guys unalive the dogs?
Sacrifice, man, to get into heaven.
Exactly,
you know what I mean?
sacrifice. You guys are fucking weird. I'm gonna go ahead and get you out of here. And I feel bad for your wife because that black woman does not deserve whatever you are.
He is not. I repeat, he is not married to no black woman.
He is. Literally.
If he and she hasn't chewed her leg off yet.
I just hope he doesn't go for the dog one day.
What is marriage really? You know what I'm saying? Is marriage not a consensual union?
Yeah.
Do you think she's there of her free will, like of her own volition?
I hope so because,
I hope so too.
Yeah.
But also, I hope not.
Saul, you had a couple of thank yous.
Yeah, I got some thank yous. First, I want to thank you, Randall. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Here we go.
Is that a dog barking?
Thanks, Randall. Also, I want to thank Bridget. Hey, Bridget, thank you. Veronica, I'm going to switch it up for you. Thank you. Melia, thank you. Lindsay, thank you so much. Tara, I'm going to switch it up for you. I'm going to hit you with one of these. Hold on. Give me a hot second here. Okay. Yeah. Tara.
Ooh, wee.
Linnea, thank you so much.
G to G?
What's happening?
G to G?
I'm chilling. I'm
All right,
I'm
perfect.
hoping I can get me a real good, juicy Kadunka chut.
I'm hoping. Debbie's in the chat for Allison. Allison sent a $2 donation saying Cam Higbee was run off twice in Minnesota. This is who she's talking about. Oh, really? Okay. Debbie's in the chat for Mela, who sent a $5 donation saying, love you, Santana. I love you so much more. Thank you so much for the 5. Debbie's in the chat for Darlene for the $2 donation saying, check out Dave's profile. It shows anti-Trump. Oh, he was just a crash out. Got it. And Debbie's in the chat for Junior for the $1 donation saying, she's so embarrassed. She's making us look bad. Oh, you talking about the other lady? Yeah, she was a fucking clown. Debbie's in the chat for that Bros, who sent a $10 super chat to say, I don't know if it's just me, but MAGA has been completely in shambles since the Epstein files. It's like an exploitative decline in cognitive abilities. Whew, that was a tongue twister. Yeah, Donald Trump has led that, and not only has Donald Trump led that, but he makes it okay, honestly. Which, I mean, like, they've always leaned into that. Anyway, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Make sure we're taking care of Solid. He's at 3.44 thousand coins. Let's get him over 4,000 coins, please, please, please. Can we please get Solid over 4,000 coins, please, and thank you. Big, did you have that information that you were looking for, or did you want to just concede? Or not Big, Bad, sorry, Bad. Did you have that information, or did you just want to concede?
Hey, there we go. We're back.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I had to look it all up, and I had to find it first. The Rapid Removal Act. Yeah, that's what it was.
What is it?
Rapid Removal Act. And
Rapid
it's also,
Removal Act. Okay.
Yep, and also you can find it under ICE and part of their doctrine also now.
Okay. And the Rapid Removal Act proves that that undocumented immigrants don't get access to due process.
Exactly what it says. It says, yes, they can be bypassed through judicial or magistrate and immediately deported. And it sucks. And like I told him, I agree with what he said about the Constitution. I never disagreed with that part, but I clearly stated that they had written something up, and I knew they had, where immigrants do not get to see the magistrate before they're deported.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, like I said, what is it? Super soldier?
Super solid.
Oh,
Hey,
super
yeah,
solid.
No, I disagree
I can't see his
with
whole
that,
name,
though,
but like
that
I said,
the
I'll never
Constitution is
disagree with the
bypassed.
Constitution. Okay, the Constitution's there for a reason.
Because of the precedent Yick Wo versus Hopkins.
You know, but like I said,
hey, no, he said something to you. Did you hear what he said?
But just as us as a group, man.
No. Hey, Bad, did you hear what he said? You're skimming past. He was literally talking to you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, guy.
Yeah, there's a precedent. Are you familiar with Yick Wo versus Hopkins?
No, I'm not, sir.
Yeah, per that precedent, you're not allowed to bypass the rights of the due process of immigrants. Literally, they have a notice to the right, a right to notice of charges, a right to a hearing before an immigration judge, right? A right to present evidence, a right to challenge the government's case, a right to appeal decisions, a right to an interpreter, and a right to be free from arbitrary detention.
Well, and also if you read
wait. No. And what I want to add to this is this was actually signed in 96, but this has then shipped and been changed into expedited removal, which expedited removal was actually ruled under Barack Obama, because they took Barack Obama to courts with the ACLU. And then as of 2025, this has also been legislated again, saying that yes, undocumented immigrants do have a right to due process, even with expedited removal. So the rapid removal shifted into expedited removal. So like when you talk about where we are today and how that works and all of these other things, you're talking about expedited removal, which has been changed.
Oh, see, knowledge is power.
Mm-hmm. Anyway,
like I said, see, like I said, knowledge is power. And I tell people that every day. I tell my kids that every day, and I tell the students that I see every day, knowledge is power.
Okay.
So you think I'm going to argue with you? I'm not going to argue with you.
You're going to argue. I can't argue with you.
No, that was it. Knowledge is power. Like I said, the last time, but that's been a while since I've dealt with that stuff.
Liam, you want more crackers?
Okay.
No.
So we're off that?
Yep, we're off that one. Now because we still ain't figured out why we're hypocrites, but okay. That was immigration.
Well, I mean, there's
a lot of stuff I agree with left and right.
Right, but the discrepancy, the point of being hypocrites is the fact that you were literally willing to fight tooth and nail to try to prove that undocumented immigrants don't have access to the Constitution, even though the Constitution ruling stands there, but you stand on the right that, being able to have access to the Second Amendment right. It's a contradiction as far as like how things apply versus things don't
Liam,
apply.
She's got your book. Well, no, I'm a firm believer in Second Amendment, and that poor guy that got shot, he's just got horrible luck.
Got it. Question for you.
Yes.
You think that coming into the country undocumented is a crime worth going to jail?
Worth going to jail?
Mm-hmm.
For what reason? I mean, for being detained to be deported, or just going to jail for
or just coming in? Like, do you think they should go to jail for coming into the country undocumented?
No, they should just be deported back out.
Mm.
I don't think anybody should go to jail just for coming into the country illegally. I think they should just be detained and deported. That's it.
Okay.
But I know they started the program where they're talking about actually paying people to leave the country and come back in legally.
Yeah, I mean, they are paying people to actually self-deport, which costs more money than it would if we, tried to go through a pathway of like mass amnesty, but that's not the point. So I guess the point that I'm getting to though is when talking about like people coming into the country, what's the threshold for people coming into the country? You have people like, let's say, if the actual people coming into the country, do you think that, let's say they did it the right way, right? Came through a port of entry, as you would say, and they did a background check on them and show that like 30 years ago that this person raped a woman. Would you be okay with them coming in the country?
Nope.
They can't come into the country?
Nope.
Why?
It's a felony.
Okay. What about like, do you think Americans should be able to like, what if we try to go, or like an American tried to come back into the country or try to go into another country, and they were found to like rape a woman 30 years ago? Should they be able to get into those other countries?
Say that again.
If an American citizen wanted to go visit Mexico, but they have on their record that they raped a woman 30 years ago, should they be able to go visit Mexico?
If they don't want us in there, then that's their answer. If they say no, then the answer is no.
Okay, cool. So you wouldn't let someone into the country that has a history of raping a woman. Would you vote and support someone who's and have them run the country that you live in that's raped a woman?
Nope.
Okay. You said you voted for Jimothy.
Who's Jimothy?
Donald Jimothy Trump. The J stands for Jimothy. You didn't know that?
His name's Donald. He's
no,
not
the
called
J.
Jimothy.
No, you didn't know the J stands for Jimothy?
Yeah, but his name's not Jimothy. It's Donald.
It's Donald Jimothy
Jonathan
Trump. The J stands for Jimothy. You didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, Donald Jimothy Trump. That's why he always talks about Donald J. Trump. Donald Jimothy Trump.
Jimothy.
Yeah. Anyway, he raped the woman.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't.
E. Jean Carroll. And even more so, not just E. Jean Carroll, his ex-wife.
Nope.
How are you just going to say no? He raped his ex-wife and he pulled out her hair. And then the next day he said, hey, did it hurt? This is in their divorce decree. She filed it in his divorce decree. He was held civilly liable for rape when it came to E.G. Carroll. And he also has 26 credible accounts of SA prior to him running for office.
He's never been convicted of rape.
I just literally told you that he was held civilly liable for rape because of what he did to E. Jean Carroll.
Nope. That's civilly, and that's some BS stuff that happened like 20 some years ago that they changed the law for him to come back into court.
Got it. Okay, sure.
And I've read most of that crap.
Question for you.
Yep.
When it comes to the law, why was the law changed?
So they could try to prosecute him.
Prosecute who?
Trump.
No.
Yep.
The law was changed to hold members of the Catholic Church accountable that had been raping young men in New York. And so there are not only multiple cases, but very high profile cases of people that were able to hold their victimizers accountable due to the expansion of the law in New York. And it relates to the Catholic Church.
Right, because they changed it from when it happened to the date of report.
Yeah, they expanded it, and Donald Trump got swept up in that. But why did Donald Trump get swept up in it? What did E. Jean Carroll just come out and say, I'm suing Donald Trump for rape?
No, that had been reported a long time ago, and then they came back and did it again.
Right,
but they couldn't do anything criminally, so
why did E. Jean Carroll? That's not true. Why did E. Jean Carroll sue Donald Trump?
Why did she what? Sue him?
Sue him? Yeah.
Because she had a better chance in civil court than she did criminal.
That's not true.
It is true.
It's not. They were past the statute of limitation. I don't care what you think about the chances. I want to talk about what we actually know. What was the original reason that E. Jean Carroll sued Donald Trump?
She tried to say he sexually assaulted her.
Nope. Would you like to know?
Sure.
Defamation. Donald Trump kept talking trash about E. Jean Carroll and saying that, she was a liar and blah, 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 right? All this other stuff because E. Jean Carroll had put out her book, right? And Donald Trump went so far that E. Jean Carroll decided to sue him for defamation. So it wasn't about him raping her, it was about defamation. You want to know how it ended up being like they say that he raped her?
Sure.
Because in order for her to win her defamation case, she had to prove that he was lying and he raped her. And guess what she did?
Okay.
Guess what she did?
Well, we're waiting.
She won her defamation case. Because
she won her defamation case.
She was able to prove that Donald Trump raped her. And not only was she able to prove that Donald Trump raped her, right? Fun fact. Did you know that Donald Trump appealed the actual court hearing in the defamation case and looked to get it overturned? Did you know that he did that?
No, that's before my time, guy.
What was your time in 2025?
No, I'm talking about the initial case, but
no, I'm talking about the appeal. The appeal. Was that before your time?
No.
Okay, because Donald Trump was even president of the United States of America during the last appeal process. He literally was president in 2025 trying to get this appealed and overturned. And you know what they said?
Oh, if it was in New York, they said no.
You know what they said? They said, you did that shit. did that shit. They were able to
and that's
actually
reason it's in
verify.
civil court.
So I have a question for you.
But you're still talking about a man that was found guilty of 36 counts.
34 felonies, yes.
Or
he has
34 felonies that doesn't even exist with no victim. And then when it went to the appellate court, the appellate judges all had to sit there and in conference and trying to figure out who the victim was.
The victim were the American people. What was the 34 felonies
There was
for?
no American people. The
What was the
victim wasn't
34
American
felons for?
people because the banks said that we
What
loaned
was
the
the
money.
34 felonies for?
The 34 felonies were supposedly for him. Well, he said he borrowed money, but they're saying that he overinflated the prices on his buildings.
You're mixing up his crimes. He's done so much crime, you're conflating the crimes.
No, the 34 felonies officially he was charged with was the fraud, some kind of fraud.
Yeah, you're conflating the crimes. The 34 felonies was for the actual hiding of his affair with Stormy Daniels.
That had nothing to do with his 34 felonies at all. Zero.
Sure. I want you to go look that up, and I'm going to thank a couple of people and pass it to Solid. I don't think you're he's done so much crime. You keep mixing up his crime. That's how much crime he's done. He's done so much crime, you can't keep his crime straight. That's fucking wild. Go look that up, Bad. W's in the chat for CD for the $3 donation. Saying there's another. Oh, I just saw that. I need to verify. Thank you so much for the $3 donation. W's in the chat for Karen for the $5 donation. Saying I should endeavor. I don't know what you mean by endeavor to be more. I don't know what you're trying to say there. I don't know what you're trying to say there, Karen. Something like icicles, cold, pretty bridge, ornaments. I'm not sure what you were trying to say there, Karen. I'm not going to hold you, but I appreciate you. That was in the chat for Meredith. Yeah, I got to look that up. I just saw that. It just came across. I'm going to verify that, and then I'll talk about it for here in just a moment. W's in the chat for them. W's in the chat for Renegade for the $5 super chat to say the Council of Daves would like to officially disavow Dave. He is no longer allowed to represent Daves. Absolutely. W's in the chat for all the donors. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out, guys. 2.5 thousand of us hanging out. Hit that follow button. Make sure you hit the follow button. Show Solid some love. Solid's at 4.46 thousand coins. Let's get Solid above 5K. Please, please, please. Let's get Solid above 5K. Also, we're trying to get him up to 20,000 followers. So if you have not followed Solid yet, tap on his screen and hit that plus button. Get him up to 20,000 followers. Please, 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 please. Solid, floor is yours.
Yeah, I need to talk to Bad because he low-key upset me a little bit. And I want you to know that I recognize that you just did your job there, Santana. You just did exactly what you set out to do.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to make it extremely clear.
Sometimes I do stuff on accident. What did I do?
No, you don't. As soon as Bad gets back, matter of fact, Bad, I need you to come back before you finish that so you and I can talk. Holy moly, eat a cannoli. Holy guacamole, Batman.
While we're waiting on him, I'm going to go ahead and read this out.
For sure.
This is from Reuters. U.S. Border Patrol involved in a shooting in Arizona. Perham County Sheriff says. U.S. Border Patrol was involved in a shooting in Arizona on Tuesday. Perham County Sheriff Chris Nillis said in a statement, adding that his office is working with the FBI and Customs and Border Patrol to look into the incident. ABC News reported earlier, citing Perham County Sheriff spokeswoman, the person was in critical condition after being shot in an incident involving Border Patrol. The circumstances of the incident were not immediately clear, and the person who was shot has not been identified. The Department of Homeland Security did not immediately respond to the request for comments. RVK, the community about 10 miles from the U.S.-Mexico border, where Neuro said the incident took place. It's a busy crossing area for immigrants, for migrants, and also a site where past tensions between migrants advocating and Border Patrol. So someone else has been shot. Someone else has been shot.
All right. Bad Tigger, I need you here.
Bad, you got to come back in the app. Bad, you have to come back into that. We can't hear you if you're speaking off app. There you go. Solid wants to say something.
Thank you, baby. I need to make this, I need to get this straight. I just need to be sure I'm hearing what I think I'm hearing. Bad Tigger, you do think that deportations are legitimate and meaningful?
Oh, okay, I'm back on. Do I think they're meaningful?
Do you think that deportations are legitimate and meaningful?
Yes, for certain people. Now, if you're talking about
all right. No, I don't need any more than that. I just need to know. You do think they're legitimate and meaningful. Okay.
Yes.
Do you, and then if I heard correctly, the E. Jean Carroll case, we should not take that seriously because, or that conviction doesn't mean anything because it's a civil case. Am I understanding you correctly?
Well, civil cases are easy, because that has to do with people, especially in New York City.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Deportations are civil matters.
No, deportations.
You and Santana began talking about they are not.
They are criminal.
Deportations are not criminal. Deportations are civil cases. Santana, his point was that MAGA are hypocrites. And so what I need you, so are you willing to now say that deportations are illegitimate?
No, the deportations are not illegitimate.
Okay, all right. Okay, so civil case on this side is totally legitimate because it's negatively affecting people you don't like. But when it comes to the guy that you do like, undermining the autonomy of a whole ass human being, I mean, like assaulting, harming a woman, that's not legitimate. That doesn't mean anything. It's in civil court. Slim,
hold on.
You should take the L. Like you should really just go ahead and concede. You should give up because this is not okay.
See,
that was so gross.
This is the problem.
That was the grossest thing I've heard since I've been up here.
And tried to read.
And we've had a white man call us a boy like 18 times, right? That was gross.
That's not
that
gross.
Was actually gross. Yes.
You're trying to tell me that a woman how many years later
actually was assaulted. That was gross.
And tried to say that
was gross. Listen, you're talking at the same time that I'm talking because you're trying to save face.
Exactly. That makes that.
But we were all here.
ADHD itch when you do that.
We were all here. We all heard it. We all saw it. You literally are good with rules for thee, but not for me. You literally are a hypocrite. You're literally okay with terrible things happening as long as the person that you like did it. And that's not okay.
See, you notice how he just dropped away real quick. He made his little piece and just ran.
I'm still here. I just, you stressed me out so much. I had to do something that I can't do on TikTok Live. Santana, you're muted if you might be on a call or something.
Because that made no sense whatsoever.
It didn't make any sense, huh?
Because you sit right here because I don't agree with a lady that came in how many years later? you know, and went to a civil court.
I don't care if it was 2 eons later.
I hit the wrong thing. Sorry.
You know,
sorry. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you now.
You're a hypocrite because you don't.
I don't hear you whine it. I don't care about that. What I do care about, bad. I want to talk to you about this. Your ability to support Donald Trump is due to your separation of reality. I understand that. That's fine. Bad. You said that you firmly believe in the Second Amendment, right? Sending your request, come off mute.
You know, when that happens, they've been talking the entire time. They've been muted.
Mm-hmm. Bad. You said you're actual you're an advocate for the Second Amendment, right?
Correct.
Okay. Would you still support Donald Trump if he was advocating against your Second Amendment right?
What is he advocating against my Second Amendment right?
That's a question. Would you still support Donald Trump if he was advocating against your Second Amendment right?
Oh no. Okay, there's certain things that you can't do.
Cool. Donald Trump just I want to say, let me check this, how long ago this was. About an hour or so ago, right? While he was standing in front of Marine Force One, the helicopter, right?
Correct.
Taking questions from the media, and they were talking about Alex Pretty, right? Which you've already said that you actually agree with Alex Pretty and his right to carry.
Correct.
Donald Trump made the statement saying that the problem is Alex Pretty does not have the right to walk around with his weapon, and that's why he lost his life, is because he was carrying a weapon. And then the reporter said, well, what about his Second Amendment right? And Donald Trump said the Second Amendment has all types of holes in it, and it said it shouldn't stand. So how do you feel about Donald Trump not only saying that Alex Pretty should not have been protesting and having his legal weapon on him, but even more so saying that there's an issue with the Second Amendment?
That's his opinion, but he still has a right to have his firearm with him. Especially,
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that the person that you support, the president of the United States of America, you just said that you wouldn't support him if he was advocating against your Second Amendment right. He just not only doubled down on the fact that the reason why Alex Pretty lost his life is because he was carrying his weapon and exercising his Second Amendment right in a peaceful way. He also said the Second Amendment has holes in it. He's saying that the Second Amendment has holes in it. How do you feel about Donald Trump actively trying to infringe on your Second Amendment right? This is not his first time. In his first administration, he tried to pass a bump stock ban. The Supreme Court said you cannot do that. It is illegal. Since coming back into office, he's tried to limit gun access to transgender people. And even the NRA stood up and said, you cannot do that. You are infringing on people's constitutional rights. And now he's literally sitting here saying that the Second Amendment has holes in it, and he's saying someone who was actively participating and practiced a peaceful usage of his Second Amendment right, the reason why he was murdered is because he should not have had a gun on him, even though he was a legal gun owner. How do you feel about Donald Trump telling you that you can wipe his ass with your Second Amendment right? How do you feel about that one?
That's not what he said, though. So that's your words coming out of your mouth.
You're right. Donald Trump said the reason why Alex Pretty was murdered is because he had weapons on him and he should not have had weapons on him. And he also said the Second Amendment has holes in it. What holes does the Second Amendment have in it?
That's the question I would have asked him. What holes does the Second Amendment have? Same question I got. Same question you asked.
So you're just going to run coverage for him. That's what you're saying. You're not.
Well, I want to know
even though you literally just sat here and said, if he was advocating against your Second Amendment right, that you would no longer support him. And the reason why I set you up. I knew
you
what he had
didn't even
said.
set me up because I want to know what holes are in the
I set
Second
you up
Amendment
because I knew what
like
he was.
you do.
I knew what he said. And I knew you were going to fucking make excuses. I knew that you were going to try to find excuses.
You don't know
literally
nothing.
You're literally twisting yourself to sit here and say, well, I got to find out what he said. I got to find out what he means.
Dude, you literally just told me that. And I literally
just advocated. He just advocated against your Second Amendment right.
He didn't advocate anything. You literally just told me there's holes in the Second Amendment.
He said that. I never said there were holes in the Second.
That's what you just told me. Clear as day.
I told you. No. I told you. He said.
Correct.
He said there's holes in the Second Amendment. But he's also tried to infringe on the Second Amendment. And literally, the Supreme Court has said that he tried to infringe on the Second Amendment.
That was his first term.
Yes, the Supreme Court.
I'm listening to you, guy.
The Supreme Court took away the bump sock ban because they said that he was infringing on your Second Amendment right by doing so. He even stood in front of the media with his, at that moment, Vice President Mike Pence, and said that we don't need to give people due processes when it comes to gun rights, and said that we need to go in and take people guns first and give them due process later. And Mike Pence even had to say, sir, we cannot do that. We can't just take away their guns.
Red laws. That's a Democratic bill.
No, it doesn't matter.
I'm gonna tell you, no, those
doesn't matter. Donald Trump advocated. Donald Trump advocated for taking
whatsoever for removing firearms.
Donald Trump advocated for taking away people guns and then giving them due process later. He has been consistent and persistent. He's tried to pass legislation to limit the Second Amendment. He has tried to strip people's access to the Second Amendment in his first term and in his second term. And now he's standing out after someone was peacefully practicing their Second Amendment right with their weapon on them and saying that the reason why this guy was murdered is because he was practicing his Second Amendment right. And he said the Second Amendment has holes in it. Now, you as someone who said that you believe in the Second Amendment, you as someone who believes in ownership of your weapons, you as someone who believes in the Constitution, how are you still standing beside a man who has actively targeted the Constitution and now is going after an amendment that you say you actually stand for? How do you justify that? That doesn't make sense.
I haven't said one single word that says he's taking or going after the Second Amendment. You hadn't said one word other than there's holes in the Second Amendment.
What did I say he said about Alex Purdy?
Well, that man, exactly what happened to him is when the agent pulled that man's firearm out, there was an accidental discharge and the other officer shot him.
You started by saying that Alex Purdy should not have been murdered. You said it was wrong, and you said that you don't stand with that. You said that. That was the first thing you said. But now I'm sitting here telling you that Donald Trump is disagreeing with you. Donald Trump is disagreeing with you because Donald Trump is saying that the reason why he was murdered is because he had his legal firearm on him. He's saying that you cannot walk around with your legal firearm. That's what he said.
Well, Donald Trump's talking about common sense, but common sense didn't play in this. But what did play into this is that man literally interfered between what was happening with those agents and that woman.
You mean them assaulting that woman?
It doesn't matter what they're doing with that woman.
Oh, wait, okay.
When he interacted, hold on, stop.
If you saw a woman getting assaulted in front of you, what are you gonna do, Bad?
When I see two police officers,
no, that's not the question. They're not police officers. The question
they
is
are
Bad.
law enforcement.
They're not police officers.
They are law enforcement.
They are
officers.
not police officers. You said police officers. They're not. Bad.
Okay, let me rephrase.
If you saw a woman being assaulted in front of you, what would you do?
Well, when I see two law enforcement officers,
I don't care about that hypothetical. The question is very direct.
It ain't a hypothetical. That's the problem, guys.
The question is very direct, Bad. If you saw a woman being assaulted in front of you, what would you do?
Well, personally, if I see a civilian woman being beat up by two civilian guys, I'd be kicking their ass.
Okay. So if you saw a woman being attacked by a civilian, you would intervene.
Officers surrounded by other law enforcement officers, take a woman to the ground. I know I'm not going to jump in there with two law enforcement officers who already have handguns and everything on them.
They're not law enforcement officers.
They are law enforcement officers.
They are not.
Dude, you are absolutely wrong.
They are ICE agents. They don't have any jurisdiction over the United States citizens.
They have federal
You know what? I apologize. They are technically law enforcement.
They are
right.
law
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say it like that. I was still
jurisdiction.
thinking police. I was
Now,
still thinking
let
police.
me tell you now, because now I'm going to tell you
Hold
you're
on.
wrong. Because
Yeah, I don't care. I've already admitted. I was still thinking police. They are technically law enforcement agents, but they only have jurisdiction over undocumented immigrants. They shoved this woman to the ground, and he interfered. And if you don't have what it takes to sit here and say that you wouldn't allow another man to assault a woman, then you're the fucking problem. I don't care. You're literally a hypocrite. You're contradicting yourself. You said, how is MAGA hypocrites? You're a hypocrite because you started off defending Alex Purdy, and now Donald Trump is doubling down, taking a position that is opposite of yours. And now you're sitting here saying that, no, well, he shouldn't have done this. He shouldn't have done that. You weren't saying that in the beginning until I just gave you this quote from Donald Trump. Now you've actually shifted your position. You're a hypocrite because as soon as your daddy Don says something, you are willing to shift your position to justify whatever the fuck he's saying. You said that you believe in the Second Amendment. I told you how he is literally attacking the Second Amendment and saying that it has holes in it. And now you're sitting here saying, well, I would like to know what holes. You are someone who said that you believe in the Constitution, you believe in the Second Amendment, but you're not. You're just a hypocrite, and you're willing to justify anything that he says or done. You will twist, turn, pull, tug, do whatever it takes to bend yourself into a pretzel to defend Donald Trump because that's what you're about. That's why MAGA, that's why you guys are hypocrites. That right there, boom, right there, right there. W's in chat for MAGA cries for the $2 donation saying, bad, I'm going to say this as gently as I know how. You're pathetic, weak-willed, spineless coward. Absolutely. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Irene for the $20 donation saying, hey, Santana, can you split this with Solid? I got you. I don't have Cash App. Really enjoyed the live. Did you see DHS is supporting ICE going to the Olympics to help with security? And how does MAGA not see that ICE is the secret police? We're so fucked. They do see it, but they're hypocrites, so they don't really care. They do see it. They're hypocrites. They don't really care. W's in the chat. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks For You. Santana Speaks For You is the best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Guys, if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Last but not least, make sure you hit that follow button. This is the backup account. Make sure you're following the backup account. Make sure you're following the main account. The main account is almost at 80,000 followers. We are working to get to 80,000 followers. So if you are not following the main account, hit that follow button. Red, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Oh, okay. Mm-hmm. Thank you for watching 400 minutes. That's fucking awesome. Mm-hmm. Hey, thank you for the galaxy. Let's fucking go. Let's see here. What up, Joey? Hi, Kinsey. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I just want to say something really quick about
Are you a Trump
Alex
supporter
Purdy.
or you disagree with something on the background? How to partner?
No, I'm sorry, Santana. I love you.
I appreciate it, guys. Please, please, please respect the boundaries of the live. Please, please, please respect the boundaries of the live. We're only looking for some debates. So if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background, get in the box. If you're not, if you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. If you put it in the chat, I see your comment. I promise you I'll read it out if I see it. You can try to get it to one of the mods and they can get it to me depending on what it is. Or if you want that read out for sure, then you can actually send something to the pay links and I will absolutely read that out. So only requests up if you're a Trump supporter, disagree with something on the background. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, do all the wonderful things. Neil, have I spoken with you? Like the paperclip looks familiar.
You have. You spoke with me yesterday, in fact. I had a quick question. It is a debate-formed question related to current events. I am not. It is a quick-formed question. We talked about how capitalism has not failed was my position, and you actually enlightened me. quite a bit.
You. Okay. All right. What's does the question relate to the background at all?
Unfortunately, it does not. So I was going to ask if you would allow it.
Is it in opposition to the premise that I'm taking as far as Trump, or what? I'm a little confused as far as what it is.
It tangentially relates, I guess, to MAGA being hypocrites.
Okay, go ahead with the question. I may or may not answer, but you can try.
Fair. So my supposition is that it's mankind's infinite capacity for distraction that has caused them to become Trump supporters. Huh. They are simply looking for not even entertainment, rather, but they are looking for something to follow. The piss warm, what would you call it? Comfort of subjugation, right?
Yeah, I agree.
So my question for you is, who do you think was more right in their vision of the future at this point in time? Was Wells, who wrote 1984, more correct? Or was Huxley, who wrote Brave New World, more correct? Like I said, interesting question, short form. I promise I'll be out of your live in just a second.
I don't know. I would say Huxley. I don't know. I mean, like the point being is, I do think that people crave subjugation in certain ways, which is weird, especially people who find comfort in not necessarily having to take accountability for life, right? It's a lot easier to move through life and sit here and say, like, the reason why I'm not this, or the reason why things happen this way, is because of my life being controlled. Like, I don't know, that's tough, but I think overall it's a good argument. So, but that's not the point in the background, but I get you.
All right. Well, I appreciate you answering the question all the same. Have a good live.
Guys, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Avery, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Hey, Santana. I'm a friendly, but
Okay.
I
do you disagree with
I have
something
a
on the
question.
background?
No, I don't disagree, but
Okay,
I have a
appreciate it.
question.
Guys, I appreciate you so much, but we're just looking for some debates. This is not Q&A session. I appreciate you so much. I really, really, really do. But please respect the boundaries of the live. Like, it's super rude to have people coming up and going through like a Q&A when we're just looking for some debates. I appreciate you guys so much. I truly do. Even more so, like, again, if you put it in the chat and I see it, I promise you, I'm really good as far as trying to read out the chat. If it's something super important, you get it to the mods will let me know. But like, at the very least, if it's so important that you want to get it across, send it to the pay links and I'll read it out. Luis, are you a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background? Luis, are you a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background? Okay, I'll say that's a no. Hey guys, also make sure you hit that follow button. Make sure you hit that follow button. Look up at the top, you see the word follow. Hit that follow button and follow the main account as well. Follow the main account as well. And last but not least, make sure that you guys tap the screen. Tap the screen. Let's get the likes up to 500,000 likes. D-Mac, you're back.
Round 2. Let's go.
I'm trying to remember where did we leave off? I could have sworn you like crashed out or something.
No, I don't crash out. My wife came home for lunch. I had more important things. But
what were we talking
let's
about?
go. We were talking about tariffs.
Oh yeah. Yeah. There's a bet. You owe me a bet. Got it. Give me a second. W's in chat for Kenzie for the $15 donation saying read in private. I'm sorry. Absolutely. Kenzie, you're fucking awesome. Thank you so much for the $15 donation. I really, really appreciate you. W's in the chat for Kenzie. Yeah, I was trying to get you to make this bet for me. So
yeah,
the bet that I was trying to make, $100 bet. I don't care about like other like weird bets. You were saying that Donald Trump's tariffs. No, because I want to finish this with tariffs. You were saying that Donald Trump's tariffs was something not only that you could not quantify at the moment, but you got to give it time. I said that I can prove that not only is the policy that he is following through with tariffs a failing policy, but it's also something that he has no idea about, like what tariffs are and how that shit really works. I can prove it. That's a $100 bet that I got for you.
Right, you got a good memory. So check this out. I understand. I agree with you on some parts of what you said on the tariffs. Okay, you're right. We do at first when tariffs are put on countries, the country's people pays the tariffs as tax. I get that. But what you don't understand is the bigger picture. Okay, we're not looking for what happens now or a year from now. What we're looking at is bringing manufacturing back to the United States, which is then going to lower our GDP over time, because we're going to spend less money buying our products because they're not inflated in different countries, in other countries.
It doesn't work that way.
It absolutely does work that way.
It doesn't. And again, this is why I said
I'm not gonna argue about that. We're gonna go to another topic.
No, I don't want to go to another topic.
Capitalism has failed. We're going to that. Come on, man.
Hey, D-Man. Look. No, you don't get to determine which direction I go in my life. And you don't get to just say stuff and then run from it. The reason why I said what I said is factoring in your point as far as like manufacturing and how manufacturing would impact the
Let us
United
talk,
States.
bro. Let us talk.
The point that I'm getting across is that I know for a fact that what you said is wrong.
No, it's not.
More so, we have
prove it. All right, prove it. Prove it. How am I wrong?
Make the bet.
Prove it.
Make the bet.
I'm not going to bet you $100, but
okay, perfect. That's fine.
I'll bet you $10. I'll bet you $10.
$10. Would you pay your bet?
Absolutely.
$10. You promise?
I'm a grown man. My word is my bond. I will pay $10 if you prove to me.
Perfect. All right.
If you prove,
the reason why, hold on, I got you. I'm going to prove everything that I just said.
Can I talk for 1 second?
Go ahead.
You're saying that you can prove to me. I do have $100. I don't want to bet $100
That's
on
fine.
this
Just talk to me. Didn't I tell you last time not to talk to the chat? Talk to me.
You have the biggest meat riders on a chat I've ever seen. Period. Just so you know that. Anyway, my caveat.
First of all, don't talk about my chat like that. My chat isn't riding my meat. These are my besties. These are my twins. We're locked in. Don't be jelly. Don't be jelly because my chat is locked in with me. I just need you to tell me what the clarification is so I can win my money. Floor is yours.
Show me one point in time where Donald Trump says that he does not know about tariffs and how they work. That was the first point that you said, right? That's the first point.
Wait, why do I have to show you that he says that he doesn't know? Why can't I?
Because that's what you said. That's what you said. You said I can prove to you that Donald Trump doesn't know.
Yeah, exactly. Why would I have to prove to you he said that he doesn't know? Why can't I just prove to you that he doesn't know?
Well, okay, so where are you getting that information from? Unless
I'm going to prove it. I want you to finish clarifying what you're saying. So can we agree that at that point I just have to prove that Donald Trump doesn't really know what tariffs are?
That Donald Trump says he doesn't know what tariffs are? Yes.
I'm not. There's no way that I can sit here and prove that Donald Trump says that he doesn't know. Donald Trump would never admit that he doesn't know what tariffs are. I can prove to you that Donald Trump doesn't actually know shit about tariffs.
How could you prove that unless you've heard that out of his mouth? That's like me saying that's like me saying Santana don't know how to run a podcast, right? But you know that's a lie because you're running 2,600.
So it's like no. It's like saying I can prove.
The hypotheticals work when you say them, but they don't work.
It's like saying Santana can't ride a bike. And I'm saying like, yeah, I can't ride a bike. But then I'm literally just saying, I know how to ride a bike. I'm the best bike rider ever. And then when I get on a bike, I just immediately fall over. That's even though I'm saying I know how to ride a bike, if I can't actually ride the bike, then you can prove here's video footage of Santana not being able to ride the bike.
Prove it without using CNN, MSNBC, any of the news stations. Prove that Donald Trump doesn't know how to use tariffs. All right, what's the next one that you said?
Sure.
What's the next one you said?
That his actual policy as far as tariffs is something that don't work and won't work.
And you can prove that with a non-biased news or I don't care .org. I don't care, but it has to be non-biased. So that means no left, no right, no middle. Period. You can do that.
Yep.
Okay, go ahead. I'll bet you $10.
All right, that's that my $10 bet. All right. Listen, first and foremost, I've never in my life had to work this hard to get someone to agree on a fucking $10 bet. Second of all, I just want to let you know that this is more than $10 worth of information and entertainment and education. So, like, you better pay me my money. That's what I'm fucking sitting here saying. It. If you don't pay me my money, I'm going to permaban you on principle.
Well, I'll pay you your money based off principle alone if you're correct.
Got
but
it.
I don't think you can.
Perfect. So
the first
thing that I'm going to prove is that Donald Trump doesn't know shit about tariffs. And the reason why Donald Trump doesn't know shit about tariffs is because how he has crafted the tariff policy. Question for you. Do you know who Ron Vera is?
We're not asking questions. You're going to prove
it is. It absolutely is.
No. You're going to prove to me that
D-Mac. I'm done with the fucking games. Like, just lock in and go through this with me. I'm tired of the fucking semantics. I'm not going to go back and forth. I need you to just follow the logic train with me. So answer the question. It's a basic yes or no question.
Not answering questions. Prove it.
Do you know? It's a basic yes or no question. Do you know who Ron Vera is? I just need to know for this point of the conversation to explain, to see how much I need to explain to you, or if I can just keep moving through it. That's all this fucking is. Do you know who Ron Vera is?
Just prove it, big dog. Prove it. Prove he doesn't know about it. That's a $10 bet.
D-Mac. I need an answer so I know how much I need to speak on this or how much I can just keep moving through. And I just need to know, do you know who he is? Yes or no? If you don't, it's fine. I'll give you more information. If you do, I'm going to go past it. I just need to know. Do you know who Ron Vera is?
No.
Okay, perfect. Ron Vera is an economist that has published information stating that the policy of universal tariffs is something that's winning, that is a positive policy, and it's something that the United States of America should engage in. He's put out information saying, like, this is the way that we should actually move forward, and this is how we should handle things, right? So that's Ron Vera. Do you know who Peter Navarro is? You're out of the app. I need you to
Harvard student that didn't even graduate.
Sure. Do you know who Peter Navarro is?
Peter Navarro is a White House chief secretary or some shit. I don't know. He's got something to do with the White House.
Yes, Peter Navarro is the person that is headlining Donald Trump and his actual tariff policy. He's literally the person that's giving Donald Trump the information saying, like, hey, this is how we need to go about implementing tariffs. This is not proof
by any means. Show me the proof.
He's the person that's sitting there saying, like, this is how we need to implement tariffs. This is how we need to do it. And Peter Navarro has been leaning on Ron Vera, right? Peter Navarro has been citing Ron Vera as far as justification for their tariff policy. I know you're Googling it. Fine, go look it up. You're going to get this connection now that you're Googling it, and I'm so glad you are. So for anyone who doesn't know, which I'm sure D-Mac probably knows now, good job Googling. Ron Vera is actually Peter Navarro. Peter Navarro is Ron Vera. Peter Navarro has been citing Ron Vera, the economist, and telling Donald Trump, hey, this guy, this economist, he's saying the way that you should do tariffs, it's like this. It's a good thing. It's a good thing. You need to do it this way. And so Peter Navarro has been citing himself under a pseudonym and literally taking it to Donald Trump. And so then Donald Trump said, you know what, Peter Navarro, I trust you. I trust Ron Vera. We're going to do tariffs this way. So therefore, Peter Navarro implemented the actual tariff policy that we have when it comes to reciprocal tariffs. Do you know?
Where does it say that Donald Trump said that he trusts him, Peter Navarro?
Peter Navarro is the one that has crafted. Peter Navarro is the one that has crafted the actual tariff policy and also the formula for Donald Trump's Liberation Day and the tariff policy that was implemented. Do you know the formula that was used in the in the Liberation Day for the universal tariffs?
Show me the proof. You're not proving anything. You're just asking.
Do you know the formula that was used in the tariff policy for Liberation Day that was done by Donald Trump?
Don't matter. Don't care. You're not proving anything about Donald Trump not knowing about it.
So the actual formula that was used in Liberation Day that was given by Peter Navarro to Donald Trump, which he implemented to all the different countries was the total amount of trade minus the trade deficit divided by 2. There was no actual economic premise for the reciprocal tariffs. They literally just took the total amount of trade minus the deficit and divided by 2, and they put that on every single country. That's how they created the actual formula for the reciprocal tariffs that were rolled out on Liberation Day, which has overwhelmingly negatively impacted the economy, which has caused the inflation rate.
Who did you get that from? Who'd you get it from? Santana, tell me who you got it from.
Okay.
What source?
Okay, sure. 1 second here. So the Center for Strategic and International Studies broke down the Liberation Day. It's titled Liberation Day Tariffs Explained, and it gives the information breaking down how the equation came to be as far as...
You gonna show me?
I just told you where to find it.
No, show me on your screen. That's what proof is, right? Proof is showing someone something, right?
I just told you exactly where to find it.
So you can't show me then?
I just told you.
You're not proving anything.
Center for Strategic and International Studies. The title of it is Liberation Day Tariffs Explained. And this actual study shows the breakdown of Liberation Day. It also highlights the actual 1930 Smoot-Hawley Tariff Act, which is another historical point of reference that I was going to use to explain why we know that this doesn't work and this has happened before. It breaks down how the equation was actually come about, what the impacts have been as far as the claims and the actual ramifications.
Hey, show me. I can't read.
I don't give a fuck that you can't read or you don't know how to look things up. I've told you where it is. You're being a disingenuous piece of shit.
Who's crashing out?
You're a fucking petulant child, and you doing this over $10 fucking. I dog walked you. You refuse to actually engage with anything. You sat there and said, well, it can't be NPR. It can't be ABC. It can't be CNN. You are so disingenuous. No, fuck you. Stay on mute. You are so disingenuous. Oh, it's not even about the $10. I knew you weren't going to pay the $10. But the point that I sat there and tried to give you was the actual information, but you refuse to actually engage like an adult. You're literally being disingenuous after I'm sitting here giving you the actual information. After I gave you the information. You said you lose, Santana? Oh, okay. Her hair. No, you lose. You come up here and tell me about it. You're muted.
Who's crashing out, bro? You were
crash these nuts in your mouth, D-Mac. You're a disingenuous piece of shit. Get off my live. You're a disingenuous piece of shit. Like you sat there, and not only did you make me jump through hoops just to get you to agree to a $10 bet, a $10 bet, $10. But you sat there and told you, prove it. Can't be CNN, can't be ABC, prove it. And I literally give you the study breaking down the Liberation Day tariffs, breaking down the Smoot-Hawley Act of 1930, which I was going to cite all of this information. And you're going to say, I can't read. Put it on screen. Read it to me. You're disingenuous. You're a clown. That's all that was. I literally gave you the information. W's in the chat for Dev, the $4.99 super chat to say Donald Trump broke the cardinal rule on tariffs by putting tariffs on inputs like aluminum and steel, disadvantaged American manufacturing. Yes, he did. He did. He also did that in his first administration. Yeah, where is he at? D-Mac. Her hair. You coming in here next. Hold tight for me just a second. Let's see. 1 second. D-Mac, where are you at? D-Mac, you know what? Come, oh, there you are. Never mind. Fuck you, D-Mac. I'm permabanning you. Over $10, you idiot. Her hair. You said that I lose. How so?
You said because you're according to your rules. You said crash out, you lose, and you're crashing out, bro.
Yeah, the rules are for the Trump supporters who come in and crash in.
Right. Not hypocritical at all, then, right?
No, it's not.
I'll tell you why I support Trump, though, if you want to know.
Sure, but give me a second. Debbie's in the chat as well for the mighty pen for the $2 donations, and why they're asking for tariffs on islands and penguins. It's because they use an actual reciprocal tariff formula that doesn't make sense, and they're stupid. They don't know tariffs. Debbie's in the chat for Fee for the $1 donation, saying, "Oh, my name is not Fee, it's Faye. Sorry, opposite of Faith. Faye." I apologize. Debbie's in chat for Faye for the $1 donation. Debbie's in chat for Valerie for the $10. And here's $10 for my bestie. Thank you so much, Valkyrie, not Valerie. Valkyrie, thank you so much for the $10 donation. I appreciate you, bestie, because I knew this fucking asshat wasn't going to pay. If anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Also, tap the screen, share the live. Let's get the likes up to 50,000 likes. All right. Her hair. You said you were going to tell me why you support Trump. I don't really care about why you voted for Trump. How do you still support Trump today? That's what I need to know.
All right. So a lot of what's going on in your chat and Dean's chat and Parker's chats.
Yeah,
and I want to say thank you real quick. Thank you real quick for you, for real, for you. And for what you're saying.
Can you tell me why you support Trump today?
Goes along with what you're saying. So I'm saying, like, obviously what's going on.
I don't care about you whining about the chat. Why do you support Trump today? Like, gosh, you guys are so fucking horrible. I don't care about your whining. I don't care about your whining. You're such a whiny baby. Why do you support Trump today?
Because the people that support your side are like you guys. This is not
okay. So you're saying that you're willing to actually support a fascist because your feelings are hurt.
I kind of wish that I had you know before you got worked up, because I feel like we might have had a better.
I'm not worked up. I just don't want to hear you whine. I'm so tired of hearing people whine.
I don't want to hear you whine either. Can we?
Okay, that's fine. So then tell me why you still support Donald Trump today and keep your feelings out of it.
Because MAGA has a way of being supportive without having this discourse. And what's going on right now in the country with ICE, it's not okay that you're like, everyone's supporting going out and protesting when ICE is trying to do their job. You're getting people killed.
So are you saying that you don't think people should be able to exercise their First Amendment rights? You're the one that's getting
these people killed. No, I do want you to.
Okay, so are you saying that people should not exercise their First Amendment rights or their Second Amendment rights?
There's no right to go and interfere with police officers.
No one was interfering with police officers. ICE agents aren't police officers. Are you saying that people don't have the right to actually protest? And are you saying that people don't have the right to the Second? Or do you believe in the Constitution?
Of course, I believe.
Okay, so do you believe that people should have the ability to actually exercise their First or Second Amendment right or Second Amendment, First and Second Amendment right?
Yes, but I do not think that you should be putting yourself in danger.
What is danger?
Not in the Constitution.
What is danger? Why is standing out and protesting? Why does standing out and protest automatically turn into danger? Who's shifting the burden from protesting to automatically being in danger?
But what are you protesting, bro? You're protesting
the actual
illegals not getting sent out. No illegals have died. Only American citizens.
Hey, first and foremost, it's undocumented immigrants. It's not quote unquote illegals. You're not going to use dehumanizing rhetoric on my live. I'm setting a boundary. I need you to hear me and understand my boundary. Secondly, the people are protesting constitutional rights being violated and also human rights being violated. And so the American people are protesting that because it's happening to not only undocumented immigrants, but American citizens. So are you telling me that you're good with, even if you don't care about undocumented immigrants, are you telling me that you're good with American citizens, constitutional and human rights being violated?
No. And if you're going to protest, I will say that you should go protest where that's actually happening. Where
who are you to tell people where they can protest?
I'm not telling you where to protest. I'm saying that would be a more logical place to protest, is somewhere where it's actually happening, or somewhere that's actually going to stop it from happening, not just get people murdered or what. I forget what exactly your rules were. I didn't hear that.
So
I don't want to.
wait. The point that I'm saying is if there's literally people, there's an active case where people are currently violating the constitutional rights of American citizens, right? And they're harming American citizens and undocumented immigrants. Why wouldn't you protest in that area?
I wouldn't go put myself in danger because I wouldn't go put myself in danger. If they're doing this to American citizens that are getting inside of their investigations, I'm not going to go put myself inside of their investigation. I'm going to go put myself somewhere where my protest is going to matter.
So just because
I would be the first person, if you guys had a protest that made sense, I would be the first person to come on your guys' sides, but you guys never do anything that makes sense. It's just hateful rhetoric.
It doesn't make sense to you because you don't care about human rights or undocumented immigrants. You're sitting here saying, I listened to you actually monologue. I need you to stop speaking while I'm speaking.
Okay. Sorry, you're right.
The point is you're sitting here saying that you don't agree with how they protest, but it's not your decision to make as far as how people protest.
Of course not.
No matter if it's a sit-in where people are protesting at a diner, no matter if it's on the highway where they're blocking traffic, no matter what they're doing, this is a constitutional right. They can burn flags. They can burn the American flag because that is protected under the Constitution, and it has been judged upon by the Supreme Court that this is an American right and a way to protest. Just because you don't think that the way that they're protesting is the way that you should protest does not determine that they are illegally or doing something wrong. Them actually protesting should not be an actual point of them putting themselves in harm because they're protesting. Now, I do understand that a lot of time with protesting, harm does come. It is often a byproduct of protesting, but that does not mean that just being in the vicinity and protesting, you should be subjugated to harm. These ICE agents should not be targeting American citizens, murdering American citizens in public, or engaging in harmful activities for people engaging in their First Amendment right. That's the point.
Okay. So I want to be honest. I'm not into politics like this. I just don't appreciate when I have to come across people ganging up and acting like they know better and they're better because they believe this and that this. I never said that I'm, in control of who protests or how they protest. I'm just saying the way that it's getting done isn't causing anything but violence. And
who's inciting
I don't
violence?
think that that's helping at all. Like, how is that going to help anything at all?
Who's
all I
inciting
said
the
was,
violence?
huh?
Who's inciting the violence? What's the difference between, what's the difference between deportation efforts that occurred under Obama or Biden versus deportation efforts that are occurring under Trump?
The media coverage on it.
That's not true.
Oh, well, that's what I think. That's my opinion. Because
that's your opinion.
Obama
But
deported
what actual
400,000.
Sure. What actual facts do you have to support any of this?
The same deportation chief of ICE was the same under Obama, and he's doing the same thing. And
That's
Obama
not true.
gave him a medal.
Tom Homans is not the deportation chief.
Well,
and even if you talk about the head of ICE, even if you talk about the head of ICE, the actual person that was in charge of ICE, Gregory Bavani, is no longer in charge, but that's not Tom Homan. You don't know what Tom Homan's role was. You just know that he was connected with the Obama administration and now he's connected with the Trump administration. That's wrong. You're literally wrong.
Okay, well, if I'm wrong about something, I'm up to be educated because, like I said, I'd be protesting.
Why wouldn't you educate yourself before you say these things?
Because I did just educate myself on that. I was just looking up that, but your question was actually what I just looked up last night because I'm like, what is going on? Like, why is it so bad to deport illegal
immigrants? If you looked it up, then why don't you know the answer?
Everyone else, because I looked up and that's what I found. That was what my research concluded to.
How much did you research?
Crashing out on me.
How much did you research? And you can try to gaslight me all you want to. You're just upset because I'm making you look stupid because you don't know what you're talking about.
5 minutes.
Exactly. 5 minutes of research and you still didn't find anything. The difference between what happened under the Obama administration and the Biden administration versus what is currently happening under Donald Trump, there's a multitude of things. Number one, Donald Trump and Joe Biden use what's called expedited removal, where they targeted people that were at the border and targeted people who had been in the country for less than 2 years. Donald Trump has expanded expedited removal. where he's targeting people that have been in the country for under 6 years, and he's shifted to the interior of the country, no longer focused on the border. Donald Trump actually increased ICE budget to the 14th highest level. If you stack ICE budget up against other militaries around the world, they now have the 14th largest budget when you compare them to other militaries. Donald Trump has also done stuff as far as changing the requirements to be able to actually join ICE. They've removed the physical fitness portion. They've relaxed the background check efforts. They have given up to a $50,000 bonus for ICE agents to be able to join. And they have also allowed people like the Boogaloo Boys, the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, people who are connected to hate groups to actually infiltrate ICE. They do all this while also giving them the type of coverage by saying like, hey, you can wear a mask. You don't need warrants to enter people's premises. And they're also giving coverage and saying that if a governor tries to arrest, detain, or stop any ICE agents, then they will be prosecuted by the federal government. So they've given them all this type of coverage. And they've also allocated an additional 20% of all federal law enforcement to ICE. So you have the support of the FBI, the US Marshals, all of those groups up to 20%. So they have not only pumped up the rhetoric and they've pumped up the support, they've given an influx of cash and the protection in order for them to do their job. And with all that being said, they're still not doing their job as effective as Biden or Obama because they still have a lower deportation rate than both of them. So the thing that changed is the amount of time, energy, and effort and focus that the Trump administration has put on deportation efforts while allowing people to violate the Constitution to do these things and even murder Americans in the streets, and they're still not getting it done. And her hair, I'm sure you didn't get to this in your 5 minutes of research, but I'm going to throw the question at you anyway. Do you know why Donald Trump, with all of those things that he's actually doing, why is it that he's still deporting people at a lower rate than Joe Biden or Barack Obama?
From what I have researched about this.
In your 5 minutes, yeah.
No, not in my 5 minutes. This was honestly, like, I don't try to make politics my entire life, but from what I heard, he's going after the harder criminals.
That's not true.
Okay, and so
5 to 8%,
like I said,
5 to 8% of people that's been detained by ICE in 2025 were violent criminals.
There's a lot of violent criminals that even when Obama was deporting people.
That's fine. 5 to 8% in 2025 that were detained by ICE were violent criminals. That's fine. Why are they deporting at a lower rate than the Biden or Obama administration, even though they've allocated more resources, more money, more time, more energy, more effort? Why are they still doing it less efficiently?
I don't believe that they've had more time to do
Yes,
this.
yes. I'm talking about the actual deportation rate. I'm not talking about the total amount. I'm talking about the rate at which they're deporting people.
I'm just saying, if you want to be fair, because this all just started in
Thank you for the spaceship.
a couple of months.
This didn't just start. It's been a year, and we're talking about the rate, not the total amount of time. We're talking about the rate. The actual rate. You can project the rate out. You can project the rate out, and the actual rate, they're trending lower than the Biden-Obama administration. If you don't know the answer, just say you don't know so I can tell you the answer, because you're not going to get it.
Since you brought up this, since I'm talking about in the time since you brought up the ICE budget being 14% higher and everything like that. Since
I didn't say 14% higher. I said it's the 14th highest budget in all military.
I'm just looking over my quick notes that I wrote down of what you said for me to look up later. Okay.
Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. Her hair. Hey, someone said quiet piggy. Like, that's super rude. We do not do that in the comments. While we may disagree with whatever she's saying, stop it. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. Guys, just because she is absolutely wrong and she is getting dog walked, let's not do that. Like, no misogyny, like no need to engage in any of those things that we don't do here in our live. Please watch your mouth. Please watch your comments. My actual mods will be watching it. Please do not do that. We can call her stupid. We can say she's uninformed. We can attack other things, but we don't lean into misogyny, into any type of phobias, or like, we don't do that. So get it together, chat. Sorry, go ahead and finish your point.
Yeah, I was asking if it was, are you looking at the statistics since you brought up all of this, since Trump put into effect, federal government prosecuting anyone trying to stop them, like all of these things that I'm going to look into later. are you talking about, like, are you looking at the grand
I'm
scheme
just talking
of
about
Obama's
the deportation
entire
rate.
term?
I'm talking about the deportation rate, the actual rate per day, per month, per quarter, as far as how it works with deportation.
So per quarter. Okay, I'm going to look that up.
I'm talking about overall. You can look at it in multiple metrics. The point that I'm getting across is that Donald Trump has allocated more resources in total than Barack Obama or Joe Biden, and he's deporting at a lower rate. And I'll give you the reason why, because you still haven't answered the question. I feel like you're not going to get there. It's fine. I'll give it to you because I want to speed run this. The reason why he's actually deporting people at a lower rate than Barack Obama or Joe Biden is because he's selling people into free slave labor and then sending them to concentration camps.
So you're telling me that he's deported less people because he's selling people to send them into deportation camps?
Free slave labor and then sending them to deportation camps. Yes.
Okay, can you just, you don't have to put it up on the screen or anything, but can you give me the website? I can start digging into this later.
Sure. The first place you want to start is verifying. Did you know that we have legalized slavery in the United States today?
Why? What do you mean?
We have legalized slavery in the United States of America today.
How so? I'm saying
the 13th Amendment. Do you know what the 13th Amendment is?
No, not off the top of my head.
I'll read it to you. Section 1, 13th Amendment in the Constitution, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude except as a punishment for crime wherefore the party shall have been duly convicted shall exist within the United States or any place subject to the jurisdiction. The 13th Amendment actually gives credence to private prisons, which is free slave labor. So Donald Trump is using ICE to actually detain undocumented immigrants, and they're sending them into the private prison system, where in the private prison system, instead of them getting an actual speedy trial and deported, they're holding them for months at a time. There are certain people that have been there up to 6 months waiting just for a trial. And all that time, they're being used for free slave labor, right? So that's part one. Now, a caveat that I want to give you to when it comes to that part one is, do you know who Core Civic is?
Core Civic, no.
Core Civic is one of the largest backers of the private prison industry. And Core Civic is not only one of the largest backers of the private prison industries, but it literally just had an investor call like a week or so ago where they talked about how this is the golden age for them, because they are now officially in a connection with every single part of deportation. And that comes to the private prison system, but also they have contracts when it comes to the vehicles being used by ICE to actually detain undocumented immigrants and take them to and from prison. And then also they have actual contracts and agreements with the planes that are now being used to send undocumented immigrants to other countries during the deportation effort. So now they're getting paid in every single step of the deportation effort. Now, the reason why I said that they're deporting at a lower rate than Barack Obama and Joe Biden is because of the actual important piece when it comes to deportation. Do you know what gives you that checkbox, that checkpoint as far as deportation? What is the most important thing that that indicates something or someone has officially been deported?
What's the checkbox that makes somebody officially deported? No, sorry.
Oh, no worries. They have to be sent back to their country of origin, or they have to be sent to a agreed upon third party if their country does not accept undocumented immigrants. I'll give you an example. Russia. Russia does not accept undocumented immigrants being shipped back to Russia. And so in that case, we would have to work with a third party and make an agreement to actually send those undocumented immigrants to that third party. I'm sorry, the third party country. Donald Trump is not getting credit for his deportations because he's not sending them back to their original country or an agreed upon third party. Donald Trump is sending them to places like El Salvador to CCOT. Do you know what CCOT is?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. CCOT is a prison camp, a torture camp where people have lost their lives. Last year, I think it was 350 some odd people lost their lives at CCOT. They've been physically beaten, emotionally tortured, all this other stuff. And so they're sending these people to CCOT. Now, since he's sending these people to El Salvador to CCOT, he's no longer fulfilling the requirement as far as getting that checking the box as far as deportation. Now, one other caveat that I want to leave you with is, do you remember me telling you about Core Civic?
Yes.
You want to guess who's one of the biggest financial backers for CCOT?
Donald Trump? I don't know.
Core Civic.
Oh, sorry. Your
Core
question
Civic,
confused me.
Core Civic has financial backings in CCOT and the private prison system in the United States in every single aspect of deportation. And so again, what's happening is we're sending these undocumented immigrants to places like CCOT and getting kickbacks. And it's all under the guise of mass deportation, but we're really just using ICE to force undocumented immigrants into free slave labor and then selling them to concentration camps.
Okay. You know what? Thank you for actually talking about this with me. I really appreciate your tone with me. Like, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you. Like, I'm just saying, like, I wanted to have this conversation with you. And I hope to come back up here after I do some research.
Absolutely.
And hopefully be wrong or say something. If you have me back, I'll appreciate that. But
yeah, no, listen, you're welcome back. I apologize about how it started at the beginning. It was a little high strung, but I'm glad that you were able to actually engage in the conversation. You go look and verify everything that I said. If you find out anything's wrong or you want to push back on anything I said, you're welcome back, and I'll be back. I will absolutely talk to you about it.
All right, later.
All right, thank you. Okay. W's in the chat for Kojo, who sent a $20 super chat. Holy fuck, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. You're amazing. W's in chat for Cullen for the $1.99 super chat to say her voice effing annoys me. That's messed up. W's in the chat for Renegade for the $5 super chat to say sending Nazis into the military is a new. Had one get caught in my boot camp in 2003. They've been sending them to learn our tactics for years. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Faye. It's like God of War. Faye. Got it. Who sent a $1 donation saying you got it right. Thank you. Absolutely. W's in the chat for Jolene for the $10 donation saying first time donor, long time watcher. You're amazing. Take my $10 because this disingenuous fuck wasted your time. Love from Minnesota. Jolene, please be safe. Please take care of yourself. Please take care of your family. Thank you for the 10. I knew he wasn't going to pay. Like, I knew he wasn't going to pay when I made that bet. That one's on me. That one's absolutely on me. Debbie, thank you so much for the cake. That one was on me. Debbie's in chat for Stacy. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. Said, did this B word, I cannot say that, Stacy. Just say it's our fault that ICE is shooting people. That's what she was saying. See, this is why I stay away from people that are my color. My husband would need so much bail money. Absolutely. We got bail money around here too. W's in chat for Jared for the $10 donation saying she supports the Constitution but doesn't agree with the utilization of rights for what they're intended for. She continues saying BS in her white girl tears default said, God damn, Jared. Also, here's $10 to get some B-Day ramen. Really wish I could get more. Jared, you're fucking amazing. Thank you so much for the 10. Thank you for being an amazing part of our community, and just thank you for being here. W's in the chat for Whitney for the $10 donation saying Karen needs to check her privilege and step out of the blind bubble. Thank you, Santana. We love you. I love you so much more. W's in the chat for Heather for the $3 donation saying, as much as the daintiest MAGA men, as much as I despise MAGA men, I will absolutely loathe MAGA women, self-hating, racist women that are supposed to have some kind of empathy. F them, every one of them. Yeah. Debbie's in the chat for Leonard for the $10 donation saying paying for D-Mac, knew he wouldn't pay. We knew he wasn't going to pay. We fucking knew that he wasn't going to pay up. Fucking knew he wasn't going to pay up. All right, guys, listen, 2.6 thousand of us here. First and foremost, hit that follow button. Look up at the top, hit that follow button. You're not following me. This is the backup account. Hit that follow button, but also follow the main account. We're so close to 80,000 followers on the main account. We're so close to 80,000 followers on the main account. With that being said, I gotta go, guys. We've been live for almost 6.5 hours. What in the whole fuck? That's a long live. I had no intentions on being live this long. It just kind of flowed, and I appreciate each and every one of you for fucking hanging out. This has been crazy. But we got to get out of here because I got shit to do. We're gonna go ahead and call it here. I'll be around some later. So you guys come holla at me, chat. Holy shit, W's in the chat from Mike for the $3 donation. Santana, I love your streams, bro. You got to get Parker and Dean into your oh yeah, listen, they're much nicer than me. Parker and Dean are both nicer than me. So yeah, absolutely. W's in the chat for Rainy. Rainy sent a $50 donation saying happy B-Day. Buy something pretty. I will. I'll definitely buy something pretty. W's in the chat for Rainy. Thank you so much for the $50 donation. W's in the chat. All right, guys, we're going to get out of here. I will be back tomorrow. I might hip hop around on some of your other favorite creators' lives, depending on how my day goes. He said birthday. My birthday's in 3 days. My birthday's Friday, the 30th, January 30th. My birthday is January the 30th, so it's this Friday, not today. But follow the main account and the backup. All right, guys, let's get out of here.
You stepped in the box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this a mind game.
What up, Rainy?
Backside lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, get slapped out your name.
Hey, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up.
Warzone talk, no script, no filter, no safe walk. Bring stats to get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey. W's in the chat for the chat. W's in the chat for the chat. You guys are fucking awesome. I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you all for being so absolutely amazing. I love you. You guys have showed up and showed out. We'll be back tomorrow. Fucks with your boy. We'll be back tomorrow. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Thank you for all the gifts, the taps, the likes, the shares. Thank you all for being so absolutely amazing. I love you all so much. I love you. And as always,